is coming and drawing so near. The prophet's words are being fulfilled. The times and seasons are at hand for the glorious arrival of the Son of Man. As lightning flashes the east and the west, the earth will endure the Lord's test. Be saved by his name while he can be found. Seek his face before the trumpet sounds. The day of the Lord comes as a thief in the night. Before that day, keep your lamp trimmed. The day of the Lord is full of wrath. In that day, who can endure? Oh Lord, who can endure? Peace and safety and sudden destruction. His labor pains upon a pregnant woman. The powers of heaven will quake the earth, shaking everything from the Lord's curse. The day is gloomy and full of darkness. The sun and moon will lose its brightness. Will nations prepare for the Lord's sacrifice? His sickle is coming, the harvest is ripe. The day of the Lord comes as a thief in the night. For that day, keep your lamp trimmed. The day of the Lord is full of wrath. In that day, who can endure? Lord, oh Lord, who can endure? It's the day of vengeance, redemption story. The Lord is arriving with power and glory. The fig tree is blooming and has started to bud, for the King of Kings to pierce the heavens above. Sons of the light and sons of the day, be sober and watch, will walk in his way. The Lord is zealous and will roar like a lion. He will sit on David's throne, dwelling in Zion. The day of the Lord comes as a thief in the night. For that day, keep your lamp trimmed. The day of the Lord is full of wrath. In that day, who can endure? Oh Lord, who can Shelter me under the shadow of your wings. Cover me in the day of trouble. Shield me in your holy armor. Whoever calls on the name of the Lord will be saved from the fire and from the sword. He who endures until the end will shine like the stars of heaven. Hide me in the secret place. Shelter me under the shadow of your wings. Cover me in the day of trouble. Shield me in your holy armor. Whoever calls on the name of the Lord will be saved from the fire and from the sword. He who endures until the end will shine like the stars of heaven.
Shabbat Shalom, friends. My name is Chadwick Harvey. You have reached Faithful Performance. Thank you very much for joining us tonight as we discover what's going on in the Middle East, the Damascus future that we all have witnessed, as we discover Isaiah 17 and also Jeremiah 46. As we tie in all of these things that we're seeing in the last 2 weeks, it's been pretty amazing to see, very quick. As we've all noticed, we couldn't do enough videos quick enough to get these things out here, as most people are as well. But we've all seen what has happened the last 2 weeks with the fall of the Assad regime. And again, it's not the fall of Damascus, it's the fall of the Assad regime. It's very important when we look at these things, when we look at Isaiah 17 and Jeremiah 46, these end of the age prophecies. And we're going to find that out tonight. Whenever we see these major cities in the Middle East come under pressure, we have to really be careful of what we're prophesying over through the prophets to declare to the public about Isaiah 17, Jeremiah 46, all of these end of the age prophecies, in my mind, the day of the Lord prophecies that we will see. We're going to read through those. We're going to read through Isaiah 17. We're going to read through Jeremiah 46. These are not long chapters at all. So they're going to be very straightforward. It's going to put the prophecy where it belongs. And then we're going to identify where these locations are in these prophecies. But I think everybody's pretty much aware about what's been going on in Damascus. It's been all over the news in Syria. Of course, we've covered some of it at the very beginning, but it only took 12 days for the rebels to conquer even Damascus. Okay, so like we said before, it was going to be a very, very slippery slope on slippery stones if the Russians did not come to help Assad, and they did not, or the Iranians as well. So we're going to talk about the current events right now, and then we're going to go back in history, because I believe if we look at history on forward to give everybody a kind of a snapshot of what we have seen over the last 10 years, 12 years, since the Arab Spring, and really since the fall of Iraq with 2003, we've seen the reshaping of the Middle East. This is no different. This is a very, very pivotal point in biblical prophecy, in my personal opinion. We're going to talk about it tonight. We'll also be back with you on Sunday to talk about Daniel 2 and Daniel 7 as we see this transition that we're seeing with the Middle East. And I think it's basically no secret what's going on in the Middle East. We're seeing the decline of Iran, and we're seeing the rise of Turkey, just like we've spoken over the last several years, and many, many other people have as well. Is once you see Turkey become the dominant superpower of the Middle East, and they're not there yet, but once you see them become that, then I think it's time to look at all of these prophecies in Daniel 2, 7, and 8 to understand they're the end of the age prophecies. It's so important to realize that when we read the book of Daniel. Thus the reason we're going to go back through those prophecies on Sunday, Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, as we go through these four kingdoms that will rise to power before Yeshua's second coming events. And as you guys know, my opinion, we've seen two of those kingdoms come to fruition. We're seeing that second kingdom, Iran, we're seeing them fall, collapse right in front of your very eyes. I think that's all over mainstream media as well. So there's no hidden secret here that what is going on in the Middle East. You're seeing the decline of Iran, and you're seeing the increasing of the nation of Turkey. And once that happens, my friends, you are very close with a few steps to get for it to be very, very real. And we're going to try to explain that to you here this evening. But if you haven't noticed what's been going on in Syria the last 2 weeks, it's happened very quickly. It reminds me of the saying by the dictator, Lenin, something by the dictator. I believe he said that there's nothing that happens in decades, but weeks makes decades, or decades happen in weeks, or something like that. So I think we've seen that come true, that in a few times of weeks, 2 weeks, we've seen the whole Middle East change. It has been an evolving door over the last several years, if one's been keeping up with it. As I've always said before, I think I've said it online many times, that Basshar al Assad is the luckiest man in the Middle East. Well, not anymore, right? Not anymore. This has been coming for about 11 years, to be honest with you. And if it wasn't for Russia and Iran, he would not be in power that long. So it's very important to realize the trajectory that Syria and the Middle East has been on. So we're going to recap really quick, about 5 minutes in history real quick, for those who haven't kept up with it over the years. over the decades, so to speak, so we can bring it up today, and then we'll look into the future as well, not to predict, but just to understand what the prophecies do state. And also we'll go through Isaiah 17 and Jeremiah 49 to talk about Damascus. Okay, so if you haven't been with the geopolitics of the Middle East in the last decade or so, we'll try to bring you up to date in a very summary understanding. Okay, so in 2003, we'll back up to 2003. We're all aware in America what happened in 2003. The George Bush administration went over to Iraq. They dethroned Saddam Hussein. Again, this is not a political statement of America, okay? This is all about the geopolitics of prophecy when I talk about the American presidents. So nothing personal, only prophetic, okay? Or even American politics. But what happened is the Bush administration went over to Iraq. They dethroned Saddam Hussein. I believe that started the four kingdoms of Daniel. Babylon first, that was Iraq. Okay, let's fast forward to 2011. If you're not familiar with what happened, it was called the Arab Spring. That's when America, Britain, and other countries basically went over there and started dethroning governments, okay? And that's just the facts. Again, this is not a political statement, it's a prophetic statement. And they dethroned Libya, Gaddafi, Tunisia, Yemen, who else? Egypt had two revolutions, and they were about to get Basshar al Assad, okay? They were about to get him too, but the Russians and Iranians stepped in the way and propped him up in 2015 during the blood moon cycle. And since that time, they have propped him up. Now, Syria has been divided every which way but loose since that time. I mean, it's separated into 3 or 4 different sections, as you can see right here. Okay, that's kind of a clean map, if you will, compared to what's been going on over the decade or something. You've had ISIS there, you've had all these different groups there in some certain spots, but currently today, this is pretty much what you're looking at. You're looking at the Turkish-backed rebels, okay? All of them are Turkey, okay, backed rebels that control the majority of Syria, okay? And we're going to get into that more, but in the yellow is the Kurds, okay? So the Kurds are against Assad. Erdogan was against Assad, so they have that in common. However, the Kurds and Erdogan do not get along. When I say Erdogan, that means Turkey. They do not get along whatsoever. That's why you see in the aqua here, you see the buffer zone that Turkey has implemented in Syria and also in Iraq as well. Okay, so just understand that's the Kurds. You got Turkey up north, and then the rebels control really the rest of the area. And like I said before, they're Turkey backed. Okay, when you hear about the rebels, think about Turkey. Okay, that's who's doing this. This was a major power play by Recep Tayyip Erdogan. I mean, a major power play. He basically told the Middle East and the world that I'm in charge. Okay, he told Russia, get out. Putin, I'm in charge now. You can go back to Moscow and deal with Ukraine because I'm the one calling the shots in the Middle East now. I think that was very clear with what happened to Syria. So just keep that in mind as we go back in history and come forward, that he's the one who's calling the shots, okay? I think that's very clear by the words that comes out of his mouth. You've seen the Biden administration support that as well. They did not come against Erdogan by allowing the rebels to basically just run through Syria like a victory lap, okay? It wasn't even a war. It wasn't even a war. Okay, it wasn't a war at all. There was a couple of dust-ups, and that's about it. Every time I saw them go to Aleppo, then to Hama, then to Homs, and then Damascus, every time I saw them, they were just taking victory laps in the middle of the square. I never saw too much really big fighting in a war, so to speak, because the Syrian army just withdrew from all of these cities every time they knew the rebels were coming. So this was a very, very, very good ploy, if you can say that, from Erdogan. He knew that Russia was tied up with Ukraine. He knew that Iran was tied up with Israel and Hezbollah and Hamas. This was a golden opportunity, a very strategic opportunity for him to show everybody that he is in charge now. Okay, this has been going on for some time now with he and Assad. For years, they've been kind of going at it. And Assad declined to meet with Erdogan to discuss the breakup of Syria. And here you go. He said, okay. And now Assad is in Moscow with his friend Putin, okay, and his family. So congratulations to the Syrian people. First and foremost, I should have said that in the beginning. Congratulations to the Syrian people. They've been through a lot in the last 11 years with a civil war. 500,000 people were killed. to 4 million people that are refugees. Most of them are in the land of Turkey right now at the border. So Recep Tayyip Erdogan had a lot invested into Syria. So I'm not trying to give him any kind of credit whatsoever. Just the facts that he wants those 3 to 4 million people back into Syria because it costs money to support them, of course. So he's been trying to work out a deal with Assad. Assad didn't want anything about it. And then here you go. 12 days later, he's gone. So it happens very quick, my friends. I mean, just like the quote said, and not to quote a dictator, but he's exactly right. I mean, nothing happens in decades, and then a couple of weeks makes a decade, okay? And that's what we've seen here recently. We've seen major movement. People might not realize that now. They might not realize that Erdogan is in charge now, but they will. Okay, this is just the very beginning of the transition between Iran and Turkey right here. We've said it many times before. There's a couple of battle points, okay, strategic points that Turkey and Iran were on the other side of the equation. Okay, Syria was one of them. Iraq was the other one. Azerbaijan and Armenia was another one as well. And so we have to understand it was going to break out somewhere. We're going to get more into that as we go forward. But my friends, it's very important as we look at today, what's going on. Let's rewind, like I said before, back to the Arab Spring. We know what happened with George Bush in 2003. He dethroned Saddam Hussein. I believe that began Daniel's 4 kingdoms. The next in line is Persia, Iran. There's no question in anybody's mind who keeps up with the area, political or prophecy teacher, that Persia was the dominant superpower of the Middle East, trying to spread their Shia crescent across the Mediterranean. Okay, and Saudi Arabia was the other superpower. I don't talk about Arabia as the superpower that much because they're not trying to military go across the Middle East and conquer everybody. Okay, they're not about that. Iran is about that. They've been trying to spread their Shia crescent from Iran all the way to the Mediterranean Sea since the nation of Iraq was dethroned by America, Britain, and all the other allies. So since that time, they've been spreading their antennas from 2003, even through the Arab Spring. They've been spreading their antennas all across the Middle East. This is Daniel 7, okay? And we're going to go through that Sunday, okay? But Daniel 7 says the bear, which is Iran, the second kingdom, has 3 ribs in its mouth, devour much flesh, is what it says. Well, I think you can pick whatever 3 countries you want. If it's Hezbollah, Hamas, Hezbollah, Syria, Yemen, whichever one you want to pick, I believe that Iran has devoured much flesh in the last 10 to 15 years since Iraq was, or longer than that, almost 20 years since Iraq was dethroned. I think we can all agree that Iran has spread its antennas of evil across the Middle East, the Shia crescent, if you will. If one's not familiar with the Sunni and the Shia, you can think about Shia being Iran mainly and their proxies, and then the Sunnis are Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Iraq, etc. That's how you look at it. So really the Shia is really the main force is Iran. Okay, so, and everybody else would be a Sunni nation. So Sunnis are going to take over, is what I'm trying to say, is the Shia has been in control. Now it's time for the Sunni, okay, the 2 sects of Islam. The Sunnis will take over, and that's what you're seeing now. You're seeing Recep Tayyip Erdogan make a power play like we haven't seen, very strategic. Putin can't do anything. Iran can't do anything. America, which is kind of interesting because Biden has supported Erdogan with this, which was very interesting because Biden has supported Iran all of his presidency, and also when he was vice president under the Obama administration, Obama propped up Iran, right? So again, no political statement. This is a prophetic statement. But the bottom line is now Biden has allowed Erdogan to do his thing. And we know from history what Trump is going to do when he gets in. He's going to let Erdogan pounce all over the Middle East. He might not say that public, but if you do your research, he has said that before, that he will allow Erdogan to have Syria. He could care less about Syria, okay? He says that out of his own mouth, and again, whatever. It's just, it is what it is. So he has said that. So whenever he gets into office, he will let Turkey run. Why? Because he believes, and most people believe, that Turkey is the most stable country in the Middle East. And to their credit, they are, but they really aren't, if that makes any sense. They are, perception wise, but they will be a very, very bad player at the end. And you're starting to see that now with Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the leader of Turkey, and what he has done with the transition he has done. In 20 years, he has become that superpower, okay, that he has always wanted to become. And he has told people that as well. And I'm going to show you a quote of that when we get to him. So the Arab Spring, as we go back to that, was again, Iraq was dethroned by then, and then Tunisia went down, Libya went down, Gaddafi, America went over and got Gaddafi. Also, Egypt had two revolutions. The first one got Mubarak away. That put in Mohammed Morsi, which was Muslim Brotherhood. And then El Sisi, who's in charge now, he did a coup and he put Mohammed Morsi in prison, which is where he died. Okay, so there was the revolutions, two of them in Egypt, Libya. Sudan's been in a civil war for 50 years. How lovely, right? Somalia is one of the most fundamentalist countries there is. Erdogan has great ties with him as well. Yemen went through their transition as well during the Arab Spring. So, and then they were going to get Syria. That was the last one before Iran and Russia stepped in to prop Assad up during the Blood Moon. So during that time, 11 years, Assad was very brutal with his people. He gassed his people chemically, also torture. I think everybody's seen online, you know, the prisons and how horrible it was in the prisons. And again, congratulations to the Syrian people. I watched that the other day, and I mean, it was just a joyful, joyful thing to see those people leave the prison after all the torture, and all of these people were just elated, man. Good for the Syrian people. I say that with caution because what's coming for the people is not good. Okay, with Turkey, with the Beast Kingdom and all of these things, it's just not good from here on out. But congratulations to the Syrian people right now. And I hope these people are legit and they give the Syrian people their freedom, which according to biblical prophecy will not happen. It will be a part of the Beast Kingdom, that 10-king system that will be very, very brutal. Please remember the Syrians, we have Christians over in Syria, and plus we love people in general. So we need to be praying for the people of Syria and really in the Middle East, because what they're facing and what they're about to face and what the world's about to face, again, is the Beast Kingdom, as we will see and as we will get into further as we go down. So the Middle East has really reshaped over the last 25 years, mainly because of the Western alliances. You know, America, Britain, France, etc. The allies have come and they really have transitioned the Middle East, just like they did in World War I as well, with the division of the land in 1917. And that's what you're looking at right now with the division of the land. So it's very important to look at history to see how these presidents have gone along with Daniel's kingdoms. I've said that before. President Bush dethroned Iraq, Saddam Hussein, that was kingdom number one. Obama propped up Persia, Iran, that's kingdom number two. That's where we have been since that time. But now I think everybody can agree that Iran is falling and now Turkey is rising. It's very interesting when you look at Syria and what's happened with October 7th and on forward. I mean, people don't realize what Shmini Atzeret, that's really what the date was, okay? October 7th means nothing to God. Shmini Atzeret means everything to God. And what does that mean? That means new beginnings. Well, that's not always a good new beginning. It means a transition of what's going on. And look at what's happened. If it wasn't for Shmini Atzeret, October 7th, Israel, Gaza, if it wasn't for the Ukraine-Russia war, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this. That's how critical it is to keep up with the geopolitics of the world, but especially the Middle East. So, for example, again, Russia has propped up Syria. I think we can all agree with that. Since 2014, 2015, they have propped up Syria. They would not be there if it wasn't for Russia over the last 10 years. And now look what happened. They got caught up with a war with Ukraine. They've lost about 800,000 people to death or injury, their soldiers. They probably lost almost half of their army, okay, so to speak, their armed reserves. They've had to pull in North Korea's troops, etc. So they're having a hard time with Ukraine. They're going bankrupt over there because of that. And again, we're kind of going bankrupt as well for supporting that. So we're going to see what happens with these things. But the bottom line is, my friends, if it wasn't for Ukraine and Russia, if it wasn't for Gaza and Israel, you would not be in this transitional period of the four kingdoms of Daniel, because Syria would never have fallen. the Assad regime would have never had fallen if it wasn't for those two events. Why is that? It's been pretty interesting. Like I said before, everybody's got a gun to everybody's head over there, okay? Your enemy today might be your best friend tomorrow. Your best friend today might be your enemy tomorrow. That's just the way the Middle East works, okay? It's a rough neighborhood over there. So we have to realize that everybody's jockeying for position. And of course, we're rooting for the Israelis and the Jewish people to jockey for their position, for their protection and their safety from the unknown circumstance that's going on in Syria. So after October 7th, we'll look at October 7th and we'll bring it up to today. Shmini Atzeret, what happened? Well, we know that it started a war with Gaza and Israel, but also it started Hezbollah as well. Very important to realize, because Syria, as you can see, is a very important part of the Middle East. When you look at the map, just like Turkey is the gateway to Europe, Syria is not too far behind it. It is a very important piece of geography in the Middle East, and also in biblical prophecy. This is where, again, my first book that I wrote, I talked about Syria and Iraq being that transitional point. This is not to say I'm Mr. Prophet. I'm not trying to say that. I'm saying if we look at Daniel's prophecies for the end of the age and not 2,500 years ago, we're going to understand what's going on. Again, I just read the prophecies and wrote the book. I mean, it's just, we just got to read, put them at the end of the age, and they're all going to make sense, because that's what we're seeing right now. So when we look at Syria, we go back to Shmini Atzeret, or October 7th. Israel and Gaza had to happen. It got rid of Gaza. It got rid of Hamas, because Israel destroyed one of Iran's proxies with Hamas, pretty much. Got rid of all the leaders, assassinated most of the leaders, assassinated most of the Hezbollah leaders as well. We remember the cell phones, the walkie-talkies, all of these things. So my friends, if you can see the alignment of what had to happen for this to go down, it was a perfect strategic spot for Turkey and Israel, believe it or not, and also America, because without Israel taking out Hamas, without Israel taking out Hezbollah, and without Israel helping the southern part of Syria to close off that vacuum of the southern part of Syria. If you see where Jordan is, and you see where Jordan and Iraq, you know, the borderline is, that's where America has a lot of troops at, and they have shut off the passages of all the weapons from Iran, from Iraq, through that southern border of Syria to Hezbollah, okay, to Hamas, and also ultimately to Syria. So my friends, this has been a very strategic battle for not only Turkey, but also for the Israelis as well. Because if you look at the bottom, at the left bottom corner here, where the blue is, well, that's where the Israel forces are right now. Okay, they control, if you know Israel, Mount Hermon, okay, they controlled one side of it, but now they have the other side of it, which was in the Syria area, and they also control more land on that border as well, according to, I believe it's the 1974 agreement. If one's not familiar with that, the 1974 agreement was right after 1973 Yom Kippur, and Syria and Israel made an agreement together, a peace agreement or a border agreement, so to speak. Well, since the Assad regime made the agreement's null and void right now, because he's no longer in power. So they wanted to take advantage, if you will, of the situation. I think they've bombed, I mean, goodness, like 450 sites or something. I mean, since the fall of Assad, I mean, 450 sites of chemicals, weapons, government stuff, all of these things that needed to get rid of. But they have destroyed the infrastructure of the Syrian weaponry, of the airports, all of these systems that could be used against them. They've destroyed all of it. Okay, so it's really been a very, very good strategic advantage for the Israelis as well as the Turks, because of what I just said, with the Assad regime no longer in power. So my friends, when you look at the Middle East, this had to go down. Russia had to be caught up with Ukraine. Israel had to get rid of Hamas, had to assassinate so many leaders of Hezbollah, and also with Iran as well. Iran is as weak as they've ever been. And I promise you, when Donald Trump gets into office, he's going to squeeze them out. Okay, I can guarantee you that. Okay, he was about to do it before, he will do it now. If you look, if you do your, and again, this is not any kind of American statement, personal statement. This is a prophetic statement. Okay, so no matter what people like him or not like him, but the bottom line is he's going to let Turkey run wild. I think that's pretty common sense if we keep up with the news cycle and what he believes, what he did before. Remember, he's got 2 Trump towers in the nation of Turkey, not in Iran. He's got them in the nation of Turkey. What does that mean? Of course, he's going to take their side instead of Iran. We all know that. So again, if we're not looking at Syria, if we're not looking at Iraq, if we're not looking at Turkey, then one would be missing biblical prophecy. Again, one would be missing biblical prophecy if they're looking at Russia, if they're looking at Rome, if they're looking at anywhere else, because where is Russia? Russia is leaving. Okay, Russia's not staying in the Middle East. Russia is leaving. So all of the folks who are Russian prophecy people, you might want to go back and reread the scriptures and understand that Russia is leaving the area. I thought they were going to go down to Jerusalem and conquer them. I thought Rome was going to come down and conquer them. No, this is Turkey's moment. Yeshua said in Revelation 2:12 through 13, that Satan's throne and where he dwells is in Pergamus, Turkey. That's it. Not Rome, not Moscow, not America, nowhere. It's in Western Turkey. And you're seeing them have their prophetic calling as we speak right now. It's pretty amazing when we look at it. So we've just got to keep our eyes focused on where the biblical prophets have said to look, and that is Syria, Iraq, Turkey, of course, Israel, Arabia, Egypt, Libya, Iran, Afghanistan, those areas. And it's all going to play out perfectly, like we said before. So again, Iraq fell 2003. Persia is about to fall. I think everybody knows that who's keeping up with the news. Well, those are the first 2 kingdoms of Daniel. Well, who did he say was going to come next? Just like Yeshua said, Turkey is coming next. Yavon. Okay, it's not Greece. I mean, Greece is not going to do anything. Okay, Turkey might go over and battle Greece as well. Okay, if you look at their history and about the relationship that Erdogan has with these folks. So people need to wake up to Recep Tayyip Erdogan, okay, the president of Turkey. I think he's making his mark. No one's really paying attention to him on the mainstream churches and things like that. Prophecy teachers, Bible scholars, they're not looking at this guy. And for 20 years, he has set this up for this moment now. For this moment now, no one else. Vladimir Putin is he just got outranked by Erdogan. Erdogan has told everyone who pays attention, who does their research, that he is in control of the Middle East. Why is that? Because Donald Trump will allow him to be in control of the Middle East and conquer Syria, etc. And he already has. Remember what the prophecy says about Iran. Iran was going to go north, south, and westward. Okay, and that's what they have done. Some people believe that was going to be a military invasion across the Middle East. That will not happen. Okay, that was just prophetically saying they're going to have major influence across the Middle East, which they have. Okay, they've had it in Syria. They've had it in Iraq. They've had Hamas. They've had Hezbollah, Yemen. Okay, so you're talking about 5 or 6 countries that they've had heavy influence of destruction over the past, 15 years since Saddam Hussein was dethroned, even longer than that. So Hamas is in Gaza, Hezbollah is in Lebanon, you got Syria, Iraq, Yemen. I mean, there's like 5 countries that they've had major influence over the last couple of years. Well, that's all gone. Hamas pretty much gone. Okay, Hezbollah pretty much gone. Okay, Syria is gone. Yemen is not really a big threat because they would be taken care of really easy if they cause too much problems to Houthis. So you guys tell me. I mean, everyone in the news, in the mainstream news, is saying that Iran is done, is about to collapse. And again, when Donald Trump gets in, he will collapse them because of what he's done before. And it will allow Turkey to be just the superpower of the Middle East. Again, Turkey is the one who is in control of Syria right now, my friends, right now. Not this guy, not this Julani. He's called Julani, or his real name is called Ahmed Shara, is what his real name is. He is not in control. I mean, that's laughable if people think that he's in control. Okay, he's a terrorist. Okay, if he's a born again terrorist, or if he's revived, not born again, but if he's not a terrorist like Al Qaeda anymore, okay, wonderful. but still he is not in charge of Syria. I can promise everybody that who is in charge and has major influence is Erdogan. And he has told everybody that. Just go listen to the words out of his own mouth when you listen to him about the situation in Syria, and he will tell you the same thing. Okay, he's the one that's going to be calling the shots and the negotiations with the Russians, because they have an air base on the western side of Syria. Okay, so when you look at Damascus and you look at where the red is, where the Alawites are, if you will, there's where the Russian naval base is in Tartus. Okay, everybody should know where Tartus is. That's where I believe the Apostle Paul was from, is Tartus. So Tartus is on the coast. That's where the naval base is of the Russians. Their army, there's videos of their army, leaving. Okay, again, Russia is leaving. They're not staying and going forward to Jerusalem. They're leaving, everybody, because they can't control even Ukraine right now. They have a hard enough time with Ukraine. Okay, so they're not focused. I can tell you right now, they're not focused on Jerusalem whatsoever. I mean, that's not even in his mindset. His mindset is withdrawing from Syria and fighting Ukraine. And again, that's going to be a fight within itself. But when we look at, again, what Israel has done, which is very smart, they've targeted 450 targets, chemical weapons, regular weapons, all of these things that needed to be destroyed. Well, they have been, which is very important. The infrastructure of their military has been totally wiped out, which is a good thing for the Israelis, okay? Because what's coming is just an absolute takeover of this country. Again, it will be a Sunni control, Turkey control situation. I'm not saying they're going to annex every part of Syria. They're not. But that will be controlled by them. That is for sure. Just like they controlled the aqua parts of the country, and they did annex some of that into their maps. Actually, you can go find Turkey, and he did do that. He did annex some of Iraq and Syria into his maps for the Turkish education and students and all of that stuff. You can look that up for yourself. But my friends, if it wasn't for October 7th, Shmini Atzeret, with Hamas being beat, Hezbollah being taken out by the Israelis, then Iran being weakened by the Israelis as well, Iran could not come to help Assad. Russia could not come to help Assad because of Ukraine. So that's why this nation, Turkey, is coming down, because they are the ones who are going to control the region. That is biblical prophecy. That is Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8, especially Daniel 8, Ezekiel 38, 39, Revelations. I mean, it's just everywhere about this nation of Turkey. That's very important for us to understand. This is very pivotal. When you see this in the future, you're going to say, wow, that was very transitional in the Middle East. You might not see it come exactly immediately, but just give it time. Eventually, you will see. I think right now, when you do your research, everyone will tell you these rebels are backed by Turkey. Okay, the rebels have about 25,000 people. Okay, Turkey has about 1 million army. Okay, so you tell me, if Turkey wanted to come down, they would come down, and they would not have any problem whatsoever with the Kurds, with the rebels, or nothing. The rebels are on their side. Okay, Turkey's side. Okay, Turkey again has about 1 million people in armed reserves. Okay, the second largest army in NATO compared to America is number one. So again, don't let anyone tell you anyone's in control other than Erdogan, with America approving it. Okay, that's the way it is. Okay, America is approving Turkey to be the influencer of that region. And I can guarantee everybody that Donald Trump will allow his friend, he says that, not me, and the place where he's got real estate in, you better believe he's going to let Turkey have Syria, quote unquote, as he has said before, if you do your research. So again, not saying that in any kind of way, but what I am saying is everybody can be aware that we're about to see the transition, or we're already seeing that transition that we have spoken about between Iran and Turkey. Daniel 8, you can't get around it. It's the end of the age prophecy. Gabriel says it 3 times to Daniel. This is for the end, Daniel. This is for the time of indignation, Daniel, when the end shall be, Daniel. So I'm going to take Gabriel for his word. He says there's going to be a major war between the ram and the goat. Okay. And he says the ram is Iran or Medo Persia, and the goat is Turkey or Yavin. And Yavin will win this war. And that's what you're starting to see now. Okay, you're starting to see Turkey take over, okay, the Middle East, with influence, and you're going to see them get more influence because Iraq is next, okay? The Kurds is next. We've got to understand what he's going to do. Lebanon is next. He's going to have the influence with all of them. And what does Ezekiel 38 says? Turkey's the leader. Persia, Iran's underneath them. Libya's underneath them. Many people are with you going down to Israel. So my friends, like I said, it doesn't get really more transitional than this. What you see with these things, some people might say it's no big deal, but again, we're going to see what happens. This has been a battleground for about 11 years, everybody. 11 years this is taken for this is to happen. So again, just like we said before, 11 years, and in 2 weeks it fell. It took 11 years, and now 2 weeks it fell. Aleppo took 4 years to fight over Aleppo, okay, back in 2016, 4 years. And they conquered it, all of it, in 12 days. When I say all of it, they conquered 4 cities in 12 days, Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. My friends, something is going on. That does not happen all the time where a country gets the throne in 12 days, okay, by rebels, okay, not by America, not by anyone else, but the rebels. And again, America did support them. Turkey supported them. The Kurds stepped out of the way, okay, and let them go, which they're in a very bad situation now because I believe the leader, Ahmad Shara, or what's known as Julani in the news, the leader, the rebel leader who was the head voice of this, they made an agreement with the Kurds, okay, so they didn't come against the Kurds at all. But what did he say? If we go listen to what the leader said of the Syrian army, who's his enemy? We have a problem with Hezbollah, we have a problem with Assad, and we have a problem with Iran. Those are the only 3 that he mentioned. If you go listen to what he said, when I say he, that means Ahmad Shara is his real name. People will call him Julani, which was his Al-Qaeda name. But that's what he said. He said, our 3 enemies, he said, Israel, we don't care about that right now. He didn't say right now, but I'll just say that for him. Right now, he doesn't care, but right now it's Hezbollah, Iran, and Assad. Okay, what does that tell us? That tells us that Hezbollah is no longer going to be worth anything. They're the JV team. Okay, remember, Turkey controls these rebels. Okay, so Hezbollah is going to be taken care of. Iran's going to be taken care of. Assad's already been taken care of. And now what's next is we have to watch out for them to push the Kurds over to Iran and Iraq. Okay, so that's what's coming next. And why I say that is because of what Erdogan has said. And I wrote this in my first book, God's Prophetic Timeline, Messiah's Final Warning, about these things that are happening. Again, I'm not a prophet. I'm just reading Daniel's prophecies for the end of the age and just following what he said. He said Babylon first, Persia second, Yavon third, and then the conglomerate beast kingdom. Okay, that's how soon we could be at this beast kingdom is when Turkey becomes great, it'll break up into 4 regions. And well, that's 4 of the 10 kings. So we've got to really pay attention. This is going to be very fast. Okay. We'll talk about this on Sunday as well. Sunday, it said, or not Sunday. Sunday doesn't say this. We'll talk about it on Sunday, but Daniel 7 says the 3rd kingdom is a leopard. Okay, well, the first one's Babylon, the lion. The second one's the bear, Iran, not Russia, Iran. The 3rd one is Turkey. Okay, well, that's the leopard. He symbolizes Turkey. The leopard does. Well, what is a leopard? A leopard is quick. A leopard is fast. I mean, a leopard can run about 35 miles an hour. Can you believe that? A leopard can jump about 10 feet up. Can you believe that? I mean, think about a basketball goal. A leopard can jump right up there. Okay, he can jump 20 feet out. I mean, think about the length of that. I mean, that's amazing. So what am I trying to say? Is the leopard is an amazing animal, number 1. And number 2, he symbolizes Turkey, and it's going to be quick. And it's spotted, and it never changes spots. Okay, so Turkey is never going to change its spots. Okay, they're the revival of the Ottoman Empire, tyrannical. If one does their research, they can see this. Okay, and it's going to be quick. It's going to be swift. Okay, it's going to be very quick. Okay, and that's what you saw with 12 days. So you tell me, is it going to be quick? 12 days, Syria is changed forever. Okay, so we've got to really understand that we're really here, everybody, to where we're seeing Yavon, Turkey, the big dog, not the JV team, the varsity team. And this is going to be ugly. Okay. And I love everybody to say that. And I love the Syrian people, and I'm happy for them. My heart goes out to them. I mean, after all these years of just craziness by these Western nations trying to dethrone all these governments, I'm happy for the Syrian people. And I pray that they come to Yeshua. With that being said, the Middle East is about to have the Middle East beast, okay? And that's just plain and simple, okay? When you look at it, it's about to break up into this tyrannical system that's going to come across everything. And we need to really understand that and really read what Daniel says. And when you get to that third kingdom, which I believe you have started seeing the transition into this, look out, because it's going to get really bad over there, really bad because of what the prophecies say about Turkey and what they are going to do with the surrounding nations. Let me remind everybody that Erdogan has called for the Islamic alliance. Okay, what does that mean? He wants the Islamic nations to come together to make sure that Israel does not just keep going around all the other countries and bombing them. Okay, so I'm not saying that in any kind of way. I support Israel. I'm just saying that's his understanding. Erdogan is he wants to have the Islamic alliance. Hello, everybody. I mean, that sounds like the 10 kings to me, doesn't it you? And then if you look at Daniel and you look at how the 10 kings break up and break out of these countries, you're right here. I mean, once you see Turkey smash Iran, they have not done that yet. Once they become the superpower, the true superpower where everybody knows it, which everybody should be knowing it now, but once they go against the Kurds and once they smash Iran at Sushan, because Iraq is caught in between a bad situation right now. Okay, Iraq is in a terrible situation because of the Turks. Okay, you got the Kurdish issue and you got Iran, which again, Turkey and Iran are probably in the biggest conflict they've had in a very long time. They've been kind of kosher with each other for a long time, but with this, Iran was in control of Syria, right? Iran was propping them up with Russia, okay? But now they're no longer in power, okay? Erdogan, again, the power play. He has told Putin, he has told the Ayatollah, he's told everybody that he is in control of this situation now, not anybody else, with America, okay? And America will take the side of Turkey. They're a NATO partner, okay? Number one, they're a NATO partner. Number two, Erdogan and Trump gets along and they're friends, and he's got real estate in Turkey. So to me, it's common sense of what's about to go down. As you're going to see in the next 4 years, you will see Iran choked off. They will not be the superpower anymore. Just like the prophecy says, the goat rages at the ram, it crushes him. No one can help him. That's what you're going to see in the next 4 years. I believe when Donald Trump gets into office, you will see Turkey take over the Middle East, and then we will see where that goes from there. So it's super important to realize where we are in this situation. How did we get to this situation? And it was because of Iraq falling first, okay? The refugees from Iraq into Syria, Arab Spring, all these nations fell, and then also Syria did as well, or not, they didn't fall, but refugees. So all of the Iraqi refugees and the Syrian refugees went to Turkey. That's why they've got about 4 million refugees on the southern border of Turkey. Thus the reason Turkey has a lot of leverage as well, because he wants to return those citizens to their homeland, which is pretty remarkable. Okay, if I could say that about the guy, about the only thing. So the bottom line is he will not stop there. Okay, he has got an opening and he will seize this moment. I can guarantee everybody he will seize the moment to get this Turkish alliance, this Ottoman Empire revived again. In my first book, I wrote about him, about this. This was in 2016. And let's read. This is a quote of what he said. Okay, this is not what I say. This is a quote what he says. Okay, let's read what he says. On August 24th, 2016, something very interesting occurred, not only historical, but perhaps prophetically as well. To be clear, I'm not predicting or setting any dates whatsoever. However, August 24th, 1516 is the historical date when the Ottoman Empire began their dominance and control over the Middle East at the Battle of Damascus in Syria. According to author Theodore Shabbat, the son of Walid Shabbat, on August 24th, 1516, the Ottomans defeated Malik Salanteh and continued to rule over the Middle East for 400 years. on August 24th, 2016, okay, 8 years ago roughly, to celebrate the 500th anniversary of the Battle of Damascus in Syria. Erdogan and Turkey began its largest intervention in Syria via a land invasion, which could be the spark that eventually lights the flame to the next great war in Daniel 8. Okay, so 500th year anniversary, he invaded the same city in Syria. That's how enamored he is with the revival of the Ottoman Empire. Okay. Remember, Iran is a supporter of President Assad in Syria, and the Ayatollah has major influence in Syria, not anymore, but did, including the deployment of weapons, troops, and support during the ongoing civil war. Turkey, however, does not support Assad in Syria, thus the escalation of the invasion. As Turkish ranks entered Syria on August 24th, 2016, Erdogan boldly proclaimed, please understand what he said here. He has said this numerous times. This is what he has said on the 500th anniversary when he invaded Syria on August 24th, 2016. And this is what he says: Syria is responsible for the terrorism since it refuses to accept our solutions. When we speak of Syria or the Balkans or the Caucasus, these were part of the Ottoman geography from 100 years ago. I believe we will overcome all the obstacles in front of us, which will be the will of Allah. Turkey has a massive power and will use it. We are more confident today about our future because since the morning of July 15th, which was the Turkey coup, we are more powerful. We are now in a place that looks more hopeful. Our commitment in achieving the 2023 target, which was last year. Turkey will cut off the front foot with the diplomatic games. We will continue to remove those who play their games. Erdogan continued to add, what I promised in Syria, Iraq, the Balkans, and the Caucasus is now within reach. He said that in 2016, my friends. That's the words out of his mouth. He is enamored with this, okay? Of course, he didn't reach his date or whatever, and it's not about that. But look at what's happened. He said, Syria, look at what happened. Iraq, look what's about to happen, okay? The Caucasus, if you're not familiar with the Caucasus, look what happened. That's up near Azerbaijan and Armenia. If you're not familiar with what happened with Azerbaijan and Armenia, they had a war with the Nagorno-Karabakh, I believe the land area. So, and Azerbaijan won that war. It wasn't even a war. The Armenians just left because the Russians could not support them as well. Okay, so we have to understand that all of these things, the Caucasus is that area. So again, Azerbaijan is a Turkic state, okay? It's a state of Turkey, basically, okay? It's an alliance. So we have to understand what he's doing. He's connecting all of these things, and people aren't paying attention to him at all because everybody's focused on Putin and everybody else. Putin is leaving the Middle East pretty much. Erdogan has said, I'm in control now, not you, Putin. I'm in control with the help of Biden and Trump, okay, with my NATO partner. I mean, that's pretty simple to understand. And he is going to run all over it as the leopard because he already has all these alliances in place. I mean, this is pretty easy to understand if we just follow Daniel for the end of the age and get rid of the replacement eschatology. Because where's Russia now? Where's all the Russian prophecy teachers now saying Russia's going to invade Jerusalem? They're done. Okay. They're just done. Okay. I mean, America, give Joe Biden and his administration some credit with this. If you're against Russia, okay, give him some credit because he has got them out of the Middle East by the Ukrainian war. Okay. Give him some kind of credit. Okay. If one doesn't like him or whatever, supports him, give him the credit on this because he has moved, if you like biblical prophecy, he has moved Turkey into that position. I didn't think he would allow that, to be honest with you. Well, he did. He stepped out of the way and he let Erdogan take over Syria with major influence. Again, he's the one who controls it. Okay, he's the one who has the negotiations. I mean, think about it. He was the one trying to get Assad to the table. So he is the leader negotiator. Yes, Putin has tried to do it as well, but Erdogan has just told everybody that he's the power player with Donald Trump in the Middle East and Netanyahu as well. So again, it's one of those things where you can look at it in so many different angles, but again, everybody's got a gun to each other's head over there right now. And again, Turkey and Israel has not always seen eye to eye, especially Erdogan and Netanyahu. But on this scenario, they have. Okay, they won't eventually, but they have now because it serves both of their interests. Okay, with Assad being gone, Israel can shut off that southern border, or that southern flank of Syria, where no more weapons can come through from Iraq or Iran. Okay, so that helps the Israelis out at the bottom left corner of the map. Okay, they cut off Hezbollah, they cut off Hamas, they cut off Assad. You have just seen the transition from the Shia to the Sunni. Okay, the Sunni will take control now over the Middle East, not Iran. Okay, you're going to get into a Sunni crescent. Okay, not a Shia crescent. Okay, so it's very important to realize that. You've seen that over the last 20 years. Okay, you're about to see this right now with the Sunni nations controlling the situation. Okay, the Sunni nations are Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia. Okay, those are Sunnis. Okay, Iran is really the only Shia. Iraq is Sunni. Ultimately, now it's got a lot of Shia in there, and I think even Soudani, the leader over there, I think he might be a Shia, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but he's done a great job over there. But he's got Erdogan to deal with now, which is how lovely, right? To deal with this guy, Erdogan. So that's the transition, my friends. We've talked about it in Daniel 8 many times. We've gone through that prophecy probably more than any other prophecy because it's the end of the age prophecy. People can't get around it. I mean, I guess they can, but not really, because Gabriel says 3 times it's for the end. It's for the end, Daniel, for the end. Turkey and Iran, that's the only 2 countries. After that, everything comes from Turkey. Please understand that. So you can take Daniel 8 and put it on your refrigerator, check off Iran because they're about to be gone. And then you can watch the GOAT, Turkey, take control over the Middle East. And then we'll see how quick or how slow this process is going forward with the timetable that we're on, with the speed of all the prophecies. But my friends, let me just remind everybody that it collapsed in 12 days, the regime, 12 days. And they've been fighting the civil war for 11 years. Okay, 11 years. Like I said, nothing happens in decades, but decades happen in weeks. Okay, and that's what you just saw is a major movement. Again, if people are looking at the Middle East, if one's not looking at the Middle East, then I guess enjoy the Russia-Ukraine war, and that will never come to nothing but hopefully a truce or a peace ceasefire, and that's it. They will not go further than that. They're almost bankrupt. We're almost bankrupt as well. America is for supporting it. Okay, I'm not saying that in any kind of way, but everybody's bankrupt with wars. Okay, so Russia cannot afford to even go out of Russia. Okay, again, go look at the videos. They're leaving Syria. They're not going into Syria. They're leaving Syria. Turkey's going into Syria and are in Syria with major influence. And again, like I said, if anybody thinks this rebel leader's in charge, please go do some research. Okay, this is Recep Tayyip Erdogan with the American presidents, Biden in this situation. And then when Trump comes in, he will obviously do that as well. What's so interesting about this Shara guy, Julani, you'll hear that in the news, but his real name is Shara, Muhammad Shara, or Ahmad Shara is his true name. Okay, what's so interesting about this guy that lets you know that the Americans are involved in it is because America has a $10 million bounty on his head. Okay, isn't that interesting? We've got a $10 million bounty on this guy's head, and we've just allowed him, which is fine. I'm not saying that in any kind of way, but that just shows you America is supporting the Turks to take over this area because, again, the rebels are supported by Turkey, all of them. Okay, ISIS was supported by Turkey. Please do the research on that as well. I wrote it in my the book that we were just reading. I think it's the next paragraph after that. So my friends, if we look at these things from a historical perspective and as a timeline perspective, again, how these kingdoms have started to fall down, well, that's one of the major signs of the end of the age is Daniel's 4 kingdoms. It's kind of like the Jewish people were turning back to Israel. You know, that's a major sign of the end of the age is when the Jewish people make Aliyah to the promised land. Well, if we look at Daniel's 4 kingdoms, those kingdoms could not have happened before 1948 and 1967. They just could not have. Daniel wrote these for the end of the age, right? Daniel 12:4 says, your book, Daniel, your entire book is for the end. Please seal it for the end. He didn't say chapter 12, chapter 11. He said the whole book is for the time of the end. So when you read Daniel 2, 7, and 8, I mean, Daniel tells you in Daniel 2:28, this is for the latter times, he told Nebuchadnezzar. Well, people don't take it like that. They want to put Nebuchadnezzar in there. No, Nebuchadnezzar was 2,500 years ago. We're going to go through this on Sunday. If you want to stay with us for Sunday, Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, you're going to see this is for now, not for 2,500 years ago with Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, and Alexander, which is where a lot of people put it at. That's erroneous. God was giving us the understanding of how it's going to look at the end by declaring it through the prophet, right? God loves us. He does not want us to be blind. He tells us to watch these things to come to fruition. That's why when someone keeps up with the prophecies at the end of the age and not put them 2,500 years ago, just watch the Middle East go down. I mean, and then when people say Rome and Russia, you start laughing at them because they haven't read Daniel 8. They haven't read Daniel 2. They haven't read Daniel 7 in an end of the age understanding. Okay, they're still in the replacement theology probably and replacement eschatology to where they're not understanding who are the players of the Middle East. Okay, so it's very clear. Daniel tells you who the players are. He only mentions 3 nations in his book: Babylon, Persia, and Greece, or Yavon. That's it. Those are the only 3 nations. Okay, and then go to Revelation, and those 3 nations will make up the land area of the 10 kings. And we'll go through that again on Sunday to show everybody that in the book of Revelation. My friends, it's so important to realize that, to understand that Daniel is for the end of the age. Those 4 kingdoms will come in the sequence, and then Messiah. Iraq, Iran, Turkey, the conglomerate, Messiah. Okay, when I say conglomerate, the 10 kings, just like Daniel 7, the 4th kingdom says, and Revelation 13's 1b says as well. So we have to realize where we are. And my friends, this is very pivotal with end of the age prophecy. Very, very, okay? Whether people believe it or not, they will believe it because it's only going to come more and more right in front of our face to where people are going to realize they've been mistaught by looking at Russia and Rome. Again, Vladimir Putin is pulling out of Syria, not going into the Middle East. I don't even know if they'll keep their military base or their naval base. That's under negotiations with you-know-who, with Erdogan. Putin is not happy with Recep Tayyip Erdogan, everybody. The Ayatollah in Iran, since he's out of the coma now, is not happy with Erdogan because they know they can see the writing on the wall, if you will. Daniel 5, Mene Tekel of Harazin. Assad's kingdom was weighed in the balance on the solar eclipse on the Feast of Trumpets. He has been found wanted, and he is no longer in power. So again, pretty interesting tie-in when you look at Daniel 5 with Persia overcoming Babylon with that same writing on the wall saying. So there's a lot of cool tie-ins with all of these things. I'm just giving a summary of what I've understood and what I've kind of researched out. But there's no question over the past several years, you've seen this. I mean, this is where, again, when I say this, I'm saying just to keep prophecies in alignment with what Daniel is saying. Because this is, again, 2016 was when this book was released. And again, this is just following Daniel's prophecies. And this is what we were talking about then, is when you look at the Middle East, this is the next great war. It all comes down to that, you know, Syria, Iraq, that area of the Fertile Crescent. Okay, this is not trying to be right or trying to be Mr. Prophet. Just look at that area, my friends, and it's going to go down just like Daniel said. So that's why, again, I don't say that in any kind of way, but when you look at the prophecies, that's why I wrote the book that way, because you just write it the way Daniel wrote it. You got Iraq, you got Persia, Iran, and then you're going to have Turkey, and then you're going to have that conglomerate land piece of all of those 3 kingdoms as the 10 kings. Revelation 17, Revelation 13 confirms that. All of these, Ezekiel 38 confirms that. Turkey will be the leader of this pack. So until they became the superpower, which they're not yet, but you've seen the transition of them becoming that, okay, with this Syria thing. And you're only going to see it go further, again, especially with Donald Trump coming in office and his position on Iran, which he hates, and Turkey, which he loves, okay? And he has said that. You can do your own research on that. I think that's common sense for anybody who keeps up with the Middle East. But my friends, I say that just to show you guys that, again, no one's the prophet. Daniel's the prophet, and Gabriel told Daniel what was going to go down if we take him for the end of the age. If we take him 2,500 years ago, then good luck. I mean, just put in anybody you want. But Daniel has told us these three kingdoms that everybody agrees with: Babylon, Persia, and Yavin. Okay. The fourth kingdom is where people get confused on, because they want to put Rome in there because of the hatred of the Protestants to the Catholics, okay, or the hatred of America to Russia, you know. So you got to get out of that. You got to get Middle Eastern, Hebrew-centric, Israel-centric, the enemies of Israel, not the enemies of America, not who you hate as far as another religion, okay, the Catholics, the Protestants, whoever. You know, you got to look at the prophecies of what they say. You know, and they say Babylon, Persia, Yavin, or Iraq, Iran, and Turkey. And you're about to see this third kingdom, everybody. And let me remind everybody, once Turkey becomes great, the leader will no longer be in power or die. And then it separates into 4 of the 10 kings, everybody. So that's how this thing could slippery slopes, everybody. And again, we're in the middle of a Shemitah cycle. If you're not familiar with that, God's on these 7-year cycles. Okay, the last 7 years will be a Shemitah cycle. I think that's obvious. The last 7 years, Shemitah. Okay, so we're in the middle of that now. Some people are thinking, I'm not saying I think this, but some people do think that we could see the Messiah return on 2029 fall feast days. If that's the case, then you're about to see some things that, again, will be mind-blowing, and you will see the leopard being very quickly, okay, conquering all of these land pieces. Okay, so we'll just have to see what happens. No matter what, you will see Turkey become great, however long it takes. Okay, 1 year, 5 years, whatever. You will see Turkey become great. That is no question in my mind. If we're living at the end of the age, which everybody believes we are, then Turkey's the bad country we have to watch out for. Remember what Gabriel told Daniel, okay, in Daniel 10. That's why we did the video a couple weeks ago about Daniel 10, because you could see this coming. Okay, eventually you could see Turkey come. Okay, but what does it say? Daniel, I was held up by the prince of Persia, or whatever, the Persia, for 21 days. And now when I go back, I've got to fight him again. But then comes the prince of Yavin, Turkey, Greece. It says in your Bible, that's a mistranslation. Does anybody think the Greek people are going to come kill the Israelis? I mean, does anybody, do you know about the Greek people? I mean, do you think the Greeks are going to come kill the Israelis? No, they will not, okay, at all. Turkey might go over there and smash them too, okay? Go look at the history of what Erdogan has said about the Greeks and the Greek Isles and stuff. I mean, he has a problem with everybody, okay? North, east, south, and west. He has a problem with everybody. Please go do your research on what this guy has done over the last 20 years he's been in power. He has set it up for this time. And I believe if we're living at that time and we understand these prophecies right, God will allow him to fulfill his prophetic calling. Okay. Assad, the luckiest man of the Middle East. I've called him that for 3 years since I've done live videos. The luckiest man of the Middle East, no longer. He has spent his 9th life or his 50th life, whatever. He is gone back to Russia under asylum. He should be, well, I'm not going to say that. He should be in front of the courts or made an example because of how horrible he treated the people. He should have been treated like Saddam Hussein or Gaddafi, actually, okay, to be quite frank with you. But Russia was not going to allow that because they would look even worse than they do. So, my friends, Russia is on the decline. Iran is on the decline, or major decline. Hezbollah is gone. Hamas is pretty much gone. All of these JV teams are gone. Iran's not a JV team now, but the proxy groups are. This rebel group, forget about them. It's the Turks, okay? Forget about the rebel group. It's the Turks, okay, who's in control there. I promise you. And just see what he does. See what he does. I don't know what's going to happen next. I've got my opinion, but my opinion doesn't matter. Just watch Iraq, watch the Kurds. Please watch the Kurds and pray for the Kurdish people because they are in one terrible, terrible spot as a group of people, okay? So just keep an eye on all of these things, my friends. It is a transition of the Middle East. If people don't believe it now, they will believe it once Turkey continues to spread their influence across the Middle East. Could it be, is it going to be just an invasion of Iraq, Kurds and all these things? I think so. But remember, Iran fulfilled their prophetic calling by their influence through their proxies. Remember that. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, Iraq. So a lot of people believe that they were going northwest, south with a military invasion. They will never do that now. They will never do that now, except for when they come with Turkey down to Israel. That's it. They will not come to Israel. I've told many people that before. When Israel and Iran were going at it, I kept telling people they might trade bombs and all this stuff, but they're not going to get it on. They're not going to go to war because it's not in the prophecies. Turkey's going to take care of Iran, okay? And then Turkey will come down to Israel with Iran and Libya and Iraq and Jordan and everybody that's with them, the 10 kings, okay, and the people with them. So again, we must understand the trajectory of these kingdoms, okay? And you will never see Rome or Russia or America or anywhere in these prophecies, okay? America is involved indirectly because of what I just said. George Bush, Iraq, Obama, and Clinton took out, all these other places, Libya, Syria, etc. And now Trump is going to go with Turkey. Okay, he did last time. So this is easy to understand if we keep up with, again, America's going to be involved because we are the superpower of the world still currently. And then we're going to support Turkey. Number one, we have to because we're a NATO partner. Okay, number one. And number two, Erdogan and Trump are our friends. Okay, and he does business in Turkey with the hotels like I mentioned before. That's not saying nothing other than that. And he is a transactional president. And I promise you, he will allow Turkey to monitor and control and invade whoever with the Middle East. Why people need to be worried about the Kurdish people is this. I'm not going to say what he said, but I'll just quote what he said in a way. There's a quote out there, whether you believe it or not, that, basically I'll just say it like this. Trump is not a huge supporter of the Kurds, I'll say. I'll just say it like that to make it very easy, that he wasn't before in the 4 years. He won't be this time as well. Again, he will allow Turkey, in his mind, to stabilize the Middle East with their influence across the Middle East. Just like Iran was not the stabilizer, but they had the influence across the Middle East. Iran did. Turkey's about to do the same thing, but it will cause the Gog-Magog war. It will cause the beast kingdom to form. It will cause the 10 kings. All of these things, you're about to see these things, okay, in a couple of years, okay? As the years progress, you're going to see these things, my friends, because it's just read Daniel 8. And we will read Daniel 8 on Sunday as well to go along with Daniel 2, with Daniel 7. And again, if you're not familiar with that, there's 4 kingdoms that will rise to power at the end of the age. In Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, don't get caught up on all of the other stuff. It is important, but for the main point, Babylon, Iraq, Persia, Iran, Yavan or Greece would be Turkey. Remember, Messiah, Revelation 2, 12 through 13. I know your works, where Satan dwells, where his throne is. Pergamus, Turkey, that is it. So I'm going to believe Yeshua, and that's why we have to focus on where we're focusing on right now. Okay? So again, that's kind of where we are with everything. I know we were bouncing around with everything. It's just very important to realize where we are on God's prophetic timeline. That's why I believe I was led to write the book, God's Prophetic Timeline, Messiah's Final Warning. If one wants a copy of a free ebook on that, I'll send you a free ebook of what we just read out of the first book that I wrote in 2016. And you will see the trajectory of what we're seeing now, not because I know anything. I just plagiarized Daniel, okay, for the end of the age. And if we were at the end of the age, Saddam Hussein, Iraq, boom, that's the prophetic force. That's our Babylon. The Ayatollah is Cyrus. Erdogan is Alexander the Great. You have to look at it like that. If it for the end of the age, it's not talking about 2,500 years ago. It's talking about the leaders of those countries at the end that will go down in sequence. And you're seeing them in sequence. Iraq, Iran, now you got Turkey. And there's no question Turkey's about to be the superpower. So there's 3 in a row that Daniel prophesied about that has come to fruition in the times that we are living in, not 2,500 years ago. We're seeing these prophecies go down just like he said. okay, with Babylon, Persia, Yavon, and then you'll have the beast kingdom. My friends, that's how close we are for that as well. Okay, so right now let's go through Isaiah 17, and then we can talk about more events, or whoever has chats or whatever of the current events. But let's look at Isaiah 17 to see what this prophecy says and to understand where and when, not where, but when this prophecy will occur. Okay, and also where as well, because people have to understand it's not just Damascus that Isaiah is speaking of. He is speaking of northern Israel as well, and also part of Jordan once we read the prophecy. So again, just like all of us, we've talked about it before, we have to be very careful. Get excited, of course, get excited, but don't get too excited, because we have 4 million people that are living in Damascus right now, okay, and many more are probably going to come. You're talking about 4 million people at least would be destroyed by Isaiah 17, okay? So it's a very serious prophecy. It's not a prophecy that we need to all be just joyful about and excited about, because there's 4 million souls. Most of them are not believers that will perish once this prophecy happens. So I know we're all on the same page with that. Let's be very careful with it. We love all of mankind. I know all of you do as well. So we love all of mankind, no matter if they believe or if they're not believers. Okay, we still love them, and we pray for them, for the remnant to come out. And remember, we do have Christians in Syria as well, and many missionaries in Syria as well. So let's just be careful and responsible, mainly myself, because I'm the one talking about it, to understand that we have human lives on the line, salvation on the line, when we're talking about these prophecies. So with that being said, let me pull Isaiah 17 up real quick, and let's read it together. They're very short prophecies, so it won't take us long to do this, but give me 1 second. Okay. Let me supersize this so that we can all see this on the screen here. I know some of our eyes are not as good as others, including myself. So I'll supersize it so that I can read it. So I know you guys can read it because your eyes are better than mine. So, okay, so this is the prophecy about Damascus. Okay, this is going to be in one of the Hebrew Bibles, okay, so that we can understand it exactly. So this is what it says. This is a prophecy about Damascus. Damascus will soon stop being a city. It will become a heap of ruins. The cities of Aurora will be abandoned, given over to flocks lying down undisturbed. Ephraim will have no defenses. Damascus will cease to rule, and Aram's survivors will share the fate of Israel's finest sons, says Adonai Zavaot, or the Lord of Hosts. Okay, so let's stop right there and let's identify that real quick. He says a lot right there in the prophecy, right at the beginning. This is where people point to every time Damascus is under judgment or in war or something. You know, the prophecy teachers will all go back to this prophecy to understand it. But look at what it says. This is super important. It says Damascus will soon stop being a city. Let's leave it right there. It will become a heap of ruins. Okay, so does that happen? No, it has not. Will that happen right now? No, it will not. Okay, they're still functioning as a city. They're trying to form a new government. They're releasing the prisoners. This is not an Isaiah 17 moment. We've got 3 to 4 million people living in Damascus right now. So again, let's be very careful to understand that, because whenever this happens, those people will be dead who are not the remnant, okay? So we need to understand that Damascus will soon stop being a city. That has not occurred, and it will not until the end. It will become a heap of ruins. That will not happen until the end, the day of the Lord. The cities of Aurora will be abandoned and given over to the flocks lying down undisturbed. Ephraim will have no defenses. Damascus will cease to rule, and Aram survivors will share the fate of Israel's finest sons. So there's going to be a remnant from Assyria, from Aram. If you're not familiar where he's talking about this, remember the prophet Isaiah lived in this area where it was divided like this, okay? So he lived where Syria, Aram, controlled some of northern Israel, or eventually would eventually conquer Israel, northern Israel, right? They were the ones who destroyed northern Israel, was the Assyrians. So he's talking about Assyria as well. He's talking about so you're talking about northern Israel and Damascus is what the prophet is speaking of. So we've got to be very careful when we're talking about Damascus being destroyed. That means northern Israel, the Golan Heights, that area where Jewish people are, Messianics are, Christians are. We've got a lot of people we're talking about being, judged, if you will. So we've got to be very careful with the prophecy, because it says it's going to be a heap of ruins. It's going to stop from being a city. I mean, Damascus is one of the oldest cities in the world, like Jericho. So this is a major event that's going to happen, and we're going to see as we read the prophecy when this event will happen. So Damascus will soon stop being a city. It will become a heap of ruins. Obviously, that's not right now or even in the near future. The cities of Aurora will be abandoned and given over to the flocks lying down undisturbed. We saw where that is. That is basically in northern Israel or in that Kingdom of Jordan area. Some people debate on that. Ephraim will have no defenses. Damascus will cease to rule. Well, it's still ruling. And Aram survivors will share the fate of Israel's finest sons, says the Lord of hosts, Adonai Zavaot. Okay. When that day comes, so when that day comes, Yaakov's glory will wane. So when does his glory wane? Jacob's glory will wane at the great tribulation, right? And his full body will grow thin, as when the harvester collects the standing grain, reaping the ears of grain with his arm. Yes, as when they glean the grain in the Rephaim valley. Yet gleanings will be left, as when beating an olive tree, 2 or 3 olives at the very top, 4 or 5 on its fruitful branches. He's speaking about the remnant, and he's just using fruit to describe that, Verse number 7, on that day, a person will heed his maker and turn his eyes toward the Holy One of Israel. When will that happen, my friends? When will the Jewish people turn their eyes towards the Holy One of Israel? The day of the Lord. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai. This will not happen until the day of the Lord. On that day, a person will heed his maker and turn his eyes towards the Holy One of Israel, Yeshua. He will pay no heed to the altars made with his own hands. He will not turn towards what his fingers made, the sacred poles and the standing stones for sun worship. So again, he's talking about their attitude right now with the idolatry that's going on in the land, the work of their own hands. Does that sound any familiar about America as well? The work of our hands, the work of our hands. When that day comes, his strong cities, which others abandon when Israel's advance, will be like abandoned woods and forests. They will be laid to waste. For you have forgotten the God who saved you, failed to remember the rock of your strength. So you plant, So you plant pagan-style gardens and set out vine cuttings for a foreign god. Though you make them grow on the day you plant them, and in the morning your seedlings flower, the crop will vanish the day disease comes, a day of incurable pain. When is that? Day of the Lord. Oh, the terror-stricken uproar of many peoples, roaring like the roar of the seas and the rushing about of the nations, rushing and surging like wild, wild waters. Yes, the nations will roar like the mighty ocean, but he will rebuke them. Who is that? Yeshua, and far will flee. Driven them like chaff by a mountain wind, like whirling dust in the advance of the storm. As evening falls, you can see terror. Before sunrise, you have ceased to be. This is the lot of those who plunder us, the fate who prey on us. My friends, this is all about the day of the Lord, This is not going to happen tomorrow. This is not going to happen, in my mind, even during the Great Tribulation. Remember, Assyria is a part of the beast kingdom, The beast kingdom is not going to be destroyed until after Antichrist, Assyria is right in the middle of it, So again, please understand this. The day of the Lord is the day of the Lord. It's not the Great Tribulation. The Great Tribulation is the last 3.5 years of the age. Then the day of the Lord, The day of the Lord is Yeshua's day, The Great Tribulation is Antichrist time, That's written in the course of heaven, 42 months, 1,260 days, 3.5 years, however you want to call it. He's going to be unimpeded, Yeshua will not come until the Feast of Trumpets on the right after the last day of the Antichrist kingdom, Okay, that is the day of the Lord. That is when he's going to return. He's going to get us, and then he's going to pour out his vengeance for 10 days, called the 10 days of awe. And yes, Assyria will be one of them. Northern Israel will be one of them. Lydia, Turkey will be one of them. Please read what the prophets say, and they're going to all show you that destruction, the Lamb's wrath, and that's what this is, will be at the day of the Lord. Okay, the Antichrist will not destroy Damascus. Why would he? I mean, that's part of the beast kingdom, everybody. Look at what's going on right now. They're part of the beast kingdom. Okay, so they're not going to be destroyed because they're in the beast kingdom. The day of the Lord, just like it says, as evening falls, you can see terror. Before sunrise, they have ceased to be. This is the lot of those who plunder. I mean, that's a feast of the trumpets, day of the Lord, pour out my vengeance kind of thing. Just like we read in the prophets all over the place what he does to that area. Okay, what he does to this area is total destruction, everybody. This is the Lamb's vengeance, okay, the line of the tribe of Judah. Isaiah 63, I came by myself and I poured out my destruction on all of the inhabitants of the Islamic countries, basically is what he's saying. Go read it, prophet by prophet, Isaiah 10 through 23, Ezekiel 26 through 32, Jeremiah 46 through 52, the literal references of Yeshua fighting these nations, only these. He does not fight any European nation. He only fights these nations. So we need to understand that when we're reading these prophecies. When you talk about destruction of one of the oldest cities in the world, okay, I mean, goodness, we're talking about the day of the Lord. You're talking about all of these destruction of Arabia, the day of the Lord. Lydia, the day of the Lord. Gaza, that's not what he's talking about, what you've seen. He's talking about total destruction by Yeshua. We need to really understand, my friends, that we can't put Netanyahu, Trump, and Biden and Obama and all these worldly leaders in the place of what Yeshua is going to do. Okay, I mean, Yeshua is going to come do this, not Netanyahu, not anybody else. He's going to do it, and we've got to give him all the credit and not mankind. These players that we have on the earth now, the kings that we have on the earth now, Trump, Netanyahu, Biden, all these people, Erdogan, they're all pawns of what he's pushing them to do. Please really understand that. He's pushing them all towards the end of the age to do all of these. So don't get mad at Trump or Biden or Obama or Bush or whatever, even though you should. They're all doing the Lord's bidding, man. That's it. Netanyahu is too. Netanyahu will not win this war. Okay. There's no way he can. Okay. Please understand that. Okay. Yeshua is going to get all of the credit when he destroys all of these Islamic countries. Please read what I just said with the biblical prophets one by one. Every one of them says that. And let me remind everybody, your creator, your maker, and your savior in Revelation 2:12 through 13 said Turkey. Turkey, again, Turkey, or Pergamus, if one wants to be very clear about it. Pergamus, Turkey is in Western Turkey, okay? That's what Yeshua says. His throne is in Turkey. Please understand that. Turkey, 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 not Russia, 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 or Rome, 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 or wherever you want to put it. He is in Turkey, Western Turkey. And my friends, what you have seen with this Syria situation, it was going to break out one way or another. Syria, Iraq, or this Azerbaijan thing. It was going to break out one way or the other. And my friends, you just saw where it broke out. In Syria, this is just the very beginning of the march of the goat from the west all across to smash Iran. Whether that's literal, whether that's just saying they're going to be the superpower of the Middle East, we're going to find out. Okay, but the bottom line is, I think we can all agree, if one does their research, this is not the rebels taking over Damascus, okay? That's laughable. This is Recep Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey, along with America, supporting Turkey, taking over the land of Syria. And my friends, it is a slippery slope from that day forward. Once you give this guy this, he's been working on this, just like we read, just like I put in the book, I quoted him out. He's been working on this for a very long time, at least 8 to 10 years. He's been working on this Syria project, just like you have read, and just like I've read with what he quoted. Excuse me. I'm going to believe him because I believe God has raised up this guy just like he raised up Nebuchadnezzar, just like he raised up Pharaoh, just like he raised up Antiochus Epiphanes IV, the Hanukkah story. He raised up this guy as well. He raised up the Ayatollah. He raised up Saddam Hussein as well. And he has dethroned these men as well. Okay, so again, we're almost into that third kingdom. I believe we're starting to see that. Okay, the transition between Iran and Turkey, just please go read what the mainstream media is saying. I mean, if they know it, then you know that it's right, because again, I don't even listen to those guys. I listen to the Middle Eastern reporting and not even their mainstream. Okay, so I think it's very clear to everybody who keeps up with this that Iran is a sinking ship of fools right now. And I pray for the Iranian people to come to Yeshua. Okay, but they're about to go through some very tough times. The whole Middle East is about to go through some very tough times. And again, the whole world is about to go through some very tough times. So again, this is not a doomsday message. This is please enjoy your life. Please do the Great Commission and please watch these prophecies. That's really it. Enjoy your life, have a good time, biblically speaking, and keep up with the prophecies and pray for the people, because we're right here. If you love Yeshua and you want to see his return, then my friends, when things like this kind of move forward, and again, most people don't even realize they've moved forward, but they will. Okay, they will once Turkey really starts to move with their influence. Again, like I said, he's already got influence in Libya. He's got 10,000 troops in Libya. He and Sisi with Egypt, they've gotten their frosty relationship back a little bit warmer, not for long, but a little bit warmer. He's got ties with Sudan. They're one of the most fundamentalist Islamic nations. Somalia is on his team. Okay. He and MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince from Arabia, they've gotten their relationship back together. Again, both are Sunnis. Okay. Very important. Okay. He and Sudani, they're kind of hit or miss. Sudani is over Iraq. Okay. Right now, they're kind of hit or miss right now because Turkey's been involved in northern Iraq, Mosul, all that area with bombing and stuff because of the Kurdish people as well. So again, what he has done, he's got alliances in Azerbaijan. I mean, they're like peanut butter and jelly. He and I forget the gentleman's name over there. They supported the military action against the Armenians, and the Armenians just picked up and left. The Russians just picked up and left, and now they control the piece of territory, the real estate. So he has moved tremendously, my friends, is what I'm trying to say, in all parts of the Middle East with alliances. Remember, he's trying to have that Turkish Ottoman Empire revived, if you will. So it's super important to realize what he's done in the last 20 years with all of the diplomatic relations. And let me remind people as well that he has 40,000 troops, I believe, in Cyprus, okay, which is the island. If you're not familiar with it, if I can supersize this, which is the island right there outside of Syria and Turkey, right there in the Mediterranean. He has 40,000 troops, I believe, is the number in that area as well. So my friends, he's got troops in Syria, northern Iraq on the buffer area. And again, Iran is very, very nervous, my friends, with what's going on. I can tell you that for sure. And I believe you're only going to see Turkey become more dominant as we proceed down the area. But when we look at Isaiah 17, my friends, we've got to look at it in context. Okay, it's talking about the end of the age and the end of the age only. Okay, again, Damascus will not be destroyed until the day of the Lord. I believe the Lord will pour out his vengeance upon Damascus after he raptures the remnant from Damascus. I mean, I think it's pretty responsible to say as a believer that we don't want to see Damascus destroyed until the remnant comes out, right? Too many people don't say that. People just say, okay, Damascus is going to be destroyed, and they're not realizing that we have believers in there, and we still have a remnant that hasn't come to Yeshua yet still there, because there's still hope. Since we're not at the end of the age. Well, we're at the end of the age, but I'm talking about the very, very bad stuff, okay? We're not there yet, so there's still hope for these folks to come to salvation. So again, like all of us can agree with, let's be very responsible with it. Yes, it's exciting, but at the same time, seeing a whole city, one of the oldest cities in the world, destroyed with 4 million people in it, That's not good to see at any time, okay, because we love mankind, okay, and those people, most of them will be going to hell that don't receive Yeshua, okay? So we've got to be very careful with it. It will stop from being a city, just like the prophet said. It will become a heap of ruins, just like Isaiah said, but it does include northern Israel as well, Aurora, Ephraim, all of these places. Okay, we got to take it in context and understand what they're talking about. And then it goes on to talk about the waning of Jacob at the very end. Goes back to Daniel 8, that the power of the people will be broken, okay, to come to salvation. Okay, and then it talks about the remnant in verse 5 or 6. He's talking about agriculture, but he's talking about the remnant that's coming out of that. Okay, and then in verse 7, on that day, what day? A person will heed his maker and turn his eyes towards the Holy One of Israel. What day is that? What day will they do that? There's only one day, the day of the Lord. Okay, when he returns on that day, a person will heed his maker. You think they're going to heed their maker right now? No, they will not. They're going to heed their maker and turn their eyes towards the Holy One of Israel. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. He will pay no heed to the altars made with their own hands. I mean, he's going to absolutely destroy the city of Damascus. Only Yeshua will do this, okay? Not Netanyahu, not anybody else. Yeshua will be the one who kills all of these people, okay? Again, 4 million people who are not the remnant. So we got to understand, put this in context. This is a major event, okay? This is not what we've just seen. That is laughable, okay? Damascus is still a city. It's not a heap of ruins. We've got 4 million people in the city still. So I'm not sure what some people are talking about, that we're seeing the fulfillment of the Isaiah 17. None of us really want to see this. I can guarantee you that. We will all be resurrected during that time, during the 10 days of awe, and we might see it in heaven, but we'll have a different mindset. You know, that's for sure. And we should have the mindset now, but I don't think anybody's ready to see, or I'm not ready to see 4 million people being killed, being destroyed at one time, because I'm just not. Okay, if the Lord decides to do that, amen. Okay, who am I to say? But if you look at it responsibly, the Christians that are in there, the remnant that's still there, they're going to be raptured, of course, before he destroys it. Well, guess what? We're still here. We're not raptured. So that means there's Christians still there, the remnant still there, and it's going to be destroyed when he returns. Just like Arabia is going to be destroyed in 1 hour, okay, when he returns. Go look at all these prophecies like that. Arabia, Turkey, Lydia, Gaza. Go read what the prophet said. This is the day of the Lord kind of stuff. Yeah, you're seeing some of the prophetic foreshadows of Israel basically turning Gaza into rubble and all that stuff. Okay, great. But it's not what the prophets are talking about. What the prophets are talking about is their king. They're not talking about Netanyahu. They're not talking about Trump, Biden, whoever. They're not talking about Erdogan. They're talking about Yeshua as the king and the redeemer who's going to have his vengeance on these nations. Please remember that. Let's not put any human being as Yeshua to destroy these people, okay? That's just, he's the one who's going to do all of this, okay? He's got a slaughter. He's got a sacrifice of the nations. Okay, and Netanyahu will manage it, and God bless him. You know, Turkey, whatever, all these people. But Yeshua is going to be the one who destroys all of it. Okay, including Israel. Okay, please read it. The whole, including Israel, including America. Everybody's getting the sword. Everybody's getting the fire, except the ones who are raptured. Okay, please understand that. I mean, it's the sickle of the fire, the sickle of the sword. And when you read the Middle East prophecies that the biblical prophets say, man, it's going to be just like this. Isaiah 17, Isaiah 19, Isaiah 34, Isaiah 63. It's going to be ugly, you know, very ugly. So I know we're all on the same page here. It just always kind of perturbs me when I see people online calling for Isaiah 17. Oh, we're about to see it. We're about to see it. And we might be. But goodness, we shouldn't be gloating about it. We shouldn't be really happy about it, because there's about 4 million, again, people at least that are going to perish because they're not believers in Yeshua. So that should just tell you right there with the heart of God that that's not going to happen right now. That's not going to happen even in my mind during the tribulation. It's going to happen when he returns. Remember, Damascus is going to be a part of the beast kingdom, okay? And the beast kingdom will not be destroyed until Yeshua returns. So that's another point to go into Isaiah 17. We've got to understand that. And I think all of us do here on the channel. Okay, there's one other point I wanted to make before we go to Jeremiah 46. Okay, let me see if I can find it. He's talking about all their idols and things like that. Let me see if I can get to it, because this ties into Daniel 2, okay? So let's go to verse 13. It says, yes, the nations will roar like the mighty ocean, but he will rebuke them. Who will rebuke them? The King of Israel, Yeshua. And far will they flee, okay? Driving like chaff by a mountain wind, like whirling dust in advance of a storm. Okay, my friends, so remember that. And now let me show you something very cool about this shaft that we're seeing that goes into Daniel 2. We'll just go to a regular translation so that we can all understand it very clearly. Okay, so let's look at what this says here. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Daniel 2, let me just explain it very quickly, okay? We're going to go over this on Sunday. So if you want to join us on Sunday, Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8, it won't be long because they're not long chapters. Daniel 2 is Nebuchadnezzar's statue dream, right? Which we're all familiar with. He says the head of gold is Babylon. Then you got Persia. Then you got Yavon. And then you got the fourth kingdom. And then you got Yeshua. Look at what Daniel says that ties into Isaiah 17 about the shaft that Yeshua is going to do when he returns. That proves this is with Isaiah 17 as well. Okay, so here we go. Verse 31. We'll just go through the whole statue. You, O King Nebuchadnezzar, were watching, and behold, a great image. This great image was whose splendor was excellent, stood before you, and its form was awesome. This image's head was of fine gold, its chest of arms of silver, its belly of thighs of bronze, its legs of iron, partly clay. Okay, verse 34, you watched while a stone, Yeshua, was cut out without hands, which struck the image on its feet of iron and clay and broke them in pieces. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, the gold, all of them were crushed together and became like chaff from the summer floors. The wind carried them away so that no trace was found. And the stone that struck the image became a great kingdom and filled the whole earth. My friends, this is totally amazing. It goes right into what Isaiah 17 says, the shaft will be given away. Well, that's what Daniel 2 says. Again, they're all in sequence, just like you just read, and we're going to go through it Sunday. All of them are crushed together. That means they're in sequence. Iraq, Iran, Turkey, the conglomerate, Yeshua, not Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, Alexander. Let me wait 2,500 years for the Antichrist kingdom and then it's crushed. No, that's not crushed together. That's crushed 2,500 years apart. It says right here, they were all the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold. All four kingdoms, including the 10 kings, were crushed together in sequence at one time and became like chaff from the summer floors. That goes with what you just read with Isaiah 17. It will be like chaff when he gets done with the Middle East. I mean, it's going to, please read Isaiah 63. Please read these prophecies that people hate to read because they're very, very tough because of judgment and because of what's going to happen. But I wanted to tie that in because it is a tie-in. That will happen when Yeshua returns, the chaff. What you just read in Isaiah 17, that shaft is the same shaft as this shaft, okay? We don't have different shafts all over the place throughout history. No, one time they're going to be destroyed together at once. At one time, they're going to be burned, okay? And then that will be the end of the beast kingdom. Okay, so very important to read Daniel 2 with at the end with Isaiah 17. I thought that was pretty cool. Now let's go to Jeremiah 49 real quick, very short prophecy, and let's see what the prophet is going to tell us there. Give me 1 second, please. Oh, goodness. Okay. Give me another few seconds. 1 second. I just deleted it. Okay. So let me get this to where everybody can see this real quick. Jeremiah 49 is a very short prophecy. And it's going to give us another confirmation of what we are discovering here. Okay, so Jeremiah 46 through 52 is his judgments on the nations. Okay, if one's not familiar with that, it's very important to read the prophets, the literal references. That way, when we read Daniel and we read the symbolic nature of his prophecies, we won't be deceived because we know what Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Micah, Moses, all of those guys, who they spoke about, the regions that they spoke about. God is very interested in geography, everybody. Geography is very important to the Lord. And that Middle Eastern area is where these prophecies are written. He loves the entire earth. He loves every country on this earth. He loves all people on this earth. But he loves the Middle East because it's in the Bible. And that's where he's returning. Okay, so we got to put the focus on the prophecies back in the Middle East and not all over the world. Okay, so let me supersize this so that we can all read this, especially myself. Okay, this is Jeremiah 49, verse 23 through 27. This is his prophecy about Damascus. Let's see what the prophet says. Okay, Hamat and Arpad are confused, having heard bad news. They dissolve in fear, like the churning sea, which cannot calm itself. Damascus, weakened, turns to flee. Trembling has seized her. Anguish and pain take hold of her, like the pains of a woman in labor. That should ring bells to everybody about prophecy. How can a city so praised be deserted? Isaiah 17, a city that gave me such joy. Therefore, her young men will fall in her squares, and all her warriors be silenced on that day. What day? The day of the Lord. Not today, not tomorrow, not 2 years. On the day of the Lord. Says Adonai Zavaot, the Lord of hosts. I will light a fire inside of Damascus walls, which will consume the palaces of Ben-Hadad. Wow. So my friends, right there, he tells you again, Isaiah and Jeremiah are going to say the same thing. And he says, I'll tell you, Hamat and Harpad, most people will put that the kingdom of Jordan, okay? Northern kingdom of Jordan. Okay, there's debate on some of these things, but just look at the whole area kind of like this. Okay, let me get a little bit closer. Okay, so think about the Jordan that he's talking about is this area that you can see, the northern part of Jordan, on those names that we are mentioning here. Okay, so Hamat, Harpad are confused, having heard bad news. They dissolve in fear, I bet, because it's the day of the Lord. Okay, like the churning sea, which cannot calm itself. Okay, Messiah says that in the Olivet Discourse. Okay, and let's see, Damascus weakened, turns to flee. Trembling has seized her. Why is Damascus trembling? Because it's the day of the Lord. Anguish and pain take hold of her, day of the Lord, like the pains of a woman in labor. We see that language all throughout the prophets. It's talking about the end of the age and ends with the day of the Lord. How can a city so be praised, be deserted? That's Isaiah 17. It turns into a heap of ruins. Okay, it ceases from being a city. Same thing. Okay, he's talking about. Verse 26, therefore her young men will fall in her squares, and all of her warriors be silenced. When? On that day, which is the day of the Lord. I will light a fire inside of Damascus's walls, which will consume the palaces of Ben-Hadad. That was the king over, at that time, the prophecy was written. That was the king over that area, the palaces of the king Ben-Hadad. Okay, so my friends, it's a short prophecy, but I think as you can see, my friends, that is the day of the Lord. So again, this is very exciting times to be alive, also terrible times to be alive, you know, when we see all the death, but good for the Syrian people. I say that very cautiously because I know and you know what's coming to Damascus in the future, but I do pray that the remnant comes to Yeshua. I do pray for their safety. I do pray for their healing. Those folks have been through a lot of, could you imagine being in a refugee camp for 11 years? I don't think anybody on this channel could even understand it, including myself. 11 years because of the Western powers. These folks have been in refugee camps. Okay, that's just the bottom line. That's the facts. Okay, they've been in refugee camps. 3 million to 4 million have been in Turkey in refugee camps. Okay, So we do pray for the people. We pray for their healing. We pray for their health. We pray for their salvation, most importantly, to come to Yeshua. But unfortunately, tougher times are going to come only, okay? That's just biblical prophecy. I hate to even say that, but that's just biblical prophecy that it's only going to get tougher, not only for the world, but also for the Middle Eastern regions that we're talking about. Damascus, Israel, Tyre, Lebanon, Iraq, all of it, Turkey. Bad times are only going to come because of where we are at the end of the age, okay? So I don't say that in any kind of fun. I say that in all seriousness, that we need to pray for the folks and pray for the remnant to come out of Syria, out of all of the nations, including America, that the remnant comes out, because what's coming next is nothing short of the Middle East beast, okay? That's the bottom line. And again, I don't say that in fun. It is exciting to see biblical prophecy, but it's going to be absolutely terrible to see what goes on. It's already terrible to see this. We have no idea in the West what's going on in the Middle East on the ground. We have no idea, zero idea what these folks are dealing with no water, no food, no bread, no medicine, hurt limbs. I mean, it is just in shambles over there. So unfortunately, that's where they are. But again, I hope it gets better, of course. But again, ultimately, eventually, you will see it only get worse. And it's called the 10 King Beast Kingdom, that people will not have a choice, including the Muslim people as well. So I know we're all on the same page. We know who the winners are and we know who the losers are. And we'll go through that real quick. The winners of this situation in Syria are quite obvious: Turkey, Israel, and America. Those are the winners of this situation in Syria. The losers, of course, Assad, which is good. He needs to be Saddam Hussein or Gaddafi, in my personal opinion. If you go check out how those two men died, hanging or drugged through the streets, okay? And that might seem a little bit cruel, but it won't seem cruel if you go do your research on how he's treated the Assyrian people for 11 years for sure, and really 50 years, he and his father. So I think that's okay to say that, okay, that he needs to be drugged through the streets or hung in front of all the people for the death and the torture that he has caused the Syrian people. That is for sure. I believe that. So he is a loser. Iran is a loser. Hezbollah is a loser. And Hamas is a loser, okay? That's big time, okay? Because what does that mean? That means the Shia Crescent, is almost over. And then what's coming is this: Turkey, Arabia, and Egypt to a certain degree. Okay, we have to realize that is what's coming. Really, the Turks is what's coming. Okay, so just really understand that, my friends. I wanted to do a video on this. I know many people have done videos on this, but if you've been with us for however many times, and you've seen Daniel 8, you've seen Daniel 2, you've seen Daniel 7, and your eyes are focused on this, this is major. This is a pivotal point in the Middle East, okay, of what's going to happen. People might not look at it like that because people aren't really doing the in-depth research of understanding who's really in control of this situation. And it's two players. They're NATO partners, the Turks and the Biden administration in America. Okay, that's who's in control of the situation. Really, Erdogan is in control of the situation because of the strategic alliances that he has, and also what he has said. Just please go listen to what he is saying, okay, himself, okay? He has said that all along, that the rebels will go down to Damascus unimpeded, which they did. I mean, like I said, I didn't see too much fighting at all. And I watch a lot of this stuff. All I saw was victory laps, people shooting guns in the air around the square, and they just kept going down to Hama. They kept going down to Homs. They kept going down to Damascus, just unimpeded, just like he said. So my friends, just please understand that this guy is dangerous. This guy is evil. This guy hates Israel. He hates the Jewish people, and he is a conniving devil is who he is. Okay, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and he has been risen for this time, just like all of the other people have as well. And again, you will see Trump allow him to do pretty much what he wants to do, in my personal opinion, for many reasons. Number one, from what even Donald Trump has texted over the last on his whatever his social is, Truth Social, whatever it is America should not be involved in Syria. That's what he says. So he had the same sentiment before. I'm not saying this as a political statement. I'm saying this as a prophetic statement that he will allow Erdogan to rock and roll or to rule the Middle East is what I'm trying to say. That's pretty easy to understand if one's keeping up with Daniel's prophecies and also the timetable that we're on right now. You get your 3D glasses ready, get your popcorn ready, because this is just the beginning of the transformation or the transition between Iran to Turkey. The writing is on the wall, my friends. Daniel 5, that's where the phrase comes from, right? The writing on the wall. Many tekel uparazim. He's been weighed in the balance. Remember what the Feast of Trumpets is. Remember we had these solar eclipses. We had a solar eclipse on the Feast of Trumpets. Okay, what does that mean? What happens on the Feast of Trumpets? Everybody should know here on this channel that basically that's when kingdoms rise and where kingdoms fall. They rise and fall from the decision of the verdict on the Feast of Trumpets to Yom Kippur. Nations fall, individuals as well, okay, or rise or fall. So we're seeing the fall of Iran, we're seeing the fall of Syria, and you're going to see the rise of the Turks, okay? And that will be known very, very openly here very soon. It should already be open to everybody if people just listen to who's in control. I promise you, this rebel leader, okay, Ahmed al-Sharaa is his real name. People call him Muhammad Jalani, which is his Al-Qaeda name, but his real name is Ahmed al-Sharaa. He is not in control of Syria, okay? Please understand that. He is a pawn or a proxy, if you will, of the Turks. So is the other Syrian rebels. And then the Kurds are in a bad situation, and you will see what Erdogan does with the Kurdish people, okay? He hates the Kurds, and guess what? The sentiment is mutual, okay, because they hate him as well. And again, he's going to try to push those guys over to Iran. Again, what did he say? Let's read what he said again, if I can find it. And I might have already, no, I still have it. So let's read what this guy says, okay? Let me see if I can supersize this for us to look at. Okay, so this is the book, God's Prophetic Timeline, the first book. And again, this is just a quote of what he said after he invaded on the 500th anniversary in 2016, August 24th, Turkey, the leader Erdogan invaded Damascus, Syria, the same city that the first sultan did before he ruled the Middle East for 400 years. Think about that. Very important to realize he did it on the exact same day. And this is what he said. Syria is responsible for the terrorism since it refuses to accept our solutions. When we speak of Syria or the Balkans or the Caucasus, these were part of our Ottoman geography from 100 years ago. I believe we will overcome all of the obstacles in front of us, which will be the will of Allah. Turkey has a massive power, and we will use it. We are more confident today about our future because since the morning of July 15th, which was the Turkey coup, we are more powerful. We are now in a place that looks more hopeful. Our commitment in achieving the 2023 target. Turkey will cut off the front foot with the diplomatic games. We will continue to remove those who played their games, which he just did with Assad. Erdogan continued to add, what I promised in Syria, what I promised in Iraq, what I promised with the Balkans and the Caucasus is now within reach, okay? In 1516, the battle was called the Battle of Damascus. In 2016, it was called Operation Euphrates Shield. Very interesting. The Euphrates Shield is correlated with the memory of the Ottoman invasion of Syria at Damascus. August 24, 2016, the 500th anniversary could have set the stage and prepared the way for the next great war of Daniel 8, which now, 8 years later, we have seen the fall of Assad. Okay? I'll say this about ISIS real quick. Although world leaders and the mainstream media speak of an ISIS caliphate in the Middle East, it is not biblical, as ISIS will eventually fall under Turkey's caliphate and dominant reign. In fact, in July 2015, the United States Special Forces raided a compound housing Abu Saaf, the ISIS CFO. They produced evidence that Turkish officials directly dealt with ranking ISIS members. Please, please, please make no mistake. Turkey is and will be the leader of the Islamic Caliphate, just as the biblical prophets foretold. So I wanted to mention that again, because it's very important to realize about what's going on, about what he is saying. It's so important to realize what this guy says and to understand where we are with what he says. Okay, and again, he said it himself: Syria, done. Iraq, coming. Kurds as well. And then the Caucasus, coming. And it's already happened a little bit with Azerbaijan and Armenia. And then you've got the Balkans, okay? So we got to really understand what he's talking about. He's looking at this as his area of their country, the Ottoman geography, the revived Ottoman Empire, and what he wants to control or have influence with. Well, he just had a major victory. This is a major victory for Turkey. I mean, a major victory. I think anybody would say that. This is who knows what they're talking about, and everybody is in the Middle East. Everybody in the Middle East knows what this means. Everybody in the Middle East knows that it's Turkey time, and I'm not talking about Thanksgiving dinner. I'm talking about the nation of Turkey. It is Yevon's time to show their superpower across the Middle East. It lines up perfectly for them with the Biden has supported them recently, just then, and now Trump will definitely support them when he comes in. So you have both parties that are on the same page supporting a NATO member alliance. Please don't forget that. Turkey is a NATO member with America as well. And my friends, eventually you're going to see this. You're going to see the goat come across and smash the ram, okay? Turkey, Iran. There was already a smashing right here. I mean, this was a big deal for Iran. They no longer have the corridor to supply all of the weapons across Syria to Hezbollah and to Hamas and to Syria. They no longer have that. The Israelis took care of that, okay, with the southern border, also America as well. You have the Israelis on the western side of Damascus, if you will, in the blue, and you had the Americans on the Jordan-Iraq border with Syria, where that line is, prohibiting weapons coming across from Iran. So Iran has been choked off, okay? And guess what? They're about to be choked off even more when Donald Trump gets back into office, because that's what he did the last time, and that's what he'll do again. Okay, so this is lining up perfectly for the nation of Turkey, perfectly with the American president coming in. Everything's lining up perfectly for them over the next 4 years, okay, or more. We'll see how it goes. The next 4 years, you're going to see some things from the nation of Turkey that the biblical prophets wrote about. To me, that's pretty easy because you're already seeing it with Syria. A lot of us have been looking for this for 8 to 10 years, with this situation, and now we're here. Okay, so again, none of us are the prophets of the day. Daniel is the prophet of the day, okay? And the interpretation that we have to have is his prophecies are for the end of the age. That's it. It's really that easy. Don't try to put them 2,500 years apart or put other countries involved in them. No. Daniel 8, the ram and the goat. Just remember that. Daniel 8 is your end of the age chapter because it will take you to the promised land. It'll take you to Yeshua. Please understand that. It'll take you Iran, Turkey, the leader will die. 4 kings of the 10 will rise up. 10 kings, Antichrist will rise up, and then the war. Okay, he'll go against Jerusalem. I mean, it's really, amazing that he's given us this, an outline for the end of the age. What's so amazing is people aren't looking at that. People think it's Alexander. People think it's Cyrus and all these people. And you're like, man, you're missing the greatest show on earth right now. The greatest show on earth is in the Middle East with the biblical prophets, what Yah has told his prophets that were going to happen at the end of the age. He has told all of us these things. So again, They're called prophets, not historians. Okay, they're not historians. They're prophets for the end, and we've got to take them at the end, because what you're seeing is amazing, and what you're about to see will blow you away even more. So like I said before, go grab you a pair of 3D glasses. Might as well upgrade them to 6D or 9D or however close you want to get to this, okay? And grab you some cheddar popcorn or whatever popcorn you like, and don't forget the Kit Kat or the Reese's bar, and enjoy the greatest show on earth, because what you're about to see, man, people have wanted to see these things for 2,000 years, okay, and really 2,500 years when the prophets wrote about them. That's why Daniel was sick to his stomach, okay, sick to his stomach in Daniel 8 and many other chapters, because he couldn't believe what was coming from Yavon, okay? Please understand that. Please read how Daniel was so upset he was sick to his stomach because of what is coming to the nation, to his people. And we've got to have that same understanding as well, okay? And we're right here. You're about to see it. You're already seeing it. And again, you're only going to see it more and more and more. Iran is done. They are done. It's over, okay? And now it's just a matter of time before the regular person will understand that it is over and that there is a new sheriff in town, and his name is Recep Tayyip Erdogan, not the Ayatollah, not Netanyahu, not anybody else. He is the new sheriff in town, and God will allow him to reach his prophetic calling, just like we have said over and over. He's going to reach his prophetic calling, and just like Netanyahu is as well, just like Trump will as well, Putin will as well. But again, like I tell all of my friends who are Russian prophecy people, where is Russia now, my friends? Where is Russia now? They're not there. They're leaving the Middle East. I thought they need to come to the Middle East, not leave. Okay, so the Russian people have a major problem since this has happened, because now Russia's going to go back and they're going to try to hang on against Ukraine. Okay, so again, they've got major problems financially. They've lost half of their military to this Ukraine war, which is crazy to think about, because of the Americans supporting Ukraine, of course. So they had their hands full. That's why they couldn't help Azerbaijan, okay, they couldn't help Armenia against Azerbaijan over that crucial piece of territory that Turkey wanted Azerbaijan to get. Azerbaijan is a Turkic state, okay? We've got to really know the players and understand what this guy has done. And you're about to see the leopard pounce like you have never seen a leopard pounce, okay? Just like we said before, the leopard is the third kingdom in Daniel 7. If you are with us on Sunday, we'll go through that. What is a leopard? We said it before, very quick. He's a very quick creature, very fast, 36 miles an hour. That's moving for an animal, okay? Moving and grooving. And his spots never change. It will be swift. It will be decisive, just like you saw with Syria. 12 days, my friends, 12 days. These rebels, the Turkish rebels conquered Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus in 12 days. Have you ever heard about the 6-day war? Well, this is the 12-day war. Okay, no, not mean that in any kind of way, but it was that quick. Okay, it was that quick, swift. It's time. And my friends, like I said before, once Donald Trump gets into office, just because I believe he will help move all these things forward, okay, with prophecy. Again, a prophetic statement, not an American politics statement. It's just not. I don't do American politics. We do geopolitical politics. So please understand that. And I believe he will allow to move these prophecies forward with Erdogan. You know what he's going to do with the Israel and Gaza, the Palestinians. We're going to see what happens. The Jewish temple could be involved in that as well. So my friends, I mean, this is a great time to be alive. Also a terrible time when we see all this death and all these unfortunate situations that we have seen in Syria. I mean, it is totally disgusting to see what we have seen in what Assad did to his people in these prisons, on people just expressing their rights to express themselves, you know, that whether they disagree or not. So it's good that he is gone. The only thing that I wished is, and this might seem cruel to people, but go watch these videos and it won't seem so cruel. This guy needs to be made an example of, just like Saddam Hussein, just like Gaddafi. So I'm all for that, because how many people he has killed and ruined their families' lives. This guy is evil. Okay. And that's the only thing that I wish, is that he is drugged through the streets like Gaddafi, or he is hung in front of all of the Syrian people, because I believe that's the justice that needs to. I mean, I think that's pretty common sense, how many people that he has tortured and killed, and kids, and all these stories that you hear. I mean, I can't believe, well, I can believe, because that's who Vladimir Putin is. He's evil. So I can believe that he gave his evil friend asylum. But we're going to see what happens to Vladimir Putin here as well. He's had some bad months, okay? He's had a couple of bad months, I believe, in Russia and Ukraine, and now he's lost Syria. You know, he's not having a good time, I don't think, right now, which is in a way kind of interesting to see what he will do after that. But friends, I think I've talked enough about this. We've gone through Isaiah 17, also Jeremiah 46. The reason we go through these is to show people to be careful, be careful, be careful. We all love human beings. I know we all do. And that's why there's 4 million people living in Damascus, okay? And I'm sure there's more coming, because he's gone. So we've got to be very careful with pronouncing these things and hoping for these things, and they will come true for sure. But I don't hope to see 4 million people die. I just don't. I really do not want to see that. You know, so where we see it, we will see it. We'll be on the north side of things instead of down here, and that'll be a different perspective. But we just need to be very respectable of the people. I know most of them are not believers. I know that. But again, God is opening up the Muslims' eyes, just like he is all of our eyes. Okay. They're one of the most on fire churches in the Middle East. Is the Middle East churches is because of the persecution. And they see how tyrannical Islam is. So that's my prayer. That's my prayer for the people in Gaza, the prayer for people in Lebanon, people in Syria, and all over the world. We're just talking about that region right now, that they open their eyes to the truth, and they see all the destruction that's going on through Islam, and what Islam has done to their families. Hamas has done to their families. Hezbollah has done to their families in Lebanon, what Assad has done to their families. And to realize the truth is not Islam. You know, the truth is Yeshua, the Messiah, and to come to him in true faith. You know, that's my hope for the Syrian people. I'll close with this before we get to the comment section. In Isaiah 19, and we'll read Isaiah 19 one day. It's about a prophecy of Egypt, you know, at the end of the age. But I always find this very lovely to read this when you get to the end of Isaiah 19. And most of you guys are familiar with this, but this is how he ends the prophecy of Isaiah 19, which is really just for Egypt. But this is what he says as well with 2 other nations. Okay. Verse 22, it says, "And Yah shall smite Egypt. He will smite it, and he will heal it." Amen. "And they shall turn to Yah, and he shall heal them." He shall hear them, and he shall heal them. "In that day," what day? The day of the Lord, "there shall be a highway from Egypt to Assyria. And Assyria shall come into Egypt, and Egypt into Assyria. And Egypt shall serve with Assyria. In that day, Israel shall be one of 3 with Egypt and Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the earth." I'll say that again. In that day, what day? The day of the Lord, the millennial kingdom. Israel shall be one of 3 with Egypt and Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the earth, whom Yah of hosts shall bless, saying, "Blessed is Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, my inheritance." I always find that very, very interesting and lovely that in this passage in Isaiah 19, he called Egypt his people. He called Assyria the work of his hands, and Israel his inheritance. There's going to be a beautiful highway, my friends, from Syria to Egypt through the promised land. You can see it right there for yourself. How beautiful, right? That will be in the day of the Lord. So my friends, please, and I know all of you guys do, please understand how much he loves this area. I mean, he loves this area. Of course, he loves the whole world. He loves America. He loves China. He loves everybody. But he has a special connection with this region right here. And that's where he's returning. That's where he's going to set up the highway. He's going to have the King's Highway, all of these beautiful things. So just keep that in mind when we're talking about these Islamic nations, that in the millennial kingdom, it won't be like it is now. Okay, everybody's going to bend the knee. Everybody's going to confess. Everybody's going to understand the moment of truth when the King of Israel comes back to restore things the way they should be, including Assyria, including Egypt. I mean, man, he loves Egypt. I mean, he sent Yeshua down there. He sent Abraham down there, Moses. I mean, he loved Joseph. He loves the nation of Egypt. He loves the people of Egypt. They just got to come to him, and they will once he turns them over to the Antichrist. In Isaiah 19, that's in there as well. He will hear them and he will heal them, just like he's going to do all of his remnant, all of his people in Egypt, in Assyria, in Israel, in Libya, in America, in Russia, in China. He's going to have his remnant everywhere come to him. And now is the time, my friends. Now is the time more than ever. You're seeing some amazing things in biblical prophecy. You really are. You know, you're seeing how things had to work together to get to Syria, the Russia-Ukraine war, the Israel-Gaza war. And if those didn't happen, you probably wouldn't happen to see what you're seeing the last 2 weeks. Since that did happen, now you're seeing the results of it. The winners, Turkey, Israel, America. The losers, Iran, Syria, Hezbollah, Hamas. You're seeing the transition between the Shia to the Sunni. The Sunni will be the power. The Shia will be the fragile. Just like Daniel said in Daniel 2, one will be strong, one will be not. The Sunni will be the strength. I can promise you that. You got Arabia, you got Turkey, you got Egypt. I mean, hello, everybody. Iraq, those four Sunni right there. There's the power of the Sunni in Turkey, Iraq, Egypt, and Arabia. Okay. And then only in Iran is the major country of the Shia and the proxies. Well, that's all gone. The JV teams, like I've said many times before, the JV teams are done. Okay. No, I'm not even worried about, when I say the rebels, talk about Turkey. Okay. They're not the JV team, that's Turkey. Okay. Well, they are in a way the rebels, but Turkey's controlling that situation. That is for sure. So my friends, amazing times to be alive. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. I wanted to do this video. We'll be back with you Sunday to go through Daniel 2 and Daniel 7. And again, show you the trajectory. We'll read again from the book, one of the books that kind of explains how this works, like we did tonight, to give the understanding of only the prophets. We just got to keep up with the prophecies and just let them unfold. It might take 10 years. It might take 5 years. It might take 1 day. It might take 12 days. Okay, just like with Syria. That's how quick it can move. Okay, but if we understand the prophecies and we understand the timeline, none of us know everything, but we'll at least understand where we are because we're following the prophecies that he gave us to understand the end of the age. So, excuse me. So it's super important to realize this, my friends. If we understand, number one, the time we're living in, on the timeline, we're at the end of the 6th day. That should tell everybody everything they need to know. We're at the end of the age. And then the prophets are going to fill in the blanks. Okay, once we understand that, then we had to see 1948. Then we had to see 1967, right? The capture state of Israel, and then Jerusalem had to be captured in 1967. And then we had all these solar eclipses and blood moons confirming all these things. Well, that's what we're in right now. Please remember, I just thought about this, not to go on many rabbit trails, but please remember that we've got a blood moon coming on March 14th, 2025 on Purim. Okay, what's Purim? Well, that's the story of Esther, right? The book of Esther. Haman, where's this? It's in Persia. Please just remember that as we go forward. Okay, that it has to deal with Persia. Purim does, the book of Esther. And we've got a blood moon on that festival this year. And by the way, we've got it next year as well. So in my opinion, you're going to see some amazing things here in the next several years because of all we're talking about And that's why I tell people you have to understand a lot of these things because then it all comes together very cool. We've got to understand the calendar. We've got to understand the feast days. We've got to understand the covenants. We have to understand the solar eclipses, blood moons, understand the timeline of Daniel, the four kingdoms. We've got to put all of these things together because he is showing us all of these things right now. He's showing us everything right now. Blood moons all over the place, solar eclipses all over the place on the important days on the biblical calendar. Very important. We've just seen Syria go down. That's been in the making for 11 years. And finally, he has gone down. So my friends, you're about to see even greater things as we keep going forward. And again, we are going to try our best to keep involved in these things so that we can bring the knowledge if you guys would like that. So if you guys join us. So thank you again, everybody, for joining us tonight. We will go through the questions and the comments. If you choose not to stay with us, we'll be back with you again on Sunday again with Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, very important prophecies of the four kingdoms that we're going to see before Yeshua. And we'll show you that both chapters will show you these are in sequence at the end of the age, not split 2,500 years apart. They're in sequence at the end of the age for all of us to understand. And I know we do understand it because we're tracking with Daniel as far as the second coming events, and it's all coming together quite nicely as he has written. So again, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us tonight. We'll see most of you guys Sunday. If you don't stay with us for the chat, we'll see you Sunday night, I believe, at the same time of 7 o'clock for Daniel 2 and Daniel 7. Have a great Shabbat. Rest easy, and enjoy your day. With that being said, we'll go through some of the comments and the questions. Shabbat Shalom to you. Nana MC, great to see you as always. Thank you so much for joining us. Freddie, good to see you, my friend. Shalom to you and Shabbat Shalom to you. And we hope you have a great weekend of rest. James, always great to see you, my friend. Shalom to you. Quizzes for gardeners. I love your handle and your picture. Shabbat Shalom to you as well. Thank you very much for joining us. We hope you have a great Shabbat as well. Denise, always great to see you, my friend. We hope all is well, and we hope you're staying warm up in New Jersey. Shabbat Shalom to you, Amy. Great to see you as always. We hope all is well. We hope you have a great Shabbat as well. Michael, Shabbat Shalom to you as well, my friend. Rest easy tomorrow as well. Thank you for joining us. Tom in Connecticut, Shabbat Shalom to you, my friend. Great to see you as always. We hope you are warm up in Connecticut. I'm cold just thinking about it. Okay, so we hope that you are doing okay up there. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, Denise, praying for peace in the Middle East. Amen. Okay, James, on October 6, 2019, Trump pulls out U.S. troops from Syria. October 9th, 3 days later on Yom Kippur, Erdogan invades Syria and Iraq on Yom Kippur. Right after this, reports of COVID started coming out. Could we see another pandemic soon? In my personal opinion, I think we're going to see everything, because if we're living at this time, if everybody thinks we're living at this time, okay, and it's up for everybody to discern and decide that, then if we are, then Yeshua says there's going to be earthquakes, plagues, pestilences, hurricanes, floods, wars, rumors of wars, love of many will grow cold. We're going to see all of that. So, yes, if we're going to see that, it would not surprise me, because we definitely will see, and I know James and I, we agree on this, we definitely will see Trump support Erdogan, okay, with this, guaranteed, okay, unless Trump just totally does a 360, which he can, but I don't think so. But if he did, more than likely, 99.9%, he will allow Erdogan to run. He was going to do it last time. And then, just like James said, COVID happened, and then it stopped really everything because it was not the appointed time. Guess what, my friends? It's the appointed time now, okay, because of many things that we've discussed with a lot of things with the leaders that are back in place now, with Netanyahu Erdogan, Trump, El Sisi, all of these players are there to move these prophecies forward tremendously, tremendously. So I do agree with that, and it would not surprise me if we saw the same exact thing because what's interesting with this is what's next is the Kurds, okay, and Iraq. Remember what Erdogan said: Syria, Iraq, the Balkans, and the Caucasus. Okay, so there's Iraq there, and he has a problem with Iraq because of the borderline. Okay, so look at the border. The Kurds, if one's not familiar with the Kurdish people are, the Kurds are where all four countries come together: Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. That area of those four countries where they all come together is where the Kurds are. Okay, so they're in northeast Syria, they're in northern Iraq, they're in southeastern Turkey and northwestern Iran. Okay, so that's where it's called Kurdistan, unofficial, but that's where they are. And like I said before, Erdogan hates them, and guess what? Same sentiment back to him. They hate him. They've been bombing each other, fighting each other for years, man, ever since he got into office, because they hate each other. So he wants to push them over, okay, from Syria. And now that he owns, again, now that Turkey controls this green area, he's wanting to push the yellow over, okay, get them over, get them out, get them over, because he hates them, okay? So we got to understand that this falls right into what Daniel 8 says about them going over to Shushan, which is on the border of Iran and Iraq, and crushing Iran, okay? So you can see if this is the case, and I'm going to take Daniel for his word that he said 3 times, this is for the end, Daniel, in Daniel 8:17-20. You can read that for yourself. Gabriel, the angel, tells Daniel 3 times, this is for the end, Daniel, the end, that Turkey will smash Iran. Daniel had the vision in Shushan, which is, if you see where Iraq is, where the Q is in Iraq, just go to the east of that on the borderline, right in that area is where Shushan is. Okay, well, Daniel was living in Babylon, so he was over on Shushan, okay, tending business or whatever he was doing, and on the river of Ulai, which is right there at the borderline where I showed you, okay, and I mean, he's going to do it. I mean, he's going to push them over, okay, because he's got Turkey and he's got basically center western Syria, and to push them over through northern Iraq to Iran. Okay, remember the Kurds and the Iranians are kinsmen. Okay, the Medes and the Persians. Okay, Medes, Persians, Kurds, Iran, kinsmen. Okay, so he's going to push them over. In my personal opinion, he's going to push them over because he wants Iraq, and he wants Iraq free of the terrorists that he calls the Kurds. And we'll see how Soudani, the president of Iraq, responds to that. Okay, I mean, Iraq is in no position to fight against Turkey. We all know that. I mean, goodness gracious, they're just now getting their country back to reasonable conditions because of what happened in 2003 with George Bush. So again, it's just going to be interesting to see what happens. Again, Turkey has the power play. Turkey just did the power play. And again, you're going to see them, in my opinion, push the Kurds over, and we'll see how he handles Soudani with Iraq. If Soudani wants to fall in line, great. If he does not, we'll see what happens. And then we'll see how the Ayatollah deals with all of these. Since he's out of the coma now, we'll see how I don't care if he's in or if he's out, they're going down. Okay, Iran it's over. It's all, like Bob Dylan said, it's all over now, baby blue. Okay, it's over for Iran. Okay, so we must really understand that. And you'll see Turkey throughout the years, throughout the months, however long it takes, the leopard will control the Middle East, as far as what Daniel says. So thank you for that, James. I appreciate it. All right, Wanda, Shabbat Shalom to you, my friend. Great to see you. Hope all is well. We hope you have a great day tomorrow, a restful day, a restful Shabbat. Sam, great to see you again. Shabbat Shalom to you, my friend. We hope all is well, and same to you. We hope you have a great Sabbath tomorrow in hot Atlanta or cold Atlanta. Now, not too hot now. Okay, Denise, then will Turkey be the one to invade Israel when it's living in peace? Yes. So that's the prophecy of Ezekiel 38. And that's why, again, like Denise is talking, that's why it's pretty, if we understand the prophecies, we can just see it go down, because Daniel 2, 7, and 8 will align with Ezekiel 38, right? So what do I mean by that? Is once Turkey becomes great, okay, then you have Ezekiel 38 in line, okay? Until Turkey becomes great, we do not have Ezekiel 38, because Ezekiel 38, all of those nations, Magog, Togarmah, Gomer, all of those names that he mentions are in the nation of Turkey only and not in Russia, okay? Please understand that. Russia is leaving the area. They're leaving Syria. They're not coming to Syria. They're leaving Syria. Please go look at the videos of all the army trucks with all the weapons going to the base to be flown out of there, not to there. So Russia, please forget about that. Okay, and we'll see what happens with them in Ukraine, and it really is irrelevant to a certain degree with what we're talking about. Okay, they're leaving the area. Turkey's coming in the area more so. Okay, so you tell me, this is just, use your eyeballs. Turkey's coming down more, Russia is leaving. Very simple. So Ezekiel 38, it says Turkey is the leader of the nations. Persia is underneath them. Libya is underneath them. Okay, Jordan is underneath them. Okay, all these areas. So we got to understand that these people are underneath Turkey. Turkey is the leader of the alliance, because all of those nations in Ezekiel 38 is in the nation of Turkey, okay? And it's the head of the alliance. Erdogan has called for the Islamic alliance, the 10 kings, basically. Please look it up. I mean, he's called for that with the Islamic meeting that they had. So all of this is lining up pretty quickly. Please watch him, okay? And please listen to him, because he's going to do what he says he's going to do. I mean, he's doing it right now. He said Syria, Iraq, the Balkans, and the Caucasus. And he has done that. He has done that for sure. So we've just got to get the education, which we all have, the knowledge, which we all have, and then just watch these things go down, and don't be persuaded if it takes time, or don't be it's going to take time. Don't go off of that once you get the revelation, and once you're seeing it, nothing is going to stop this, okay? No, and I say this, how I say it, no one's going to stop this, okay? No president's going to stop it. No prime minister's going to stop it. God's prophecies are moving, and no one's going to stop them, okay? It's only time on his timing where they belong, and we're seeing it in real time. We're seeing this in real time. The third kingdom of four, everybody, coming to power. They're not there yet, but this is a major event, okay? Syria had to go down, and that's why I felt led to write it the way I did in 2016. This area, Syria, Iraq, whatever, this is the area that the transition is going to be, because that's where Daniel saw the vision, number one, and that's where the countries are that Turkey needs to get out of the way, so to speak, since Assad did not want to get on board. Erdogan tried to get Assad to meet with him many times to talk about the division of Syria and how they wanted to do it. Assad didn't want any part of that, so here you go. Here comes the results from that. So very important. So I hope I answered your question for you. But yes, Turkey will be the leader of the alliance. Ezekiel 38, Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8. When it's living in peace, that is for sure. Why is it living in peace? Is because of what's about to go down over in the Middle East with the peace, okay? And I'll just leave it at that. My friends, you've got some exciting times. If you love biblical prophecy, you've got some exciting times ahead of you, because what you're about to see is some amazing things. And again, this is not a political statement, a personal statement, an American statement. This is a prophetic statement, because he's the leader of the free world. When Donald J. Trump gets back into office, you're going to see a lot of things move because of what I've said. He has the skill set to do these things, and the other presidents did not. All of them did not have the skill set that he has to do it, and also the attitude of not really giving a care what anybody thinks, because God is going to move him, Netanyahu, Erdogan, all of them, King Hussein, Sisi, you name them, all of them. He's going to move them to do his bidding for the prophecies, for his biblical prophecies to come to fruition. If you would have told anybody 2 weeks ago that Assad would not be in power right now, I think everybody would be stunned. Okay. So this is major stuff. Okay. This guy's been in power. His family's been in power for 50 years, 54 years to be exact. Okay. Gaddafi was in power for 40 years. Okay. These are major events that have to go down for the beast kingdom to line up. And my friends, when Turkey becomes great, you're going to see that beast kingdom come out of it. Okay. Again, Revelation 2, I know where you dwell, where Satan's throne is, and where he dwells in Pergamus, Turkey, everybody, in Western Turkey. That's what Jesus himself said. Revelation 2, 12 through 13 to the prophet John for the end of the age. So thank you very much, Denise. I hope I answered your question. Marcia, Shabbat Shalom to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Great to see you. We hope you have a great and restful Shabbat. Okay, let's see. Azerbaijan, James, Azerbaijan, which is Turkey controlled, is on the Caspian Sea, as you guys can see there. Turkey controls this, and it has 50 miles inland to Tehran. Iran, Persia will not stand a chance. I mean, what he has done is, in my opinion, I think James probably has the same sentiment, is now he has Turkey and Syria, and just as Iran came westward, Turkey's going to go eastward. Okay, that's just my opinion. Is he's going to go eastward and south. Okay, but he's going to go eastward to get Iraq. He's going to get Iran. He's going to come down through Lebanon, and I believe eventually to Israel. Thank you for that, James. If you've been watching Israel, they are clearing a flight path through Syria and Iraq. Yep, they are removing all Syrian air defenses now for an attack coming in days and weeks. I mean, like I said, they have hit 450 targets in Syria, man. You almost ask yourself, why haven't they done that before? But who cares? They're doing it now. 450, let me make sure I'm right. Yeah, 450 sites they have bombed in the last 2 to 3 days, 4 days. So the infrastructure, the military infrastructure in Syria is absolutely destroyed, because of that. So very good. Thank you, James, for that. Okay, in the middle of the Shemitah cycle right now we are. At the end of the Strong Generation, May 14th, 2028. The Shemitah ends September 9th, 2028. Or it's actually 2029 is when the Shemitah ends. From 2022, the 2029, actually. Okay, Denise, God is going to deal with all the nations that go against Israel. So is it wise for us to be helping Turkey? Probably not, but it's politically wise. We're a NATO partner, so just like NATO does, if one goes to war, all goes to war. But I don't think it's smart because you're getting in bed with the beast kingdom, basically. But we'll see what happens, with that. But we will help Turkey. When I say help, we will allow Turkey to do their thing. That is for sure. And this is another true statement. Biden has supplied weapons there. Really, the U.S., I won't just put it on Biden only. I'll put it on the U.S. government has supplied weapons to everyone, including our enemies. I mean, it's the most bipolar relationship I've ever seen. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense that the U.S. government, okay, Republican and Democrat, they support Israel, but then they give money to everybody else that hates them. I mean, I just don't I do understand it, but shame on them. Shame on them. But that's what we do. The U.S. government, we support Israel, but then we get in our bipolar state, and then we start giving money to Hezbollah, Hamas, and Iran, and Turkey, and Egypt, and there you go. Shabbat Shalom to you, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us, Evan. Great to see you. We hope you have a great day and a restful day, mañana. Okay, Isaiah 17 is about the time of the Antichrist in Egypt. By the end of this story, nothing left. And amen to this. When they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction. Please remember that. I think you are going to see a time of peace here in the next 4 years in the Middle East, and then sudden destruction after that. Personally, is what I think. So thank you, Denise, for that. James, this is awesome. Look at Alexander the Great. I believe it will reflect closely the events that's coming. Alexander consumed the whole Middle East in just over a year. Think about that. The leopard. Alexander represents the leopard as well. Thank you, James. This is great. Thank you for mentioning Alexander, because that's what most people would look at him as the leopard. They will not look at the future. They'll just leave it at the time that the prophecy was written, pretty much. In the order, which is fine as long as you know that they're going to come back again at the end. But Alexander consumed the whole Middle East in just over a year. I mean, that was back in 333 BC, everybody. So it's not too out of context to say that Erdogan can't do the same. Just like James says, Erdogan will do the same once the invasion starts. Okay. So again, I think that's awesome. I'm so glad he mentioned that, because in biblical prophecy, those who do not look at it as the end of the age, they will put Daniel 7 as Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon, Cyrus, Persia, and Alexander the leopard. Okay. They'll put that. So Babylon would be the lion. Okay. Iraq would be the lion. Persia or Iran would be the bear. And then, let me back up. I'm using their current names. So back when, if you're looking at it from an ancient time standpoint, the lion would be Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus would be Persia, and then Alexander would be Greece. Okay. If you look at it at the end, which we should, then that's Saddam Hussein, the Ayatollah, Persia, and Erdogan, Turkey. And then you'll have the conglomerate that's coming. My friends, I mean, Syria's already split up into a couple of regions already. So when Daniel 8 says that Turkey splits up into 4 kings, I mean, you can already kind of see how they're going to split. You know, I mean, I'm telling you guys, it's very slippery from here. It can be very quick, just like the leopard is. I'm glad James mentioned that, because Alexander, most people would put as the leopard. Okay. And he is the prophetic foreshadow, the leopard, which James just said, just over a year, he took over the Middle East on elephants. Okay. I mean, think about that. He didn't have the technology we had today, on elephants and all these other ways, you know, just ground forces. I mean, totally amazing. Thank you for that. Okay. A loud noise, a fervent heat, and everything will be dissolved up. What manner of people want you to be? Okay. Watch for the oil embargo from the Saudi Arabia, just as we saw in 1973. If that happens, it'll be a different global economy. It'll be, just like he says, think gas lines and complete shutdown of the global economy. Please keep your eyes, just like he says, keep your eyes on the Hormuz Strait, which is this little strait between Iran and basically Oman, as you can see, okay, in the Persian Gulf. Keep your eye on the Suez Canal with the Houthi rebels. They've caused major problems already in the Red Sea, as we all know. So again, if they want to cause craziness, they can. Okay, Persia, Iran, and we'll see. We'll see what they do. It would not be wise for them, but we'll see what they do. Thank you for that, James. Very good. Very good. And thank you for that, Denise. I always forget to do that, to say that. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, James. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the work that you do as well, my friend. We'll talk very soon. Okay, Rick, Shabbat Shalom to you. Thank you so much for joining us as well tonight. We hope you have a great Shabbat tomorrow. It says this, Denise, that is the great and terrible day of Adonai, the battle of Gog and Magog at the end of the millennium. Okay, I think that was a comment back to Denise, so I'm not even sure what they were talking, so I'll leave it at that. I wonder, this is interesting. I've never had this question asked. I wonder if Og, okay, back in the ancient days, is connected to Gog. Very interesting. I'll have to think about that. Actually, I've never had someone say that. That's pretty interesting. Wonder if Og is connected to God. And Shabbat Shalom to you, Iron Clay. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope you have a restful and beautiful Shabbat tomorrow. Very interesting question. Okay, and this is cool. There are two different Gog-Magog wars, one prior to the millennium, or the day of the Lord, Yeshua's millennial kingdom, and then there's one after that, which is Revelation 20 at the very end of the millennium. So at the beginning and at the end, there's major differences when you read those two. I think I've gone through it before, but there's major differences. They're not the same war because of the major differences that they have. So thank you, James, for that. Just because the name's the same, that doesn't mean it's the same war, right? It's just an overall name of what Satan's called, basically. And I think it's always great and helpful that we look at the maps because it gets us more familiar with the area. So thank you for that, Iron Clay. I know it helps me to look at the maps and to understand it. And the more we look at it, it's just kind of like the more, I'm glad you mentioned this, the more we look at the maps, the more we look at the prophecies over and over and over. Keep reading them, keep reading them. And again, the revelation will come to where the Holy Spirit's going to let us look at the right area. This is the area right here. That includes Afghanistan, Pakistan, of course. But this main area where these major countries are, Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Arabia, Egypt, Libya, Sudan, Somalia, that right there, my friends, that's where you are in biblical prophecy. Of course, Afghanistan, of course, Pakistan as well. But that is where you are. And that's where the 10 kings will arise from. And with Assad going down, you're going to see how this will evolve into the 10 kings eventually. And just like Tom says, amazing literal ties between Daniel, Isaiah, and Jeremiah. That's why it's very easy when someone starts talking Roman Russia. It's so serious, it's not funny, but it is funny in a way because they're not reading what Tom is saying with Daniel, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, those literal references. And I'll say them again. Isaiah 10, chapter through chapter 23. Ezekiel chapter 26 through chapter 32. And it even tells you the literal names of the nations he throws in hell, which, by the way, are Turkey, Iran, Jordan, Oman, Moab, Islamic, okay, in Ezekiel 32. Jeremiah 46 through 52 is your other chapter. If we understand those chapters and we understand those literal references, as well as he has a war with Amalek forever, that doesn't mean, that means forever. He's got an Amalek war, that's southern Israel. So he's telling us the geography is what I'm trying to say. The table of nations, please understand it. If you take the table of nations and you overlay it to this map right here, there's your Antichrist kingdom, everybody. It's really that simple. If it's not in the table of nations, it's not there. Okay, so just understand that. Just overlay the table of nations in Genesis 10 over that, and there you'll have your 10 king beast kingdom. It's very simple. Then the prophets, what I just said, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, you go read those chapters right there. Daniel, then go to Daniel, and you won't take Daniel as Rome or Russia or whoever else that people want to put him as. You will take Daniel as Babylon, Iraq, Persia, Iran, Yavon, Turkey, because Yeshua tells you to take Satan's throne in Yavon or Pergamus, Turkey. And then the fourth kingdom we'll go through Sunday is just that one conglomerate king, a 10 king system in the Middle East with all of these countries. That's it. Okay, that's really that simple. And then the surrounding nations, Russia, America, China, will choose sides, just like we're doing now. It's really that simple. And you've already seen the prophetic foreshadows of it. So people try to make this stuff very complicated, and it's really simple if we have the knowledge of a calendar, the feast days, the covenants, what the war is about. We understand the table of nations. We understand the literal references. Okay, like Thomas says, the literal prophecies of these nations, that the day of the Lord, in that day, on that day, the day of the Lord, Every prophet was looking for King Yeshua to return. Okay. They weren't looking for, and I don't say this in any disrespect, they're not looking for any other human leader to do this. They're looking for King Yeshua to come back and do this. Not a leader of Israel, not a leader of America, not a leader of Russia. No, they're looking for the day of the Lord, King Yeshua, to come back to do all of these things and no one else. So let's all give him the credit to do all this and not any human leader down here. I pray for Netanyahu. I pray for the American president, whoever that may be. I pray for whoever the Israeli prime minister may be, to make the right decisions. That's what I pray for, is to make the right decisions, but also for God's will to be done. That's it. I'm not going to try to pray against God. I'm not going to try to pray against his will. I'm going to pray for the people to make the right decisions and for his will to be done, however that looks, and not try to pray against him because I'm loyal to any Israeli or American president or prime minister. No one can see clearly if they do that. If they are in bed or if they're in love with any political leader on the face of this earth, they're compromised with clarity. They're compromised with clarity because they're involved in an emotional attachment to a political figure. That means they cannot discern the prophetic. That's it. That's easy. That's clear. Okay. If one's all into Joe Biden, people cannot see clearly. If one's all into Donald Trump, people cannot see clearly. If people are into Netanyahu, you will not see clearly. Put them out here, they're political figures. That's it. And discern them and test them and understand what the prophecies say. That's it. Instead of getting into American politics, American racial politics, which people like to get into because America's racist and the politics are racist in America with the church and everything is what I'm trying to say. You can't get involved in that. You got to stand clear of that, discern these people and understand that your king and my king is him and him only. That's it. Okay, and we're not going to give anybody else the credit of what the prophecies say that he's going to do. Not any American or Israeli or Russian or Turkish leader. No one. He's going to get all of this right and him only. So thank you very much, Tom, for that. Super important to read the literal prophecies of the Antichrist with the area that he's coming from. Every one of them will show you that right there. Turkey, Syria, Iraq, that's it. That's where he's coming from. That's all. Okay, and that's why it's laughable when people start talking about all these Russian leaders or popes or American presidents. I think we've gone down about 5 or 6 presidents so far, and none of them are the Antichrist. So I guess they're waiting for some other American president to rise up. So we've got to focus on what the prophets have said and not our own personal vendetta against any religion, against any country, against anything that Western society loves to do with their own interpretation of the biblical prophecies. Gabriel, the angel, has told us everything that we need to know. Okay, you don't need me, you don't need no one else. You need the angel Gabriel sent by God to his wise prophet Daniel, who I'm going to trust wrote it down, that he is only talking about 3 nations in his book: Babylon, Persia, and Yavan. That's it. That's all he talks about. He names them by name. Daniel 2, he names Babylon, and then just follow history as the prophetic foreshadow. And again, it's for the end. Like Daniel 2:28 says, for the latter days, Nebuchadnezzar, I'm telling you this. Nebuchadnezzar did not live in the latter days. He lived 2,500 years ago. The latter days are right now with Saddam Hussein, with Ayatollah, with Erdogan, and then you're going to see the conglomerate. If we're living at this time, which I certainly believe we are. I mean, everything's fallen just like the prophet has said that was going to go down. And when Turkey becomes great to where everybody in the world can see how great this beast is, what does it say? Who can come against the beast? That's how great Turkey's going to be. That's what Revelation says, that's what the people say. Everybody worships the beast. Who can come against the beast? That's how great Turkey is going to be. It didn't say that about Iran. It didn't say that about any other nation. It said that about the nation that Yeshua said is Satan's throne, and that is in the nation of Turkey, this beast is coming, and that leopard will pounce the third kingdom all over the Middle East. And if you stay with us on Sunday, we will show you that, and we'll show you the trajectory. We'll go back in history again and show you the trajectory that Turkey has been on since Erdogan has taken over in 2001. That's how long he's been working this process, for about 24 years. So again, I believe he's going to finish what he has been raised up to do. Thank you, Tom. Okay, Denise, praying for the lost in the world to come to Yeshua. Amen and amen and amen. The whole world. Rick, Gog, Gimel. Very good. That's funny. In fact, we need to do the Gimel. I think I'm a little behind on the Hebrew lessons, so I'm going to try to do that in the next couple of days. Do the Gimel as we continue our journey on that journey we're on with the Hebrew letter. So thank you, Rick, for reminding me of that. Okay, Ironclad, did you hear about Travis Timmerman, who was released out of a Syrian prison? He's from Missouri. He was found walking barefoot through Damascus going to Jordan. He said he was on a pilgrimage. Yeah, I mean, he's been over there for a long time, and he and other people, I mean, congratulations, and God bless him for surviving. You know, praise be to God for surviving in that mess that he was in. But congratulations to him and all the other American people who are found, and also all of the Muslim people, all of the Syrian people, whoever they may be, the Druze, the Alawite, whoever you are, all of the Syrian people, congratulations again. Congratulations. But just understand that what's coming down in the future will be even more worse than what they have been through already. Sad to say and regrettable to say, but that's what the prophecies say. So the prayers for that area is on time. Okay, to those who do evil, anguish and tribulation to the Jew and to the Gentile. And I might have missed, praying for the lost, and then also to those who do evil, anguish and tribulation to the Jew and to the Gentile. All right. Let's see, Rick, James, what scripture are you using for Gog at the beginning of the millennium in Ezekiel? Okay, so that's a conversation between those two guys. So Daniel chapter 12, it says in verse 4 that, again, Daniel sealed this book until the end of the age, the end. So the book will not be unsealed until the end of the age. We can all try to unseal it, but if we're not at the end of the age, it won't make sense. But look at what we just discovered. He has unsealed it, okay? Because you have just seen you're almost about to see two kingdoms fall down that Daniel said was going to come first. And you're already seeing the third one kind of rising up to that PowerPoint position that Daniel prophesied about. So again, if all three of them come in a row, just like he says, I think everybody needs to pay attention and realize we're here, where we are. And again, I think this is really simple, but just to be conservative, once we see Turkey fully become, you can already see them becoming, but just for the stiff-necked people out there who want to hang on to Russia and Rome, you'll see. Russia will never come down to Israel. Russia is leaving Syria, not coming to Syria. Turkey's coming down to Syria, or they're there now. Okay, so just wait and see what they do with this. It's going to be very, very interesting, and the prophecy tells us they're going to become great. Okay, but they've got to smash Iran, however that looks. They've got to take care of Iran, and then they will become great, split into 4 regions, or the leader will no longer be in power, and they'll split into the 4 of the 10 kings. That's how quick it could come. All right. All right. Some of this is conversations between individuals, so I'll leave it between those guys. And I'll just have a respectable disagreement with this. I mean, Europe is falling. No one's going to rise out of Europe. Europe is bankrupt. They're broke. They have problems. They're not rising whatsoever. France has problems. London has problems. No way will Rome ever rise again. Again, there's only three kingdoms, my friend: Babylon, Persia, and Greece, or Yvonne. That is all. And Revelation 13, that beast has 10 horns, and Daniel 7's fourth beast has 10 horns. And Revelation 13 says the beast is a lion, a bear, and a leopard. That's it. There's only three kingdoms. Revelation 13 didn't put four kingdoms in there, just put three kingdoms in there. Okay, the lion, the bear, and the leopard, which is the first three kingdoms of Daniel 7, which tells us the conglomerate land area only will make up Revelation 13 only. Europe is not the lion. Great Britain's not the, no way. Lion is Babylon. That's always been the line. If do the and we'll show that research here Sunday as well. But we got to get focused on the Middle East. And all due respect to my friend here, I love him, but in my mind, there's no literal references whatsoever with Europe. Never, zero. Rome's mentioned 16 times in the Holy Bible and not one time in destruction. So if they're the bad beast kingdom, then why isn't the prophecies towards Europe for the end of the age instead of the Middle East? So every prophet you go to, you will never find a European country in there. So all of the countries that Yeshua fights are Islamic nations, every one of them in the chapters that I mentioned: Isaiah 10 through 23, Jeremiah 46 through 52, Ezekiel 26 through 32. Ezekiel 32 tells you exactly who he throws into the pit of hell, literally. Every one of them are Islamic. Not one of them is European. So we got to get out of the European stuff. That is a deception. Okay. Europe is falling. Islam is going to conquer Europe, man. So, go look at London, go look at Spain, go look at everywhere, go look at Sweden, go look at Germany. You think Germany is going to rise to power? They're bankrupt. They're falling. France is falling tremendously. So no way will Europe ever rise again. Europe is being judged right now for what they've done to the Middle East. America is about to be judged for what we've done to the Middle East. And I say this, I love America, I love Britain, I love everybody, but the facts are America and Britain have caused the Middle East to explode since 2003. And guess what? Judgment has come to Europe. Go look at London, go look at France, go look at everywhere. Islam is taking over their countries. Europe will never rise. Europe will fall. If Europe rises, it will be an Islamic Europe, okay? But that will not happen. But Europe will not rise. There's not any prophecies other than Daniel's visions and Revelations 17 and 13 where people can put Rome and Russia and all these places because they're symbolic. But if you know the literal references, then you can. And like I say, go to Daniel 8. Daniel 8 debunks Europe. Daniel 8 debunks Russia because it's the end of the age prophecy that deals with two nations: Iran, Turkey, 10 kings, Antichrist from that area, and that's it. So please, in all due respect to anyone out there, please put your head in the Middle East. The whole Bible is Israel and Middle Eastern centric. That's it. The prophets would not have known about Europe, or when I say prophets, Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel, they would have never known about Russia, Europe, Rome, London, none of that. Their biblical world is what you're looking at. That's what they would have known from the table of nations. So again, they're called prophets. They're not called psychics. They're called prophets, meaning they're going to prophesy through the table of nations. And they're going to prophesy through something that we can understand instead of picking and choosing whichever country we think is going to be there because of whatever eschatology that people are talking about. The European Antichrist thing should not even be in someone's head because look at the world right now. Europe is falling, not rising. It will never rise ever again. Okay. And the Middle East is rising. Turkey is rising. Russia is not rising. So these conversations will get easier and easier for people like myself because just look at the ground, look at what's going on in the ground. So we've got to get off of the European stuff. We've got to get off of the Russian stuff. It's just false eschatology. In all due respect to Rick and to everybody out there who might have that eschatology, it's just false. It's just wrong because Turkey is rising, no one else. Turkey is rising. And just look at the ground, look at the trajectory, look at everything else. And Europe will definitely not be rising to overtake the Middle East. That has already happened. And that's why they're being judged, is because the way they dealt with Israel when they divided the land. Okay. So, and I agree with that. It's never going to be Rome again. It'll be the Turks. I mean, it's pretty simple. Just look at what Turkey's doing. Please understand what Turkey is doing. Again, Yeshua said Satan's throne is in Turkey, not in Europe. Okay, please understand that, everybody. Revelation 2:12-13. Please read it for yourself. It's where he dwells, present tense, where he, what does it say? Where he dwells and where his throne is. Okay, present tense language, everybody, not where it used to be, where it used to be dwelling. No, where he is, where he dwells. He never said Rome. He never said Europe. He said Satan's throne is in Turkey, Pergamus, Turkey. Pergamus is in Turkey, not in Europe. So we've got to take it. I don't mean this any kind of way, but it's very important for people to be in tune with what Yeshua is saying and the prophets are saying. It's in Turkey only is where Satan's throne is, and where he dwells is where he will be. So again, and now look at Turkey, look at what they're doing right now. So please wake up, everybody. It's going to be right in front of your eyes. People are missing the greatest show on earth by looking everywhere else but the Middle East. Okay, please enjoy what the biblical prophets have told us. Middle East, Middle East, and Middle East, and we will not be an era. And all we have to do is watch it, because as days continue, everybody who's looking at Rome and Russia, keep looking, okay? Because you're missing the action where the action is, and that's in the Middle East and North Africa, which is where everything is evolving into these Middle East beasts that the prophets have said over and over and over again. Take out Daniel and take out Revelation just for this conversation, and go to all the other prophets. If you take out Daniel and Revelation, all these people, they have no legs to stand on. No, they don't even have legs to stand on now, but they have zero legs to stand on if you take Daniel and Revelation out of the prophetic understanding, and you go to Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Moses, Micah, you go to all the other prophets, instead of the symbolism, you won't find any of this stuff in Europe. That's why people don't like to do it. People want to stick with just Daniel and Revelation because they can choose who they want to choose, because they hate the Catholics, or America hates Russia, or whoever, whatever this weird stuff is. Please read what the literal prophecies state with these people at the day of the Lord. Okay, that's what the prophets came. They had two responsibilities, major responsibilities when they came to the people. A, Jewish people, you're in rebellion, you're against the Torah, repent, or you're going to be exiled. That's number one. Number two, we're going to prophesy about the day of the Lord through the events that we're seeing today. That's it. I mean, totally amazing gift that they, I mean, what an amazing gift that they could write and prophesy through the days that they were living in and the kingdoms that they were going to see ultimately for us. And if people could really understand that, it's really easy. I mean, this is easy. Just look at it like that instead of what you've been taught with Rome and the hatred of the Catholic people and the Protestants and the Russias and the Chinas, and I don't know who else we're going to have. I guess Australia is going to rise up next, since Europe's going to fall and people don't know where else to go. But we've got to get back to the basics. Take Daniel, and I mean, Daniel tells you who the kingdoms are. I don't know why there's debate. Daniel tells you Babylon, Persia, Yavan. That's it. Daniel 8, only two kingdoms, Iran, Turkey, 10 kings, Antichrist, Promised Land. There's no Rome. There's no Russia. I mean, I just don't really realize what people are reading when Daniel says it's for the end of the age 3 times, a triple confirmation to tell all of us to wake up and understand that it's Iran and Turkey, 10 kings, Antichrist, Yeshua, basically is what the scenario is from this point forward. From this point forward, it's Turkey, 10 kings, Antichrist, Yeshua. Okay, 4 steps is what Daniel 8 says. There's no Rome, there's no Russia, there's no Sweden, there's no Germany, there's no Spain. I mean, he's not coming to Barcelona, none of that. He's coming to destroy the Middle East with fire and the sword, and really the whole earth. But especially from what the prophets are saying, literally what the prophets are saying, this area only is what the day of the Lord, the 10 days of awe, will be about, is these people. And everybody else in the world as well with all the judgments, but the war itself, Yeshua's war he has, is with these people. Please read every prophet, including Daniel and Revelation, but read all the other ones first so that you understand what the players are. And then read Daniel, and you'll be like, boom, kind of like reading Paul. Read the Torah, the prophets, and the Psalms, and the Gospels, then read Paul. Don't read Paul and then, okay, let me go back to the Gospels. No, read it in order. And it's what I try to say. Same thing with prophecy. Read it, what they say, and believe them instead of what America's worst enemy is and what the church, they hate the Catholics hate them. Okay, wonderful. But that doesn't mean they're in biblical prophecy. Okay, I'm not taking up for Catholicism. I think it's demonic. Okay, I totally disagree with it. They're just not the Antichrist kingdom. It's really that simple. They're just a false religion. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay. Okay, and this is good. I remember the Eastern Division of the Roman Empire was located in Constantinople, Turkey. And again, this is a great, I'm glad he mentioned that, because that's where people get confused as well, is because they look at Daniel 9 and it's like, well, Chad, Daniel 9, 26, 27 says, the people of the prince is going to destroy the temple. Wasn't that Rome? Wasn't that Titus? Yes, it was Titus. But if one would go deeper into the scriptures and deeper into history and to understand what Josephus said about the eastern leg of the Roman Empire, okay, because Constantinople is basically where is Western Turkey, basically. Okay, well, they weren't recruiting Europeans. They were recruiting the Middle Eastern people. The legions, if you go look at the legions that General Titus had when he destroyed Jerusalem, okay, only one of them was from Europe, and that was in Bulgaria. Okay, only one, it was in Bulgaria. The remaining 4 or 5 legions that Josephus talks about, Turks, Egyptians, and Arabs, is what Josephus says. The most renowned historian that Jew and Christian go to for this kind of stuff, he says that the people that made up General Titus's army were Turks, Egyptians, Syrians, and Arabs. Please read it for yourself. So even if one wanted to go there, it says the people of the prince who is to come. It didn't say about a kingdom, and that's where people get confused, is Daniel 9. In Daniel 2, he uses metal components for kingdoms. For Daniel 7, he uses beast. For Daniel 8, he uses beast for kingdoms. Okay, so in those 3 chapters, he uses animal or metal components as symbolism for kingdoms. So why in Daniel 9 did he say the people of the prince who is to come? Why does everybody look at it as a kingdom? He would have used a beast kingdom, or he would have used a metal component, just like he did in Daniel 2, Daniel 7, and Daniel 8. He would have been very consistent. He was not. He wrote it that way for us to go dig deeper to understand who the people were. Daniel 9 says the people of the prince who is to come will destroy the temple. Well, everybody knows that the Roman Empire destroyed the temple in AD 70. And that's why everybody thinks, oh, Rome, 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 because people are shallow readers, okay? They don't go research deeper, okay? Go look at who the people of the prince were. The people were Arabs, Turks, Egyptians, and Syrians, okay? That's why Daniel wrote it the way he wrote it, okay? The Hebrew word for that is am, like am, and that means a company of a group, like kinsmen, okay? Well, the Europeans aren't kinsmen of the Arabs, okay? They're just not. So again, I say this in love, but we gotta get off the surface reading and just the people of the prince, oh, Rome, okay, that's it. That is not responsible as someone who is dealing with prophecy. You got to go deeper. Why did Daniel write it like that? Why did Daniel write the people of the prince? Why did he write it like that when he used animal components or metal components for all the other kingdoms and all the other chapters? You see what I'm saying? He didn't do that in Daniel 9. He said the people of the prince who is to come will destroy the temple. Roman Empire destroyed it, but the people were not Romans. The people weren't Italians. The people were not Europeans. They were Arabs, Turks, Syrians, and Egyptians, just like Josephus said. So again, we just got to get deeper. We got to get deeper. And then some of this stuff is just because when some people talk to me about, in all due respect to everybody, I love everybody. But when people start talking about Russia and Europe, I mean, it's just laughable, because it's just, look at the Middle East, look at the prophecies, look at what's going on. Please open your eyes. Please look at the greatest show on earth that people are missing because they're looking in the wrong geography. God is very interested in geography, and the geography he's interested in the Bible, okay, is the Middle East and North Africa. That's it, okay? And the outer nations are the outer nations. Europe is just a bunch of nations of the nations, is what I'm trying to say. If they're not literally mentioned in the Holy Bible, forget about them. They're just part of the nations. America is just another nation in the nations. I know that disappoints a lot of Americans because it's all about us. In the Bible, it's not about us. It's only about Israel, okay? And then the nations. Please realize that, Israel and then the nations, okay? The surrounding nations are the ancient enemies of Israel, okay? And then the outer nations where we all live, we are what we are. But people need to get back to Bible 101. If they're not in the table of nations, if you can't overlay that map with this map, don't do it, because it's going to be very consistent. This is an easy conversation, but indoctrination is indoctrination. You know, people love to choose who they choose. I mean, goodness, we've got to just take the prophecies, what they speak of, you know, and they speak of this. They don't speak of Europe. They don't speak of America. They don't speak of China. The kings of the East is not China. Okay. It's just, we got to get away from this Western understanding of prophecy is what I call it. So anyhow, please understand that. Please, I challenge you to go read what Moses said about their generational enemies. I challenge you to go read Jeremiah 46-52 as the day of the Lord. Isaiah 10-23, day of the Lord. It tells you that. Ezekiel 26-32, day of the Lord. He tells you that. Daniel explains to you who these folks are. He never said Rome, not one time. He said Babylon, Persia, and Greece. That's it. That's all. That's all. And then those three, just like John says in Revelation 13, the lion, the bear, and the leopard will be the conglomerate of the beast kingdom. That's it. There's no fourth kingdom. There's three, and then they're all together. Just like Revelation 13 says, I saw a beast, one beast. He was a lion, he was a bear, and he was a leopard. He was the Babylonian Empire, he was the Medo-Persian Empire, and he is the Grecian Empire. That's what John is telling everybody, that he's Babylon Empire, land area. He's Medo-Persia, land area. He's Grecian Empire, land area. So really, just look at the Grecian Empire land area and you'll know the beast kingdom, because again, they had to conquer one another's land. Rome never conquered Parthia. Okay, we'll go through that Sunday, which is Persia. They never conquered Parthia. If they didn't conquer Parthia, you got to put them out. That's one of the reasons they didn't fit the bill as the fourth kingdom, because they did not conquer Parthia. Medo-Persia conquered all of the land area of Babylon. The Grecian Empire conquered all of the land area of both of those kingdoms. That's why we read Daniel 2. They're crushed together in sequence. Babylon, Persia, Iraq, Iran, Turkey, the conglomerate of the land, and then Yeshua will come and dominate them. So we'll go through that on Sunday, because Revelation 13 is very important to understand. But if you don't understand Daniel 7, you won't understand Revelation 13. Revelation 13, John is telling you to go understand Daniel 7, have the right eschatology of the end of the age. Unfortunately, people don't put those two together, because people aren't reading what they call the Old Testament, what I call the Tanakh. They're not reading that. They're just taking Revelation only. And John is confirming everything that the biblical prophets have said. And yes, John is a prophet. When I say biblical prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, John is a biblical prophet as well, but he's confirming everything that has already been written. Okay, I can show you, we can show you all of that. Like I said, Revelation 13, Daniel 7, so we got to put things together to get the right interpretation of it. I used to be a Roman guy. I never was a Russia guy, but I used to be a Roman Empire guy, 15, whatever years ago. Okay, because I didn't do the homework. But we've got to get more knowledge. We've got to get educated. We've got to throw off all this replacement theology, eschatology, and get back to the literal references of what the prophets have told us to look at. And guess what? When you're looking at Daniel the way we're all looking at it, you're seeing it. I mean, gosh, you're seeing it. Iraq gone, Persia gone, now Turkey, boom, big move into Syria. That's a huge move into Syria. People might not believe that, but they will believe it when they see this guy run all over the Middle East as Trump allows him to run all over the Middle East. You will see it. You will see it. Okay, so yes, that's a very good point, James, that Constantinople, okay, is Istanbul, Turkey of today. That's where the eastern leg of the Roman Empire, the headquarters was, until they fell to Mehmed II, I believe, in 1453. And then it was the Ottoman Empire for the next 400 years. All right. All right, Dale, Shabbat Shalom to you, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us from the Cayman Islands. We hope all is well down there. And we hope you have a great rest on Shabbat. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, and Cheryl B., thank you so much for joining us. Shabbat Shalom to you. We hope you have a great day of rest tomorrow. And again, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Okay, this is a question. Personally, I'm not going to probably give you my opinion on that because my opinion really doesn't matter. We'll just have to watch the prophecies. A lot of people believe that, I don't want to say a lot of people, some believe it's Erdogan, President Erdogan of Turkey that will come down and he's Gog of Magog. Some believe it's the Antichrist. I'll just leave it at that. For me, excuse me. For me, I'll say this for everybody. I think everybody knows this. For me, and I tell all my friends the same thing, is I'm not really concerned about 5 years from now or 4 years from now or even 1 year from now. I'm just worried about right now. What are we seeing right now according to the prophecies, and then keep going according to the prophecies. I think it's great that we can talk about these things and ask about who's this and who's that, just like just like she is saying. So I'm not saying let's not have fun with it or talk about it or whatever, but just for me, I hope that makes sense to Denise and everybody. For me, I'm just worried about right now. Where are we right now in the prophecies? That's why we're going through all these prophecies. Where are we right now? And then the prophecies will tell us how far we've got to go or where to go with the prophecies. And then we will know. Do I think Erdogan is a major player? Yes. Do I think he's Gog or the first king? I've told everybody in the book I wrote 8 years ago, I think he's the first king. Is he Gog? I mean, does that relate to Gog? We'll see. We'll have to see what happens. But I wrote in the book in 2016 that my personal opinion was Erdogan is that first king in Daniel 8, and then there will be the Antichrist after that. Some people believe that Erdogan is the first king and he'll die and he'll be resurrected into the Antichrist. Some people believe that. So again, I mean, all this is great to talk about, for sure, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens. The main thing, in my personal opinion, is to know where we are right now, according to the prophecies, and know what the prophecies state going forward. So whenever we see something like Syria or Iraq or something goes down in Iran, we understand where we are according to the 4 kingdoms of Daniel. People don't realize if you keep up with the 4 kingdoms of Daniel, you're not going to be caught as a thief in the night, okay? Because it's going to show you directly how to get to the second coming, Daniel 8 especially, Daniel 2, Daniel 7. They all go together, and we'll show you that Sunday. So in my personal opinion, I believe Erdogan is the first king. Does that equate into Gog? I have no idea. But I do believe he's the first king of Daniel 8. Okay, that's going to tee everything up. I mean, I think it's going in that direction. I'm not saying he is. We'll see. We'll see if my opinion is correct or if it's not. And I could be wrong as well. Okay, but right now it seems like he could possibly be that first king because all the movement that he has done, okay, in all of the countries that we have mentioned, and what especially he has done with Syria. And again, if anyone thinks this guy is in charge, the Syrian rebel guy, please understand that there's Erdogan's in charge with the support of the Biden administration. Okay, and then guess what? When the Trump administration comes in, it's going to be ole, ole, come on through whatever you want. That's, I mean, he said it himself. Now, you'll have to find that video, and you'll just have to, how he says it, you'll know what he says. I'm talking about Donald Trump. The way he says it, you'll know what his thoughts are on Syria. He could care less about Syria. He could care less about the Kurds. He said it out of his mouth. You can go have to research that yourself, but he said that himself. People have quoted him saying that. And again, this is not to bash Donald Trump or even support Donald Trump. This is just calling it like it is. Okay. And again, he will allow Turkey to become great. Okay. He will. Over these next 4 years, you will see them become mighty, very mighty. So I'm not really sure, Denise, who is Gog. Okay. We'll have to wait and see. Could Erdogan be Gog? Certainly he could be Gog. I believe he's the first king. If that relates to the first king, then okay, great. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. But I do believe he's that first king because he's in that transitional mode right now between Iran and Turkey. So to me, he fits the bill perfectly because you're seeing the transition between the superpowers already, and he's the leader. So I believe he's the first king. And what does it say? He'll become great. He will no longer be in power. He'll pass away, whatever it may be, kind of like Alexander the Great did. And then 4 of the 10 kings will rise from that area. 3 of them will be Libya, Egypt, Sudan. That's Daniel 11, 40 through 43. So there's 3 of them, Libya, Egypt, Sudan. Okay, not Ethiopia, it's Sudan, it's Cush. Okay, in the Bible, it's Cush, not Ethiopia. Sudan is Cush. So those 3 are 3 of the 10, 4 coming out of Turkey. I'm sure you've got Pakistan and Afghanistan as a couple, Jordan. I mean, just take your pick. The beast kingdom of the Babylonian, the Medo-Persian, and the Grecian Empire. I saw a beast, Revelation 13. He looked like a lion, he looked like a bear, and he looked like a leopard. He looked like the Babylonian Empire, he looked like the Medo-Persian Empire, and he looked like the Grecian Empire, the land area, the conglomerate of the 10 king beast kingdom. All right. That's right, Sam. That's right. It's cold where I am. So you're north of me. So I know if it's cold here, it's definitely cold in Atlanta, not Atlanta, Atlanta. Thank you for joining us, my friend. All right. Yes, they are judged on their work since they are non-believers. Okay, I think that's the conversation they're all having. Thank you very much for joining us, Denise. We really appreciate it. Okay. Okay, Rick, I will send fire on Turkey, on those who live in safety in the coastlands. Okay. And they will know that I am Yah. Okay, coastlands attributed to the tribe of Dan, who ended up in UK, Denmark. Okay, I'll respectfully disagree. I don't agree with the goose chase of the lineage, so to speak. It's the region. It's the geography, not the people. It's the geography that the Lord is interested in, not the people. In my opinion, He's talking about the geography of the Middle East. And not anywhere else, in my personal opinion, and all due respect to my friend. Okay, James, sorry, yes, the Shemitah cycle, that's right, 9/9/29, and yes, very important. 2029 will be a year to just put on your calendar. The Shemitah year 2029 will be a doozy. I can go ahead and tell you that right now, by the way things are looking. Okay. Turkey could also shut down areas of the Mediterranean Sea and the Black Sea. If the Strait of Hormuz shuts down and the Red Sea is being affected, major shipping issues will occur. Israel, yeah, I mean, all of those things could possibly happen and probably will happen. Okay, so here, Daniel 10, I think is what Rick is talking about. Prince of Persia visited Daniel in Babylon to delay Gabriel. Countries are symbolic, besides literal in Ezekiel. Yeah, but Daniel 8 says the same kingdoms. Daniel 8 tells you it's Turkey and Persia. So Daniel 8 and Daniel 10 are the same. Persia, Greece. Daniel 8, Persia, Greece, or Yavon, Turkey, and it's for the end of the age. So again, I'll respectfully disagree with that. Two countries, man. Iran, Turkey, 10 kings, Antichrist, second coming is really when you read Daniel 8. There's no Rome, there's no Russia, there's no China, there's no America, there's no nobody. There's Iran, Turkey, 10 kings, which will be Libya, Egypt, Sudan, Iran, Iraq, Syria, take your pick. And then they'll come down. Well, Antichrist, and then they'll come down to Israel. So yeah, Daniel 8 and Daniel 10 are together. And Daniel 8 says it's for the end 3 times, and it says Iran, Turkey, everywhere. And that's exactly right. Russia almost bankrupted themselves in Afghanistan the last time, and they pretty much did. It really was one of the reasons the Soviet Union dissolved, is because they went to Afghanistan thinking they can beat the Afghanis. Sylvester Stallone made a movie about it called Rambo 3. Okay, good movie. Okay, but yeah, you can't beat the Afghanis over there. It's impossible with the terrain over there. Okay, so Russia almost went bankrupt, and I think they pretty much did. They broke up from the Soviet Union into Russia. So Russia, again, they're in bad shape. Again, anybody with Russia, I mean, please understand they're leaving the Middle East. They're not coming to the Middle East. They're leaving Syria. Please go look at the videos with all of the trucks going to the base to fly out of Syria, not to stay in Syria, because there's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Recep Tayyip Erdogan, not Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin has been dethroned as one of the world superpower leaders, if you will. Okay, America's given him, trouble through Ukraine, and then you have Erdogan. And Erdogan, with this power play, has told everybody in the Middle East, he has put everybody on notice in the Middle East that he is the leader of the Middle East. He is, okay, not Putin, not anyone else, with the support of America. Please remember that. You got to have the support of America, of course, right? With the support of Biden and with the support of Trump, he's the superpower, just like Iran was, okay? So no one was looking at Germany or Sweden or something, and then they're looking at, I guess, Rome now. I mean, no way, man. No way in the Bible. Nowhere in the Bible does it say these things. Nowhere. Okay, people can only use symbolic language in their own opinion for Russia, China, Rome, Catholicism, all of these, only their own opinion, because the Bible tells you exactly Iran and Turkey by name. And it does not do that with any other nations. China is going to want a piece of the pie. And again, in all due respect, I disagree with that. They don't want a piece right now either. China is the one who is smart, okay, compared to everybody else. Why is that? Because China is not going to war. China is not spending all their money in war like Russia and America and what we're doing. Okay, America and Russia is going to go bankrupt, okay, going to war. Okay, China is the smart one because they're not investing any money in the war, no soldiers on the ground that I know of, okay, and they could care less about the Middle East. They could care less about the Abrahamic covenant, that is for sure. They don't even know what that means. They don't want war. They stay out of war. So I disagree with that to a certain degree. Now, to his point, they will have influence. Okay, great. But as far as boots on the ground, going into war, they're the smart ones and we're the dumb ones. And Russia's the dumb ones because we're all going to go broke and they're not. And they're going to be the superpower because nobody has money but China, because they're the smart ones not getting into war. So don't fall for the 200 million coming from China. That will never happen, never happen, never happen. So again, respectfully disagree with that. They might want a piece of the economic action or whatever. Okay, great. Everybody does with the oil. And I know they've come to a lot of agreements with Iraq. China has, because of the production of oil, and Iraq is coming back on the scene, so to speak, also with African stuff, but they're business people more so than warmongers like we are. Okay, so China's not warmongers. No one can say that they are. They haven't invaded anybody. I don't in millennia. I mean, when's the last time China invaded someone? Can someone remind me of that? Of course not. Everybody talks about them invading Taiwan. They haven't done that yet. That's just the American media propaganda that wants to send our troops over to Taiwan because of the warmongering politicians in America and the media warmongering people as well. So it's all part of it. China, I'm not taking this out of China. I'm just saying facts. China has not invaded any other country. America has invaded several countries for their own politics, basically their own politics with the currency and with all of these other things. So I'm not taking China's side. I'm just stating the facts for all the American people who can't talk about these things in context. The bottom line is China does not invade countries. America invades countries. Period. That's facts. Okay, Libya, Sudan, Egypt, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, you keep naming them. Okay, that's what these politicians have done in America, which is the reason we're going broke and the reason we're facing all the stuff we're facing at home because of what we've done over there. And if people would understand that, then these politicians would maybe get out of the Middle East, and I hope that Donald Trump will do that. And he says he's going to do it, and I hope he does do it, because we do not need to be in the Middle East fighting the war between Iraq and Iran or Syria and Turkey. Let them face that. I mean, let them fight. I mean, instead of us fighting all these wars for everybody. But in all due respect, to my friend, I don't see China. They have no desire to get into a war. I don't think with anyone. Maybe Taiwan, because they want that economic portion back to them. Maybe, but so far they have not invaded Taiwan. So we'll see. Could they? Yes, but I'm just saying they have not gone on a invasion of countries like, unfortunately, our country has. Okay. Yes, and I don't think they're in Ezekiel 38 and 39, to be quite frank with you. Could they be? Yes, because it says many people are with them. Okay. I just believe it's Islamic, to be honest with you, because you got all of Turkey. It says Persia is with them, Iran, Libya is with them, Islamic, and many others. There might be one other I'm forgetting, but many others are with you. So I just personally don't believe China will be there. I don't think Russia will be there. I don't think America is involved in that. Okay, hopefully America will take the side of the Israelis, so we can be a sheep nation and not a goat nation. And I agree with this. China does not care about any of this stuff. They could care less about the Abrahamic covenant. They could care less about any of these battles that the Islamists and the Jewish people are facing each other. Only they care about it, and all of us who love them. Okay, so only the Jew Christians care about this, and the Islamists. Okay, that's it. I mean, that's the war between the brothers, and all. I mean, it makes total sense. The brothers, Abraham versus Ishmael, Jacob versus Esau. It's a brotherly affair. Abraham passed away, and he had a deed to the land that God gave him to Isaac and Jacob, and Ishmael and Esau hate that, okay? And the Philistines hate that against David, okay? That's the war. That's the war that you saw in Gaza, a 3,000-year war, okay? That was prophesied 5,000 years ago through Noah. If we understand that, then all of these conversations, and all due respect to everybody, I love everybody, but all these conversations about China and Russia and this and that is irrelevant if one will read Genesis 9, Noah, on forward, okay, and geography, not where they eventually ended up through to America. None of that. Geography only, not the people, not the lineage, not going through Europe, not going through Asia, not going through America. The geography that God talks about, Egypt, Libya, Arabia, Turkey, Persia, over and over and over and over again, he talks about these nations only. That's it. Okay, instead of all this wild goose chase that we're trying to, the lineage that eventually wound up in Australia. No, The regional geography is what the Lord is talking about, not really the lineage of people throughout the ages. That's a big point to understand with biblical prophecy. Too many people go on that lineage and they get out there, and then you got all this stuff that's not in the Bible other than their opinion of Daniel's 4 kingdoms. Okay. No, Daniel tells you who those 4 kingdoms are. Daniel 2 tells you Babylon's first. Okay. So that's it. Babylon's first, not Great Britain. And then go down the line. Babylon, Persia, Yavon, and the conglomerate. Daniel 7, the same thing. Babylon's the lion. Britain's not the lion. Babylon's the lion. Please look up history, people. Babylon's the lion. Please, I'll go through that Sunday. Babylon's always been the lion. Then Persia, then Yavon, and on forward. Daniel 8 tells you who these people are. Again, Persia, and it says Greece, but it's Yavon. He tells you who the 2 kingdoms are. So where's Russia? Where's Rome? Where's everybody else? Nowhere. China. Nowhere. Please read the interpretation of what Daniel says about these kingdoms. He tells you who they are. Okay, so I just don't understand what people are reading. He tells you exactly who these people are at the end of the age. Please take him for his word. And we'll go through that on Sunday as well. Because those who do understand that, I mean, all this is nonsense with Europe and Russia and all these other people that are America and America. You know where America is in biblical prophecy? You've seen it. The dethroning of Iraq, the Iran situation, the Turkey situation. They're indirectly involved is what I'm trying to say. They're outer nations. Russia's indirectly involved in Syria. Okay. Please understand that. They're no longer there because they're leaving. So I guess they're going to go reform and beat Ukraine and then get another 1 million people to sign up through the draft and then come down to Israel. I guess that's what they're going to do here in the next couple of years. I mean, we got to get serious about this and just read literally what they tell you the interpretation is. Daniel 2 tells you exactly. Daniel 8 tells you exactly who they are. And if anyone knows history, Daniel 7 should make better sense. Even though it doesn't tell you the names of the nations, we should understand those from Daniel 2 and Daniel 8, and they all work together the same. Daniel 8 is not going to talk about Russia and Turkey, and then Daniel 2 is going to talk about Rome and Russia. It's all going to be the same, okay? All going to be the same. And if he talks about Iran and Turkey in Daniel 8, then guess what? Iran and Turkey will be the 2nd and 3rd kingdom of Daniel 2 and Daniel 7. That's easy. That just flows really easy. Once you start talking about Russia and all these people, then you start to lose everything because they're not in the Bible. And so I totally agree with that. China, Russia, the only reason Russia was down there for is this right here, money. You know how much money is in Syria? You know, with the Marine, with the naval base, the maritime, all of that with the Mediterranean, big money. That's why Russia was there. Russia was not there to go attack Israel. Russia was there because of this right here, you know, money. And that's why most Western nations and European nations are over in the Middle East right there because of this right here. Nothing more and nothing less, which is the problem. That's why you're seeing Britain being judged right now because of what they did to the land. You know, dividing up all the land the way they did. And now here comes the Islamists to judge them. Payback time. And that's why I tell everybody it's payback time. And people don't like to hear this, but what Western society has done to these civilians in the Middle East and North Africa has been an absolute disgrace. I mean, it's been the ultimate. You talking about a disgrace, humanitarian disgrace. How shameful for the Western societies to not even think what they've done. The Western societies, Britain, America, all of us, and what we've done to the Middle Eastern people and the African people, and we don't think the golden rule is going to come back to us. That is foolish to think that. Look at Europe, what's going on. Look at America, what's going on. And you haven't seen anything yet. It's called the golden rule, everybody. What we do to other people will come back to us if it's unjust. And not one person can stand up truthfully and say, America was in the right for killing 500,000 people in the Middle East, civilians, During the last 20 years, we were in the right, weren't we? Displacing over 10 million people as refugees. We were in the right. If anyone says that, this channel is not for you and ever, because I love people more than a country. And we have no right to go over to anybody's land and start killing civilians, carpet bombing like no other business, because we're the great America and we're the Christian America and we're the righteous ones. None of that. In fact, George Bush is the evil one for doing that, actually, and his administration and the Obama administration and whoever else goes over there and does that to anybody. And again, I love mankind more than I do any country. That's biblical. Do you? Love God and love your neighbor. It doesn't say love your country. It says love God and love the people on this earth, and then love your country, of course. But too many people, they love their country more than they love man. And that is foolish and a sin. Okay, so that's just the bottom line. I know Americans hate to hear that, because go America go, but no, America is in very big trouble with what we have done across the Middle East and North Africa. That is the truth. Okay, Britain as well, France as well. All of these Western societies who have taken advantage of the African countries and the Middle East, that time's over. Now it's judgment time. Go look at Europe. Europe is an absolute shell of itself before. Judgment time, okay? America, if we don't repent and turn around, judgment time is coming, because now these people hate us with a little bit of extra hatred, okay? They might have already hated us before, but I promise you, they hate us a little bit even more now, since we've gone over in their land, put military bases all over their land, put soldiers all over their land, another sovereign country's land. And like I said before, this offends Americans. How would you like the Iraqis to be at Atlanta Airport? How would you like the Egyptians to be at Miami Airport? How would you like the Libyans to be at California? I don't think so, okay? You wouldn't want Saddam Hussein training some people in here? Of course not. Well, if you're an Iraqi, if you're a Syrian, then you're looking at America the same way. What are you doing on our land? You're a foreign nation. You are an invader, okay? And I agree with that. Actually, get out of their land, please. And they might not hate us as much as they do, okay? Just please respect other people, respect their sovereignty, respect their land, respect their culture, respect even what they believe. Even though they don't believe like we believe, that's on them. But that doesn't give us the right to go over there and just control everything in the Middle East because we're Mr. Superpower. No, that's not a superpower. That's called a dictatorship. And that dictatorship is coming to an end, by the way, as we all can see, because of our actions across the Middle East. Okay, we've acted like a bunch of fools over there, killing all the civilians. Over 1 million civilians America has killed, and displaced over 10 million refugees. I mean, come on, guys. So until the people need to wake up and know that it's all coming to a head. And the golden rule is the golden rule. It's personal and national, personal and national. And it's coming. It's already here. I've already given you examples before. Look at our southern border. It's like Swiss cheese. It's like, come on in, because we've invaded other people's countries illegally. Okay, coming back. We went into Iraq illegally, Syria illegally, Libya illegally, Sudan, Yemen, you name it, everywhere illegally. And guess what? They're coming for us illegally too. So you can blame it on the politicians, you can blame it on whoever you want, but it's just called the golden rule. It's coming back. We've caused government anarchy over in the Middle East. Look at our government. Please look at our politicians. Goodness gracious. We've caused civilian unrest across the Middle East. Look at our country, civilian unrest. We've caused refugee problems over in the Middle East. Look at our tent cities that we have. Look at all the people who are homeless. It's coming back around, America. Okay, so again, that's just 3 or 4 or 5 that I mentioned that is coming back. The accounts are being reconciled. I don't care who's president. The accounts are being reconciled. Okay, I'm so sick of people putting a president in front of God's judgment. Okay, God's judgment is God's judgment. Okay, we've done a lot of things wrong in the Middle East, and it's coming back. and it will continue to come back because we continue to do it. Okay. So again, America's in for some bad times, not the golden age. Okay. This is the end of the age, everybody. Please get your heart and get your mind right. You're at the end of the age, not the golden age. You're at the end of the age, and you will get into the golden age when Yeshua returns. Again, I'm sick of people putting presidents and prime ministers in Yeshua's position. Donald Trump will not get America to the golden age. Never. You can mark the video down, keep it 4 years from now, go back and review it. Never. Why? It's not about Donald Trump. It's about the end of the age. Okay. You can put JFK in there. You can put Abraham Lincoln in there. We're at the end of the age. So it's really laughable when people think that any country, including America, is going to be this great golden age of all this stuff. No, plagues, pestilences, wars, rumors of wars, earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, floods. Love of many will grow cold, false prophets. That's where we are, everybody. So please put the Kool-Aid down of these politicians. You're at the end of the age, not the golden age, the end where you're going to have disaster. Okay? Please, I say that in love to everybody, but let's get the apocalyptic mindset. Let's get the big boy pants on, the big girl pants on, and understand we're at the end of the age. You're seeing it right now. You're seeing major movement, and it is a slippery slope from this point forward. Very quick, leopard, quick. Please understand that. And all this stuff about people are so worldly, they're caught up in all this worldly stuff of America's going to be great, Israel's going to be great. No. Israel's going to be judged. America's going to be judged. God's people have let God down. This isn't the time of congratulations, Christians. Congratulations, Jews. Great job. Keep up the good work. No. I mean, why do you think he's sending all this stuff? To God's household first, because we're the ones who haven't done a good job for God. Okay. And that's why the witnesses are coming. I've said it many times. You think the witnesses are going to come and say, great job, God's people. Great job, Jewish people. Great job, Christians. Keep up the good work. No, they're coming with the fire, man. They're coming with get your house corrected, everybody. That's what they're coming for. And I'm with them. Okay. I mean, everybody's got their head in the clouds. Not all of you, but the world has their heads in the clouds of these politicians. And if they say anything, then, oh, wonderful. Amen. I mean, instead of the word of God. And the word of God out of your own Savior's mouth, if you believe we're living at the end of the age, if you do, and I doubt anybody would be on this channel if they didn't think so, because that's all we talk about mainly, is if you believe we're at the end of the age, then this is going to be Matthew 24, everybody. Zephaniah, Zechariah. Go read what people hate to read because everybody loves the prophets, right? Everybody loves the prophets, so they read them. And then they hate them because they tell them what's coming, which is destruction, because the people have not repented, Jew and Christian. They're in idolatry. I mean, look at what's going on. Just take a peek around. And that's why the hammer and the gavel is going to continue to come. And again, this is easy. Boom. That's it. I mean, that's very easy. That's very easy. God is showing you in prophecy. He's showing you in celestial bodies in the sky. He's showing you everything he can show us. For everybody to wake up and quit thinking about the golden age and think about Yeshua's golden age, okay? Yeshua's golden age. He's going to do it, not any world leader on this earth. Please get out of the idolatry. Please. Goodness gracious. That's who's going to do it, is our Savior and our King, Yeshua the Messiah. Amen and amen. And agreed. Rome, Europe is no longer the Europe that we have known. I mean, that is common sense. 2014 on forward, it's been a different Europe. Please go back in history and look. In history, the Ottomans controlled the Jews after the Romans fell. Yep. Rome ended in Turkey through the Eastern Division. The Ottomans fell at the end of World War I and restructured in 1923. I saw one head that was wounded, but then it was healed. He's talking about a kingdom They were wounded in 1916, 17, and 1923. And then they're going to come back stronger than ever before. The Turks, well, good. Look who's coming stronger than ever before, everybody, 100 years later. And that's why Erdogan said what he said. Remember what we said. Here, I'll pull it back up. What did he say? Let me see if I can supersize it so I can see it. He says right here, we are more confident today because of July 15th, our commitment in achieving the 2023, excuse me, I can't even talk right now. 2023, sound like the Tweety bird or something. 2023, that was his goal. Why did he say 2023? Well, and I'm not telling people to get involved in what the Islamists believe, okay? Don't do that. I just know it because I just read about it. But anyhow, he said that because in the Hadith or Sunni, something like that, in one of their holy books, the Islamists, in some of their holy books, one of them, I think it's the Hadith, it says that Allah, Satan, will raise up a caliph, a king over a caliphate, a kingdom every 100 years. That's what Erdogan believes. That's why he said 2023, because 1923, like James said, thank you very much for reminding me, 1923 is when they totally collapsed. 100 years, 2023. That's why he said that. It's because of what he believes. Well, he didn't make it in 2023, but it looks like 2024 and now 2025 will be his time to proceed. So thank you very much for that, James. It's very important. Again, don't go read the Quran. Don't go read any of that. Okay, don't do any of it. I just did it because I wanted to know their understanding of it. Okay, I didn't read it. I just someone presented it to me, so I was like, "Thank you very much," and I'll take it, so I don't have to read it. We need to understand that Islam. This goes back into all the European people and the Russia people and whoever else. This is why Islam. We need to understand that they have a 7-year end of the age as well. Their savior is our Antichrist. See, if people would understand some of these things, that's why the Russia thing and the Europe thing is just ignorant, because if people would understand how the Islamists look at it, the Islam looks at it like we do, but reverse, basically. Okay, to make the conversation very simple, they have a 7-year thing. Their savior is our Antichrist. When the Antichrist comes on the stage, they're going to think it's their Mahdi. Okay, that right there shows you everything. Catholicism doesn't have that. Hinduism doesn't have that. No one has that. Russia doesn't have that. Only Islam has that. Okay, we need to understand that. You know, we must understand it, because people look ignorant because they don't understand even what the enemy's theology is or eschatology is at the end of the age. If you understand what Islam believes at the end of the age, then you're going to put it all together like this is simple. Okay, this is totally, Satan has just totally switched it. When the devil influenced Muhammad, okay, basically to write these things, he just switched everything. He just twisted it. They have 7 years. We have 7 years. Everything lines up. Their savior is our Antichrist. If you look at the Quran and you look at our scriptures, biblical scriptures, please don't do that if you're not strong enough to do it. But if you look at the comparison, it matches perfectly. So all of these conversations about Russia, I mean, it's just Russia or Rome, it's just laughable. And it should be extremely laughable now since Turkey's on the move, in my personal opinion. Yeah, and yes, this is great. Iron clay, exactly right. The Seleucid division. So let me explain that if one's not familiar with it. Alexander, like he said, split after he died, eventually split up into 4 regions. The Seleucid division was Syria, Iraq, Turkey. Okay, think about that. Antiochus Epiphanes IV is who he's talking about. That is the Hanukkah story. So important to understand that. Where did he come from? The same area. Nimrod, Nebuchadnezzar, Antiochus Epiphanes IV, Saddam Hussein. I mean, guys, just please understand. This is pretty simple to understand. Just understand it's that area. It always has been that area. The cradle of civilization did not start in Russia. It did not start in Europe, everybody. It started in Syria and Iraq. Okay, Nimrod, Nebuchadnezzar, Antiochus Epiphanes IV, Saddam Hussein, and the Antichrist will rise from there as well. Daniel 8, please read it in context, right? So to his point, the Seleucids from Alexander's empire, when Antiochus slaughtered the pig on the altar in Jerusalem as well during the Hellenistic era. Yeah, I mean, he's exactly right. That area has always produced the Antichrist, basically. And there'll be one final Antichrist, and he was one of them. Antiochus IV, we'll discover him in about 10 days or something when we go over Hanukkah. That's the story of Hanukkah, is Antiochus Epiphanes IV. Where did he come from? Syria, okay? He was Hellenistic. So again, it's just over and over and over. I mean, I just don't understand, but I do understand it because it's called deception, and people aren't really digging deep into this other sources to confirm their opinion. They're just taking Daniel and okay, Rome, that's what's been taught throughout history. Well, Rome will never rise again. Rome is collapsing. Okay, Europe is collapsing. I mean, it's very simple. Russia is collapsing. Let me tell you who's not collapsing. Turkey. Okay, and you're about to see them take over the Middle East. And what are people going to say then? Okay, when they take over the Middle East, I guess Russia's going to overtake Turkey. Where is that in Bible prophecy? Okay, so very, very good, Iron Clay. That's awesome because you're exactly right. Alexander died. Think about it with Daniel 8. Everybody thinks Alexander's Daniel 8 until you read Gabriel that tells you it's for the end of the age, like we should, in verse 17 through 20. What does it say? Alexander, the large horn, boom, it split into 4 regions, and the Seleucid division is where Antiochus came out of. Same thing. Turkey becomes great, 4 regions. The Antichrist will rise up, just like Antiochus did, out of the Seleucid division. I'm glad that he mentioned that. Thank you so much, Iron Clay. The Seleucid division, just think about Turkey, Syria, and Iraq, okay? That's where he's going to rise from. It's very easy if you read Daniel 8 as an end-of-the-age prophecy. If you don't, then you don't, okay? Just like some people don't. I can say they can read Daniel 8, 17 through 20 a million times. And he'll say the end of the age, the end of the age, the end of the age is for the vision, and people will still go back to Russia and Rome because of indoctrination. Kind of like what we talk about with theology. You can talk about the calendar and the feast days all you want, but people will still do the Gregorian calendar and the events on there. That's it. They're just going to do that. And that's the way people are with prophecy as well. People cannot be corrected. People don't want to be corrected because they don't want to be wrong. Okay, I told you guys, man, I could be wrong a lot. But on this, I think it's in the pudding. Iraq, 2003. Iran, you're about to see them fall. You're seeing Turkey come down right now. Pretty clear. Okay, and this is major what they're doing. Major what they're going to do. But again, people will still not see it, and they can just keep looking at Europe collapsing instead of rising. And all due respect to everybody. I love everybody. I like to be a smart aleck sometime, I guess, but you'll see them collapse. Continue. Okay, but yeah, very good, man. Very good. James, Seleucid area is one of the 4 areas that Antichrist comes from, mainly Turkey. Satan's throne is in Pergamus, Turkey, my friends. I mean, that's what Jesus said. So I don't know why anybody would look anywhere else. Your Savior said in Revelation 2, 12 through 13, your Satan's throne is and where he dwells is in Turkey. I have no idea why anybody would look anywhere else. I mean, are you going to trust Yeshua or not? That's the question. You going to trust him or not? Most people don't even trust him when he reads about worshiping. So why would they trust him with prophecy? So they're not going to believe him no matter what. You believe him or don't believe him. I'm going to believe him. He says his throne's in Western Turkey, Pergamus, Turkey. That's where I'm going to believe. Everybody else can look in Rome and Russia and have fun, but for me, I'm going to trust Yeshua. All right. Iron Clay, the Seleucids from Alexander. Yep, I just read that. And that's a very good point. Thank you very much. We'll be going through that here on Hanukkah as well. Again, it'll be the same thing. History repeats itself and the Bible repeats itself over and over and over again. Nimrod, Nebuchadnezzar, Antiochus Epiphanes, Saddam Hussein. It just continues over and over. But, Let's look at Rome and let's look at Europe and look at them collapsing. All right. And this is someone who's done a lot of research. I love it. I would have said the same thing exactly. And this is the first time I've heard anybody else say it. Okay. But the Roman legion, not this part, I'll tell you which part. The Roman legion, number 10, consisted of the peoples from the Middle East, the Arab people. Josephus writes about this in his book, in the war, the Antiquity of the Jews. Titus didn't want the temple destroyed. I never heard anybody say that, but those who research it, Titus didn't want the temple destroyed. They took it upon themselves. That is awesome, man. Ironclad, because they've done their research. Titus did not even want to destroy the temple, but guess who did? The Arabs did. Why? Because the Abrahamic covenant. They hate the Jewish people. Again, this is simple to understand for those who might keep with Russia and Rome and all this. They don't care about the Abrahamic covenant. I mean, please read Genesis. Please read Amalek. Please read the people who hate the Abrahamic covenant. Russia does not hate the Abrahamic covenant. They don't even probably know about it. You think that Catholicism knows about it? You think Europeans are concerned about the Abrahamic covenant? I mean, give me a break. I mean, it shows you right there about the venom of the people of the Middle East against the Jewish people, right here in this person's comments. Okay, ironclad. Titus didn't, I've never heard anybody tell me that, but this guy, okay, Titus didn't want the temple destroyed. It says that, just read it. And they took it upon themselves. Why would they destroy it if the general didn't want it destroyed? Because of the Abrahamic covenant. They hate the Jewish people. Okay. I mean, Rome was just conquering land. Okay. They don't care about this stuff. They were just conquering land. And then, okay, you know, do your thing and just pay me some money. Okay. That is what Rome was about, not to crush and eliminate everything in society of spiritual fornication. Islam is the most defiant, directly defiant religion there is of the Holy Bible. Now, all the Protestants who hate the Catholics will disagree with that, but they have no idea. Catholicism does not defiantly go against the virgin birth, the crucifixion, the resurrection, and everything we call holy. Catholicism doesn't come across defiantly against it. Who does is Islam, okay? So again, point by point, over and over, rules out Catholicism and Europe. Islam is the one who comes against it, to crush it, to eliminate it. Please do your research and do your history on this. This is very easy to understand. I mean, there's really no debate. I just will debate because people are still stiff-necked about Europeans who have a problem with Israelis, okay, who with the Abrahamic covenant. Europe does not have a good history on anti-Semitism. That doesn't mean they're going to come down to Jerusalem to destroy them. Again, Rome was doing that because they were conquering every other thing in the world. So why not Israel? Okay. And plus, God brought them there for judgment. Okay. God brought them down there to judge the people because of the rejection of the Messiah and not following the Torah. So we must understand that. You know, it's really that simple, you know. Yes, actually they are. You got to read Daniel 7 again, my friend. Revelation 13, lion, bear, leopard. First three kingdoms, Daniel 7, lion, bear, leopard. The fourth kingdom in Daniel 7, 10 horns. Revelation 13, 10 horns. It's a perfect match everywhere you look. So yeah, I would definitely respectfully disagree with that. It's the exact same. That's how prophecy works. That's why John wrote it the way he wrote it. A lion, a bear, and a leopard. So we can all go back to Daniel 7 to understand who the beast kingdom is. He only mentioned those three kingdoms, lion, bear, leopard. He didn't mention a fourth beast because there's not one. There's three kingdoms, and then those three were turned into the land area of the 10 kings. So it's really that simple. Okay, no confusion here, as Daniel would have only known about, I mean, very easy, very clear. He's not a psychic, right, Denise? He's a prophet. That means he's going to prophesy through something we understand, not, okay, I see a continent coming out west called America. That's where they are. Oh, I see another continent of you. That's not the prophets, okay? The prophets are prophesying through the ancient enemies of their people. That is all. Please, people, please, those who are still stiff-necked about Europe, goodness gracious alive, never will it rise again. The beast was like unto a leopard, the feet of a bear, the mouth of a lion. That's it. That's what the beast is. That. Instead of Greece, I would put Turkey, but I know what Iron Clay's talking about. Remember, Yeshua said his throne's in Turkey. So that's what it says in the Bible, but it's a mistranslation compared to what Yeshua said. So again, that's right. Revelation 13, the beast was like unto a leopard. Greece, feet of a bear, mouth of a lion. Where's the fourth kingdom? Where's Rome? There is none, because there is no other animal that represents Rome. Daniel would have not known about Rome at all. He knew about these three kingdoms. That's it. So the mouth speaking great things echoes from Babylon. That's right. Not Rome, not China, not America, none of that. None of that. Yes, they were all different, but then the fourth one was a conglomerate of all three. That's why the fourth one's different than the first three, because it's different, just like the prophet said. Terrible, all of these things that had 10 horns, the same as Revelation 13. Daniel 7's fourth beast is Revelation 13's beast, is what I'm saying. 10 horns, 10 horns. It all lines up perfectly, perfectly. Yes, I would agree with the Mediterranean Sea more so than the Red Sea. Okay, the destruction I think that maybe Iron Clay's talking about with Arabia being destroyed by the Red Sea, kind of like Jeremiah says, Jeremiah 49, I think, or somewhere, 40 somewhere there, 46. He talks about the judgment at the Red Sea of Arabia. So I do agree with that. But with this one, the beast will come out of the Mediterranean Sea, I believe, is coming right outside of Turkey and Syria. Man, as long as we're looking at the Middle East, we can sit here and talk about the Red Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, the Persian Gulf, whatever sea you want to talk about, as long as we're talking about the Middle East and North Africa. Anywhere else is just a waste of time. And that's right. That's it. That's ball game. That's checkmate. That's ball game. That's whatever you want to call it. That's all, folks. Revelation 2:12 through 13. Take Daniel out. Take whoever out. Take Revelation out. Just take Yeshua and what he said in Revelation 2:12 through 13. Pergamus, Turkey is the seat of Satan, where he lives, where he dwells, where he is. That's all, folks. Go argue with Yeshua after that. Go argue with Yeshua. Why didn't he put Satan's throne in Rome? Why didn't he put it in wherever else, Russia? No, he says it's in Turkey. That's it. So if someone wants to argue with that, then I can't really help you. You have to go argue with Yeshua on that one and ask why he didn't put it where you wanted him to put it. Yes, and this did happen. Didn't they disassemble the altar to Berlin, Germany, along with the Ishtar Gate? Yes, they did do that, but that's great. But Yeshua still says that his throne still is in Turkey and it's where he dwells. I know Iron Clay knows this. I'm just making a point. But yes, they did move that to Berlin, Nazi Germany, and all that stuff. So again, I don't care if they moved it 50 times. Yeshua says his throne is in Turkey, and it's where he dwells. Man can move it wherever they want to move it, but God himself says Turkey is where Satan's throne is. I don't know how, I know Iron Clay believes that, but I don't know how much simpler it could be instead of someone's opinion on Daniel. Okay, this is another point as well, just over and over. You have 7 different kingdoms. Everybody knows this in Revelation 17, 18. Rome is not the 6th and the 7th. He can't, I mean, why would he say that? Why would John say, well, I'm living in the 6th, and then he's also the 7th, and he's also the 8th? I mean, or whatever. So, I mean, why would he say that? So there's no way Rome is all 3 of them. Rome is the 6th. Ottoman's the 7th. It was wounded, and then it's coming back again as the final bad one. That is the proper understanding. John says, the one I'm living in, which was the Roman Empire, if Rome was the next one, he'd say, the one I'm living in will be the next one too. Okay. I mean, he'd make it very easy. He wouldn't try to confuse us and saying, yeah, I'm living in the Roman Empire now, but Rome's coming next, and I guess it's going to be next again 3 times. I mean, that's just not good eschatology whatsoever. He's living in Rome. There's one coming after him, which history will tell you, Ottoman Empire, and then it'll be wounded, 1923, and it will come back right now, right now, literally. Just don't understand how people could put Rome in all 3 of those spots, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Okay, very good, James. Very good. Very simple. Muhammad came in on the scene in the 7th century, going out and converting people by force with the sword, the Arab conquest across the region. Yep. Yep. We need to look at the birthplace of Islam. I mean, the judgment by the Red Sea. I think Iron Clay mentioned the Red Sea before. That's exactly what he's talking about, the judgment by the Red Sea. Well, look at the Red Sea and look at, it's not on the map, but what's right next to it is Mecca and Medina, okay, is close to the Red Sea. Now, Rahada, the capital, now it's far off, but the Red Sea, man, that's where Mecca and Medina is, which is the 2 holiest sites of Islam. So why would Jeremiah write that? I mean, he didn't say up towards, where all these European countries are, in the Atlantic Ocean and all that. He said judgment on the Red Sea. Okay, and that is Arabia, Mecca and Medina, which goes into other things as well with some people believe the harlot and all these things. Very good. Very good. Okay, JC, if I've pronounced that correctly, if I didn't, please excuse me. Shabbat Shalom to you. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. We hope you have a great day of rest tomorrow. Do you think there will be a Palestinian state soon where Israel will give up some of their land? I know there's scripture about God becoming angered for dividing up his land. So yes, and I don't say this in joy, okay, but I just, if I can say this, and I know people get all upset because people have their American politicians in their heart, so I guess I offend people when I talk about the politicians, but yes, do I believe that? This is what I truly believe. I believe if the opportunity arises, which it has, and it's been there, that I believe Donald Trump will be a very vital part of that. And I do believe he will divide the land of Israel for the Palestinians and the Israelis. Will it be a 2-state solution? Time will tell. Will he try to get the deal done? I believe he will try to get it done. Will he get it done? I don't know. I do believe if there's anyone out there, and again, this is where people get sideways. I'm not saying this as a pro or a con. I'm just saying this in my opinion. If there's a world leader on the stage today that can get this done, he's the one to do it. Everybody's tried to do it for 50 years. They did not have the skill set to do it. They just didn't. Most of them aren't business people. Most of them are politicians. So there you go. They can't put together a ham sandwich. Well, it's not kosher, number one, but number two, they can't even put together a sandwich, much less negotiate the most important real estate deal ever. Okay. So God has a sense of humor, right? So he's raised up a real estate deal maker. Okay. Born on a blood moon. Netanyahu, born on a solar eclipse. You can't make this stuff up. They were in office before. They went against the Lord. Okay. By the Abraham Accords, they didn't do right. Both of them were not in office, Netanyahu and Trump. And now they're back into office again. This is not a pro or con statement towards either one of them. This is just the facts. So I believe that both of those two will again defy the Lord. go against the Lord, and they will divide the land. Joel 3 says that. Joel 3 says that if you divide the land, there's going to be judgment, tremendous judgment. So America, that's what I tell the American people who are so caught up into politics and especially into Donald Trump. And again, I don't have any personal problem with anybody, but this is just the facts that Donald Trump last time was going to divide the land. Okay, he put that out. Okay, he shows you, you can get the map yourself and look at it. He was going to divide the land. Was he going to divide Jerusalem proper? No. He was going to divide Jerusalem outside of the city limits, if you will, for the Palestinians. Well, that's still dividing the promised land, man. I mean, just because you're not dividing Jerusalem, you're still dividing the land. It didn't say judgment for those who divide Jerusalem. It says judgment for those who divide the promised land. Okay, so we must understand that this is very big for the American people to understand, especially those who are Donald Trump supporters, that they need to be praying for Donald Trump. I'm praying for Donald Trump to make the right decision. I'm praying for Biden. I'm praying for all of these people to make the right decision with this, because if you love America, and everybody says they love America, well, if you do, you're going to have to make the decision. Do you love America or do you love Donald Trump? Okay. If you love America, you need to be praying for Donald Trump to make the right decision, because if he goes over there and divides that land and go Trump go, then obviously you don't love America, because you're supporting someone who's dividing God's promised land. Okay. And that's what the Christians don't understand, who are in idolatry with Donald Trump, is they're supporting someone who possibly could be the biggest detriment to our land and divide our land. I'm not saying he's going to do it, but I believe he's going to do it. Okay. I'm not predicting, but I think everybody can understand, if you put the Kool-Aid down, if you put the extra sugar down, if this deal presents itself to Donald Trump, he's going to jump on this thing like white on rice. Okay. He did it before. He'll do it again. That's who he is. He's a narcissist. It's all about the deal. It's all about himself. He wants to take the credit, all these things we know. So for all the Christians out there who can't see through the goggles, through Donald Trump, you need to be praying for this guy not to divide the land if you love America. If you love America, that's the prayer. Is not go Trump go. It's do not divide this land, Trump, or judgment is coming to America more so than it already is. That's the truth. That's the facts. Trump idolaters, they don't want to hear that. Of course they don't, because it's all about Trump and America. But America, he could do everything right for America. If he does that, it'll avoid everything that he's done for America. That's how serious it is. If you don't believe me, then go look at go research it. Go look at the facts of all these presidents who have done that, and look at the judgment that has come upon us, America, and all the other nations who have done that. Okay, please understand that. It's very important. Okay, get out of the idolatry. Support him, pray for him, of course, but pray for everybody, even if you didn't vote for him. Pray for all. That's where the American Christians are in the wrong. Is if their candidate does not win, they don't pray for the candidate. They don't support the candidate. They don't root for the candidate, because they're divided. That's what the Christians are in America. The black and white church are divided, tremendously. And that's not to say that one supports one or the other. Everybody supports who they support. But overall, the churches are divided because the churches are racial. Politicians are racial. They divide the people. The church is in bed with the politicians. And here we are. Welcome to America. If the church would understand this, you don't change America by giving millions of dollars to politicians. That is stupid. That is evil. That is erroneous. Okay, you change America by doing the Great Commission to the people, and then those people will get in office to change America, not trying to buy your way to a better America. I mean, that's stupidity is what the church has done. I mean, I've never seen anything in my life so stupid of the last election. I mean, last few elections, the church has gotten in bed with the government. Okay, that's sin number one. Okay, and now here we go. Here's your America, everybody. The church and the government together, the dynamic duo together, forcing everything down your throat instead of the church being the resistance, the church standing on biblical truth, the church giving money to the poor, not the politicians, to the poor, like your Savior said to do, not to the politicians, not even to the church. He said to give it to the poor. And so America's heart, or I won't say America's because I don't want to include the non-believers, the believers as a whole, not you, not me, but as a whole church, is it is a racial organization and a political organization. That's what the church is, in my opinion, and they give their money to politicians. So that's the church. I mean, so the church has major problems with this, and we need to understand again, nowhere in the Bible does it tell anybody to be so political like this. Nowhere. You think the disciples were political like this? You think Paul was political? You think Yeshua cared about this stuff? What do you say? Who is this? Even though he knew who it was, what he was trying to say is, I don't care who he is. Okay, give Caesar what's Caesar and give God what's God. They were concerned about the Great Commission, not who's going to be the next president to give us the power over whatever. That's what the church is. Okay, America, Europe, it's a political movement, kind of like Catholicism. Political movement is what the church is, nothing more, nothing less. And they've gotten in bed with these politicians, and here you go. Well, welcome to America, but to answer her question, okay, I do believe that Donald Trump will be a crucial part with Netanyahu, with Erdogan, with LCC, with all of these leaders. He's going to go over there and make it a fair deal for both Israel and the Palestinians. I don't know how that looks. If it's a two-state solution, we'll see. But last time, I can only judge that, he divided the land between Israel and the Palestinians. The Palestinians rejected it because it didn't involve Jerusalem. So they totally rejected it. Thus the reason we're going to see what happens. We're going to see if he uses the Jewish temple to move the Jewish people off of Jerusalem a little bit so he can give Jerusalem to the Muslim people, or some of it to the Muslim people. We're going to see how he works it. We'll see if he can do it. I don't know if he can or not. But if there's anybody that can do it, and if there's anybody that was raised up to do it, I believe he is the one who's doing it with the time we're in today, the time we're in now. Okay, it's been tried many, many times before, as you guys know, and no one's been able to get it done. It wasn't the appointed time. So I do believe that, JC, that he will, I believe that there will be some sort of division of the land. If the deal is going to get done, there will have to be, because the Islamists will not agree to anything else. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he negotiates this deal. I do believe the Jewish temple will be involved in the negotiations eventually. I think we've discovered that in another video. And we just got to keep praying that he does not divide the land. He does not divide the land. That is the prayer. Okay, support him, love him, I don't care. Just do not divide the land, because if he divides the land, then if you love America, that's not good for America. So please understand that. And I believe he will. I believe there's a great chance he's going to do that, because we did a video the other day on it, and you heard it out of his own mouth, what he thought about it before. And again, he and LCC are friends. Okay. He and Erdogan are friends. Okay. He's got buildings in Turkey. Okay, Trump Towers. LCC's giving him $10 million in 2016. That's just the way it is, folks. That's just the way business is done. Okay, these presidents are transactional presidents. Okay, Saudi Arabia gave Jared Kushner $2 billion. Everybody with a B. Okay, the rest of the coastal or Gulf states gave another $1 billion to Jared Kushner's fund. Okay. You guys tell me, do you think they're going to give $3 billion, Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states, for Donald Trump just to give everything to Israel? Does anybody really think that? They have no idea who he is, or how business is run, or how the world runs. If someone thinks that it's going to be all Israel, and that's why I can't believe how many Christians are just bowed down to Donald Trump because he supports Israel. Well, you're about to see how much he supports Israel. Netanyahu is in the surprise of his life when Donald Trump gets in. Netanyahu thinks it's just going to be a free ride and everything's going to be yippee-ki-yay. I disagree with that. Netanyahu is in the surprise of his life. He will support Israel. He will defend Israel. Of course he will. I'm talking about the deal of the century. I'm talking about the land deal. I'm talking about what he's going over there truly to do. It will not be one-sided. No deal can be. Any business deal can't be. So that's common sense. So that's the same way with Donald Trump. It's called the art of the deal. Israel, I gave you the Golan Heights. I gave you the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. I canceled the Iran nuclear deal. And since I have, I've got to be fair to the Palestinians. That's out of his own mouth. And he will always have that fair balance. That's who he is. He is never one-sided to anything. He doesn't have any convictions. Okay. It's all about the deal and compromising to the deal. Please know how he works. I've kept up with him for 30 years. That's how he works. There is no one-sided to him at all. There's always multiple sides. Again, that's just the way he negotiates. And so worldly, of course, he's going to do it that way. Spiritually, we know that's wrong. But worldly, he's trying to do the right thing. Does that make sense? So he's not doing this for evil. He's doing it to try to make peace. But it's worldly peace. God says, do not do that. Do not divide my land. Do not make peace with the neighbors. He says that over and over in the Bible. Of course, he's not reading the Torah. I don't even think the Jewish people who he has in his cabinet's reading the Torah, or they don't have the convictions of the Abrahamic covenant. David Freeman and Jared Kushner didn't last time. They're both Orthodox Jewish. They could care less about the Abrahamic covenant. It was all about the peace deal. It was all about the Abrahamic accords coming together, worldly peace. And on the surface, everything looks great. Peace and safety, then sudden destruction. The last time was not the appointed time. This time is the appointed time. Thus the reason he didn't get in last time. Okay, one of the many reasons. Number one, he went against God. He and Netanyahu. But it just wasn't the appointed time. And I believe it is the appointed time now. And I believe, to answer your question, Jace, we've got to pray that he or whoever else is in there, that they do not divide God's land, because we need to be loving God more than we love Donald Trump. And I know everybody says, of course I love him more than I love Donald Trump. I would debate that on some people. I really would debate that. Okay, because they're more concerned about him than the second coming of our Messiah, Yeshua, who's going to eliminate countries and people who divide his land. That's how serious it is. You tell Christians that, they don't care. They don't even know what Joel 3 says. Okay, they don't even know what Matthew 25 says. They have no idea. Okay, they just go Trump, go, MAGA, go, and let's go divide the land. You know, it's crazy. So that's where we need to be praying for, Jace. And I really appreciate that. Very great question, very good question, very timely question, especially with the Trump administration coming in here in a little over a month. Very important to pray for these folks to make the right decision, even though they probably will not. And that's the point I've been trying to make about Trump all this time. And again, this is nothing personal. I don't hate him. I don't none of that. I don't none of that. I don't get involved in all that like people do. But that's what I've been trying to warn people, these Christians. But boy, they'll tell me he is everything. So, okay. Okay, the Quran was created around 610, 632 AD. Bible been here much longer. Amen to that. Amen to that. Okay, Magog, and his opinion is China. We shall see. If I could suggest this, to go to the ancient biblical atlases. Okay, go to Zondervan, New Moody, go to any ancient biblical atlas. If I could suggest this, and go look where they put Magog. Okay. And every one of those ancient biblical atlases will put the land of Magog in Turkey. Okay, so again, that's the ancient biblical atlases that we have. All of them, every one of them. Go to every one of them, and every one of them will put Magog, Togarmah, Gomer, all the rest of the names in Turkey only, not in Russia, not in China, not anywhere. So if you could go research that, if you'd like, it would prove the point of what I'm making, that all of those names in Ezekiel 38 that are ancient names are in Turkey, not in China or in Russia. Okay, this is, if you look how they circle, talking about the Islamists in Saudi Arabia, if you look how they circle the Kaaba, which is the big black stone they circle in Mecca, the Saturn cube, and kiss the black stone and bow down to their god, Moloch or Kronos, Father Time with their clock tower with the devil horns up on top. Yep, I mean, Arabia, Mecca is really evil stuff, that is for sure. Exactly. Jews, Christians, it really it's about the Jews and the Arabs, fighting each other, but to his point, that's what it is. Communists could care less about this stuff. China, Russia, they could care less, especially China. They're the smart ones, and we're all the stupid ones for spending all this money with war. Okay, very true. They used to worship 360 gods. Little get it down to Bell. Very good. Excuse me. Very good. Interesting. This is interesting history. Remember, the Chinese are the ancient Canaanites. They come from the Mongols from Mongolia, from Khan, the great Khans. Okay. The Mongols went and sacked Baghdad and went further into Europe until they were pushed back. They conquered Kiev, also the Golden Horde. The Chinese think they have the mandate from heaven to rule the world, and they worship the dragon. They worship paganism for sure, and the dragon and everything else under the sun, as we all know. But the Chinese made the mandate. I don't see that. I don't see their mandate to go conquer the world. I haven't seen them conquer any nation right now. They've talked, people say about Taiwan, but they have not done that yet. They haven't conquered a country in I don't know how many years. So they're not moving anywhere where they need to be if they are part of this situation. So we'll have to see. I mean, I respectfully disagree. I don't think China's involved at all, actually. And I think they're proving that they are not involved in any wars. They might support Russia financially, okay, but they don't have boots on the ground anywhere. They're not starting wars. They haven't been in any wars. They're smart. They're trying to build their country to be the superpower, which I think they will, because we are spending. Well, we don't have money to spend. We're borrowing money to go to war, which is ignorant. Okay, and then we're going to spend all of our money. Russia's going to spend all their money, and then China's going to be the superpower of the world because they're not getting into any wars and spending all their money on proxy wars. But again, I respectfully disagree with that. But again, time will tell. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a John Hagee. I think he's totally wrong on just about everything prophecy-wise, to be honest with you, and theology and eschatology, to be quite frank with you. Replacement theology, replacement eschatology, I'm not tracking with him really with anything. So Hagee teachings are just wrong. Yep, the red dragon is Satan, and again, he comes to Turkey is where his throne is and where he dwells. That's where it is. Just like James knows that as well, of course. That is true. Rus comes from the Vikings, not Russia itself. Very good. According to the prosperity teachers, apparently those old people living luxuriously must be paying their time. That is funny. Very funny. Thank you for that, Rick. And you're exactly right. I'm sure Paula White loves it, right? Anyhow, goodness. Okay, JC or Jace, it's so wild, the rise of global anti-Semitism, Israel becoming the cup of trembling to surrounding nations, the northern and southern alliances are being made. Amen. No matter how someone looks at it, amen, for sure. This may actually be the generation, and we could be, and we'll see. I think these next 4 years are going to be very, very interesting. Probably the next year or two are going to be very interesting as well. according to those right here on these important days. So, amen. Okay, yes, the shahah they wear on their foreheads and on their right arms is eerie. That is for sure. Some people believe that's the mark of the beast. I'm not saying that it is, but some people will go there and go their way with it. For me, we'll just have to wait and see. But it will be Middle Eastern, that is for sure. Yes, the 10th Legion of Rome, comprised mostly of Syrians and Arabs, destroyed the temple. When Daniel says the people of the prince to come. I believe it's actually an ethnic denotation used for people. That's right. That's what am means. In the Hebrew word for people is am, and that means what he just said, the ethnic people who associate with each other. So, amen. Oh, this is interesting. Rick poses the question, who is above who, Trump or Bibi? Who has the Trump card on a Palestinian state? Well, I think if anything's of measure last time, Bibi will say yes, sir, to Donald Trump, from what I understand from last time. That's just my personal opinion, Rick. All right. Okay, Rick, the Christian churches are daughters of the harlot, Roman Catholic Church. A bad tree does not bear good fruit. And I'll just leave that the way it's written. Thank you, Rick. All right. And amen to that. Pray Bibi and Trump does not do what they did before, and they have learned from their mistakes. They do not divide the land of Israel, which they both proposed. And if anybody has a question who's in charge, please go look at the video of the White House with Bibi and Donald Trump, and you tell me who's in charge of that relationship. I think it's pretty obvious. Okay, Rick, both parties take money from Israel, bow down, and then the politicians send taxpayer billions to Israel. Who's in charge? I would say Donald Trump, personally. Okay, if you look at that relationship. Okay, in my opinion, I believe the communist nations are destroyed during the first four trumpets. A third of the world is affected. Fifth trumpet of the bottomless pit opens. Sixth trumpet, the Antichrist and false prophet rises. Amen. And again, yes, America and Russia and Europe are broke, okay? And China is the smart one, not going to war, not getting involved, they do support Russia, of course, but they're not getting involved like we're getting involved. And again, they're the smart ones because they're not sending money to proxy wars. They might be sending some financial to Russia, but not like we are to Ukraine. We send money to everybody but our citizens. Okay, we send it to everybody else, but we leave our citizens homeless. We leave them hungry. We leave them worse than they've ever been treated before. That's what we do with our money. We send it across seas, not here. Our churches send it to politicians, okay, not for the poor, okay? I mean, it's just I know where everybody's heart is you know where their heart is, where their money goes, right? Show me where your money goes, that's where your heart is. The church's heart is politicians, okay, Democrat and Republican. That's where the church's heart is because that's where they give all their money to. Hand over fist compared to the poor. Hand over fist. All right. I think I've gotten down to all of the comments. Thank you very much, everybody. And please understand this, that even if we disagree, we all love each other, okay? That's why we talk about these things, okay? And as we continue down the path, it's going to get more clear. And it's not about me being right or me being wrong. I could care less. I'm just trying to watch to make sure that I'm not caught as a thief in the night, and I can hopefully help other people not be caught as a thief in the night. So that's where it is with me. Again, none of us know everything. I certainly don't know everything at all, but that's why we watch, and that's why we keep understanding the prophecies. And as the world evolves and the Middle East evolves, then it will become more 2020 vision. So just please know that, everybody, that I do respect everybody's opinion. We love everybody, of course, but we all have opinions, and we are free to disclose those. Okay, so thank you very much for being engaged in the process with this. That's where it really is. That's really, in my understanding, the most important thing of all of this is to be engaged in this process, and you will be just fine. Okay, you will be just fine with understanding the prophecies, understanding the solar eclipse, the lunar eclipses, understanding all of these things that we discuss, all of them. And again, we put them all together. But my friends, make no mistake, whether you are a Middle Eastern beast person or a European beast person, the situation in Syria is very, very transitional. It is going to transition the Middle East to a new Middle East. Now, it all started with Shmini Atzeret, okay, with Gaza and Israel, and then Israel with Hezbollah, Israel assassinating in Iran and Syria. That changed it. But with this new event that's come out of that understanding and out of the Russia-Ukraine, with Russia not being able to help Syria, and also with Iran not being able to help Syria as well, you can kind of see it in front of your eyes. Just Middle Eastern, okay, Middle Eastern understanding that the Middle East nations are changing the supremacy, the dominance from Iran to Turkey, just like Daniel 8 said. And if it's happened in Daniel 8, it's happening in Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, because they're all the same chapters. Daniel 8 is just the transition between the second and the third kingdom. By name, he calls them out. Okay, so don't plug in anything in Daniel 8. He tells you who the ram is. He tells you who the goat is. Iran first, Turkey last. Turkey becomes great. The leader will die or not in power. It breaks up into 4 of the 10 kings. The Antichrist will rise up from one of those 4 in the Middle East. And the ball game, 3.5 years, and then Yeshua. No Russia, no Rome, no one. no one. Iran, Yavan, Turkey. Iran and Pergamus, Turkey. That's it. And read from there. And then Yeshua follows up with the same thing. So just Daniel 8 and Revelation 2, 12 through 13, just those 2 scriptures will tell you that. Okay, it's really that simple. I can't say it any simpler. Iran, you've seen them. You're about to see them go down. They already are. And then Turkey. And you'll see Turkey, and you'll see things that the biblical prophets have said that's going to come to fruition. Is that the king of the north is Turkey. Okay, Pergamus, Turkey. Everywhere points to this nation. All of the ancient biblical atlases point to this nation, Turkey, in Ezekiel 38, not Europe. So there's so much problems with where's Europe in Ezekiel 38? Oh, that's right. Magog and all those areas are in Sweden and all that. No, according to the biblical atlases, they're not. Not my atlas. The ancient biblical the biblical atlases do not have a bone to pick with anybody. Okay, they're going to show you all of those nations that no one understands that are all in Turkey. Togarmah, Gomer, Magog, all of the other ones, okay, that are in Ezekiel 38, 39, besides Persia, besides Libya. I'm talking about the ancient names that people don't understand. Go look at where they are. They're in the nation of Turkey. You can't have it both ways. If Ezekiel 38 and Daniel 8 and Revelation 2, 12 through 13 says Turkey, then the rest of them do, okay? You're not going to have Turkey here, and then I guess Rome's going to come next to them and Europe's going to come. No, it says Turkey. So let's just leave it at Turkey with the ancient biblical atlases and what Revelation 2, 12 through 13 says, and what Daniel 8 says, and what all these other ones say. It's really pretty easy, my friends, but we just got to take the replacement eschatology that we've all been kind of shoveled. We got to get rid of it. We got to get rid of the replacement theology. Get rid of it. Same thing. Get rid of all this false stuff that we've been indoctrinated with. And we've got to come out of it so that we can see clearly and honestly and witness the greatest show on earth. Because when you see these things happen, people don't realize how major this is because people aren't looking in this direction. A year or two from now, 3 years from now, people are going to look back and be like, man, we saw an amazing event go down in Syria. So congratulations to the Syrian people. Hats off. My heart goes out to you and to your families. And I pray that there's some kind of peace and stability in Syria. I don't believe it's going to happen because that's what the prophecies say. But it's part of the beast kingdom. So we'll see what happens. But my heart and my prayers are for the Syrians and for the remnant to come out to the truth of God's word. That's where the heart is. So congratulations to them. And I pray that more are liberated like they are. And that ultimately will be liberated with Yeshua coming back to liberate all of his remnant, just like Isaiah 17 said. They're going to be just the same as the sons of Israel, okay? The Syrians. Remember the highway from Egypt through the promised land to Assyria, the work of his hands, Assyria. Totally amazing. So let's just keep that in mind as we look at the Middle East. He doesn't say that about Europe. There's not a highway going through Rome to Germany, okay, Rome to Sweden, none of that. I mean, everywhere you look, it's just, again, an easy conversation. Middle East, everybody, is where he's returning. North Africa, Middle East. Okay, Egypt. Come on a cloud to Egypt, not a cloud to Rome, a cloud to Egypt. I mean, everywhere you look, every biblical prophet is going to tell you about a Middle Eastern country because that is their world right here, not in Europe. Okay, they are not psychics, like I said before, they're prophets. So please understand that, my friends. You will see it go down just like that, just like Daniel said. You'll see Turkey become great. That's what's next. You'll see Turkey become great. And when you do, understand that is a couple of steps and you're into the beast kingdom. And then you're Antichrist. And then you know what's next. So thank you again, everybody. A couple of people. Shabbat Shalom to you, Wayne. Thank you so much for joining us from London, Ontario, Canada. Okay. Thank you for joining us. Shabbat Shalom to you. We hope you and your family have a great day, Sabbath, and also a great rest tomorrow. We hope to see you again. And thank you very much, Rick, for joining us today. To you as well, my friend. And have a blessed, set-apart day as well. And rest in the Lord. And we hope to see everybody, whether you agree with us or not. We can always talk about these things. Daniel 2, Daniel 7. Also Revelation 13. We'll be going through that on Sunday evening at 7 p.m. If you would like to join us, we'll be here for that. And then sometime we'll need to go through the next Hebrew letter of the Gamel, which will be part of this year-long journey we're doing with the Hebrew alphabet. So I'll post that sometime so we can get back on track with that. I apologize that I haven't kept up with the dates according to the book. Every 2 weeks. Excuse me, it's been a couple busy weeks, and plus with all what's going on in Syria and stuff, I just lost track. So I'll catch you back up. Thank you very much for your patience, those who keep up with the Hebrew letters, and we'll be doing the next one very soon, and we'll get back on track. And then again, we'll see you guys on Sunday at 7 p.m., whoever would like to join us. Everybody have a great Shabbat. Rest easy in the Lord. It's a beautiful day to rest in the Lord. Read the Torah portion if you know about that. And we hope to see you guys on Sunday night. Until that time, and one more time, might as well get one more laugh in from, I'll say our comedian on the channel, I would say would have to be Rick, first and foremost. He always has some good laughs. The Simpsons revealed that the true religion is, that's right, is Mormon. So everybody go repent and go get into Mormonism. Please do not. I'm just kidding. But please do not get into Mormonism or go to Salt Lake City to worship with the Mormons. On that happy note, Rick, may God bless everybody. May he keep you. May his face shine upon you and give you his grace. May he lift up his countenance upon you and your family and give you guys his everlasting shalom. We love you guys, and we'll see you guys very soon. Shabbat Shalom, everybody.
Lord, thank you for saving me, lost and found. Move me along the flood waters, higher ground. Lord, guide me in your arms so I don't